All right, good afternoon. We're here to have a special council meeting for the budget purposes, and this is a chance for council to listen to Ms. Sinclair, or will it be, Karen, will it be you doing the presentation today? And I know in past years you take us through in a nice, easy pace, and really do appreciate the work that you and all the staff have put into the budget. And it's our chance to take a good look at it. It's really our first blush, and as I understand, there's no decisions today. We're just here to start to go through and get all the questions answered. Before I ask for a motion to adopt and receive the agenda items, I do want to congratulate Councillor Bob Long, who's been appointed to FCM as the British Columbia representative. Congratulations. Go along, yeah. No speech required. But congratulations, Bob. And so with that, I'll ask for a motion to adopt and receive the agenda items. Councillor Ferguson, second by Councillor Kunst. All those in favour? Opposed? Carried. So that's done. And now we're going to move on to the presentations, of which there's the 2019 draft operating capital budget presentation. And Ms. Sinclair is here to present that. And Mr. Backen is going to introduce the budget and the process to council. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. This is more of a prologue than the introduction. Karen will handle the introduction, the novel itself, and the conclusion. We're just not sure how it turns out. So the interesting budget process for staff this term, as you're well aware, it's been a bit of a compressed period. Normally we would be having these sessions targeting for September, October. Here we are in February, keeping in mind that we have a deadline to pass a budget by May of this year. I think it's May 13th or May 14th, statutorily imposed. Because of the lateness of the season and the events since October, staff have been very busy, and as you can see, both Sam and Karen are looking a little bit tired because of the late nights they've been spending here and trying to get something before you that is somewhat sensible. I wanted to start with that because this is really geared at being a document that is flexible and living. This is not actually even a recommendation at this point. This is trying to give you the tools to actually look at the budget for those that are here for the first time, to be somewhat educated about what our budget looks like, but then also to spend some time critically reviewing it. Having said that, though, we are in a bit of a timeline, and we've allocated effectively this week, so not today as you referenced, but this week, for trying to put together something that we could take forth to the public for some public consultation sessions starting on February the 12th. Now, that means that staff have effectively cleared their calendars for this week, so we're not in a rush here, but we are mindful that if we're to maintain those calendar, the timeline is set forth in your budget packages to the budget timeline, we are going to have to be moving forward. But we don't want to make it sound like that we have to finish today. We could finish today, that's fine, but that's not our intention. Our intention is not to force this through on an expedited basis. It's to use enough time to get to a result that you feel comfortable with. We believe the overall direction will be to actually think about some of these items critically, and after we have some feedback from council, we can then actually try to carry out some of those critical recommendations. But at this point, technically, as we've just come off our priority session last Monday, it wasn't until then that we had a sense of what council's priorities are going to be, and as a consequence, the budget could not be entirely tailored to meet those priorities. In fact, we have added some funding to start the process to look at those priorities, but not actually constructing those priorities itself. So we have many works in progress, and we wanted to start with that. So as we see this process going, then it'll be council's choice as to whether this is an iterative process. We're workable either way, whether you wish to have questions throughout, to have questions at the end of each section, have questions at the end. I don't think because of the magnitude of the material before you, you want to wait till the end, but we'll leave that to the chair to actually have some comments in terms of what's the best approach for it. And as well, the feedback from you from this will be very important because, again, this is truly a work in progress type budget. This process will set the tenor for the next 3 budgets, but this is the one that we want to slow down as much as we can and try to get your feedback and direction on in terms of some of the things that we're facing. A lot that you'll see in this budget are things that are given to us. These are what we call the non-discretionary. These are such things as labor contracts, contracts from third parties, including other levels of government, that form the basis of some of our fees and charges, that form the basis of some of our cost drivers, or some of the decisions of previous councils to, say, add police members, which of course has a cost associated with that. So we start from there, but recognize that this council may also have its own priorities that it wishes to add, and as a consequence, we're trying to be flexible and leave that budget space there. So with that, I'll turn it over to Karen to start the process, and we'll begin.
I have a question. Councillor Richter has a question for you. Councillor Richter?
Thank you. So, Mr. Backen, the workshop priorities the council agreed on last Monday, those are not included in this budget?
We've included funding envelopes of approximately $100,000 for each of those priorities, so we can begin the study process. As we interpreted it, and this is again a bit early because council hasn't revisited the actual list itself, we looked at most of those priorities as being things that needed study, further analysis, or plans or drawings, so to speak. So as a consequence, we've built in some funding for those to start the process, being mindful that we are likely to have a budget adopted come May. That means we'll only have about 8 months for which this fiscal year can actually expend items. So it'll be important to get started, but we don't see some significant capital expenditures during those 8 months. There just isn't time. Karen?
Okay. Well, and I can understand that then. I'm a little shocked that we're only going to put $100K into the 6 priorities that we spent 3 months working on.
The $100K per priority.
Per priority.
Okay.
Yeah.
But the second thing that really bothers me is that I don't understand why the public information sessions that we've scheduled for February 12th are driving this process now. Yeah. Because there is sticker shock in this budget. Mm-hmm. The fact that all requests are looking at 7.47% increase means we have to go back to the board and do some significant trimming and or discussing. And when I see comments like 5.17 represents the base non-discretionary items, my first thought is, okay, what can we drop off? Because certainly there's probably something in this township that we're still doing that we probably no longer need to do because of technology advances or some other things. But just to say, okay, we're just going to hand over 5.12% so everything can continue on exactly the way it is, and then we're going to add in another 2.35. That process doesn't seem right to me. And then the comment that you made with regards to this will set the tenor and the process for the next 3 years in budgeting, I think that's wrong. I think we have to change the way we're budgeting. Maybe in this particular current year, as was suggested by the consultant that worked with us, we let the process go through this year because of the timing. But that doesn't mean that if we let it go through this year, it should continue on. The way it is for the next 3 years. I just want to categorically say right now, I have no appetite to slap a 7.47% tax increase on the public in Langley, and I won't vote for that.
Well, thank you. I know Mr. Backen had a few comments. Just to be clear to council and to interpret what Mr. Backen has said and what I tried to say in the beginning, this is the first blush. This is really council. We've asked staff, I think through Mr. Backen has asked staff and all the different departments to come to finance with their needs, with their wants, with everything that they have in their department. And this is what they've come up with. Now it's up to council, and Councillor Richter is quite right. We need to look at this and find ways that we can save some money for our taxpayers in this budget. And that's what this whole process today will be. And I would encourage council members to ask the questions of Ms. Sinclair to get the information. But there is a lot of work that we need to do. This isn't a 7.5% budget. This is 7.5% that came to us today. At the end of the day, it'll be council that'll be setting that
I know,
rate.
But Mr. Mayor, and I'm not trying to be overly argumentative here, but you just said this is a first blush. And we're going to rush this out to public next week. That's not right. Yeah. That's a week away.
Well, Mr. Backen, I know you did mention staff are available, so we may be meeting more than just today, this week.
Your Worship, those are really good comments from yourself and the councillor, because it allows us to clarify some of the matters. what we're suggesting is to meet the timeline within existing meetings. We've tentatively set public consultation for the 12th. Council can certainly say no. We want to compress that. We want to push it back. We need more time for more meetings. All that does to us then is it means we may have to have supplemental council meetings to actually address the budget. We could, in theory, I think, wait until May and have a council meeting Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and have the budget adopted if that's the direction we need to go in. Our directions are to work within the existing framework to try to make it work. That's why we followed the traditional policy of trying to make sure that we have this meeting, but of course other meetings, but still the timeline that allows for it. But certainly we can go back in a different direction. Council has to have some time. The other important comment was the tenor. I think that's a very good comment because it wasn't to suggest we're going to have a compressed and rushed budget. It was actually to make sure that we took the time to make this council's budget. We've often heard the comments that this is a staff budget. We're trying to get away from that, and that's why this budget package does not have a set standard recommendation in terms of how to bring it to a certain level. We want to hear from council because, frankly, there's no point in saying that, well, the total wants and needs are 7.5%. We think we can do it at 5% when council's direction is 4% or 3%. That's perfectly acceptable, and that's what we're trying to find in terms of this process to make sure we understand that. Having said that, some of the challenges we face, though, as I mentioned before, some of the existing cost drivers, we have no difficulty then in suggesting that there may be programs or processes that could be refined. If council wishes to say we can no longer undertake those processes, whatever they may be, that certainly is an area to undertake. And in fact, we've tried that in some previous budget sessions, and we can actually bring that back as a refresher in terms of what that may look like. Our primary concern as staff, I think, is to maintain our investment in capital infrastructure, because once that infrastructure begins to slide, it becomes very expensive to place it back in its original condition. So that's one of the things that are driving the budget here as well. It's going to be a challenge for council because a lot of the cost drivers, as I mentioned, are things that we've inherited either from other levels of government or from our previous decisions. That doesn't mean, though, for example, that we can't reduce or eliminate a service. And I emphasize reduce or eliminate a service to balance it. We know that there's staffing constraints in many of the areas. We've heard the old story that one department has half the staff and does twice the applications as to another community our size. That doesn't mean it has to change, but we're just not sure how much more we can extract from the system in terms of efficiencies. Certainly there will always be some areas that can be made more efficient, but at the end of the day we're going to have to evaluate how we achieve those efficiencies in a cost-effective manner. It makes little sense to spend $5 to be $2 more efficient. It's that balance that we're trying to strive for. So I hope that helps clarify some of the comments in our direction, because this is going to be an interesting process, and it's this process we think that will drive us forward for the next 3 years, not the timeline.
Thank you. I think that helps a lot. And there's lots of time for our questions through the budget. Ms. Leclerc has a very lengthy presentation for us, and council can ask questions. I would expect through your presentation would be okay. And if there's an ability to wait till the end of that section, hold your questions. But if it's something you need to know right then, I'm happy to entertain questions. Councillor Richter, you had a final comment?
Okay, my final comment is this, is if this is indeed to be a council budget, then it should be sent back to staff right now and ask them to rework it around the priorities that we set last Monday. Because we just heard from Mr. Backen that this is the budget staff put together without knowing what our priorities are. So I think we're going at this backwards.
Certainly that can be done, but I think it would be advantageous for council to go through some of the, what do you call those, Mr. Backen? We don't have much choice on, because there's drivers that are there, non-discretionary. We do need to set direction for our municipality to function. And certainly the priorities that we did set, I know there's been money put aside. You just mentioned about $600,000 roughly for starting that, and council will have that opportunity through the year. However, if there's anything that council wishes to go back, there's going to be that opportunity. Mr. Backen? Your
Worship, no, thank you. That's also an important matter to revisit, because we're starting the budget process here with the utilities, primarily because they are some of the easier items to understand going forward. The cost drivers are more apparent because they're usually from third parties, but it's the same format we'll utilize going forward in all the divisions and all the departments. That being said, I agree with the comment that we want to be careful to make sure we're taking seriously the council priorities, but we should remember that the priorities as we understand them, and again I say that because council hasn't had a chance to vet the notes from our session, are such things as the major road funding model, the options, the Art Sports Entertainment District status, the Horn Pit Housing Project options, development management process review, so that's development management of development applications process review, tree canopy protection bylaw options, Aldergrove Core Plan next steps. To us, we interpret those to be as whether they be process plans, I guess physical plans, option plans, or directional plans. Those are going to be planning processes we undertake. They're clearly Council's top, it turns out to be 6 priorities, but they don't become tangible things until we actually get the plans in place and Council agrees with them. My comment was intended to indicate that most of these items are going to take 6 to 8 months to actually do the plan in the best case scenario. That means they'll become a core part of the physical funding for the 2020 budget process, but we have to spend some time and ramp up to doing the projects themselves. And it's because they're options and status and processes and options and next steps, it's going to be something that we have to plan, and that will involve, of course, council's involvement, in some cases, public involvement, but those are things we can't turn into physical, tangible things immediately. It's going to take us a bit of time, and because of that, we think we can accommodate them, but it's also fair for council to say, look, I don't think the planning money allocated is sufficient. We should allocate some more to it. We should do a more robust plan. That's all perfectly helpful to us because that means we can actually start the planning process in the right direction.
A couple other questions or comments, Councillor Long, and then.
Well, Your Worship, I just wanted to say, yeah, it sounds like we're doing it backwards because we've already got closing statements and political statements at the beginning of the process. So I would be happy to hear the staff's presentation and chew into this a little bit. I also wanted to point out, Your Worship, as Mr. Becken has said, there are other days perhaps being set aside on page 6. It does mention other days that possibly we may have to meet if that's what happens. So I just want to make sure we're aware that those dates are going to be open for members of council so that we can have other meetings if need be.
Yep, thank you. Councillor Ferguson?
Yeah, mine's more of a point of a clarification. Do we, regarding the planning sessions we've had, my point of clarification is that we still have to get a report from the consultant, Mr. Gordon McIntosh, on, well, we have 6 priorities, but he was also going to give us a report. Do we know the status of that, if I may?
It's in the draft stages, so we would hope to have that for council in the month of February.
So the reason, yeah, and sorry for uttering. So the reason, I guess some of the clarification is based on, we're talking about that and we're going through the process this week, but we do have priorities, but there was also a report to supplement that. That was where I was coming from. Yeah. We're making decisions, but where are we at with the report and where are we at with moving forward? And I know we have to sit back and listen, which I will, but was my point for clarification.
Yeah. No, it's Ms. Backen.
It's a good question to follow up on because I'll pick one at random and just outline what that process could look like. Tree canopy protection bylaw options. What that would effectively mean to us at this point is, well, there'd have to be a bit of a study, a bit of a terms of reference. We'd have to, in all likelihood, have council review that terms of reference. We'd have to go to procurement. Procurement would then lead to a consultant, may lead to us doing it internally. All those things are going to take a number of months to get done. We're going to be rolling into the summer season, which doesn't affect us as much as it does affect the consulting world in terms of their responses. So it's quite possible we may get a response from a successful procurement process in the summer or early summer, and then the work has to begin. We've allowed funding envelopes to carry that work mostly through to the end of the year, for example, and then we'd be revisiting this process again come hopefully September, October to start the new budget process to begin providing for supplemental funds to continue or to go in a different direction, which could be a bylaw framework, more information from a visual or from a mapping perspective, those sorts of issues. So my purpose for adding that in is that most of these processes don't simply begin with the flipping of a switch. There's actually a terms of reference, a procurement process, an implementation strategy, and a beginning.
And if I might add, the strategic planning session was just that. It was a workshop. There has been no motions of council for any of these projects that I know of rising from that strategic workshop. That has to be done through council meetings, through motions of council to give direction to staff. But we have a good basis to work from the strategic planning. So without a motion on, say, the the tree bylaw, in initiating the process. Really, staff don't have that. They anticipate it coming because that was from our workshop, but we still don't have that formal direction. Is that correct, Mr. Backen? Yeah.
Well, that's correct. Yeah. We're assuming, when I began my comments, that these will be Council's priorities, but Council has not seen the final report from the consultant.
We haven't made those decisions yet. Thank you. Okay, Ms. Sinclair, I'm going to turn your mic on. The show is yours. After all of that, I think we've got a good foundation on where we're going. A little bit of work ahead of us. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship, members of Council and esteemed colleagues. Thanks for coming, everybody, to today's session. So a little bit of housekeeping before we get started. For those who have been here in past years, we haven't typically given out the PowerPoint presentation along with the backup information the week before. So we did that this time, but one thing that we didn't anticipate was that when the page numbers were applied to the PowerPoint presentations, it hooked onto and took off some titles. We didn't give you a whole package of a bunch of replacement pages for all of those, anticipating that you might have been making some notes on your own copies during the weekend, because in most cases, in almost all cases, what did come forward without the heading was quite obvious. For example, a table that says non-discretionary increases, there was a heading that said non-discretionary increases. Now the table is titled non-discretionary increases. So we didn't go ahead and replace those pages. So I'll talk to them when we get to each one of them, and hopefully you'll find, as I think, that they weren't super critical to your reviewing of the package. If they were, I apologize in advance. It is not something that we foresaw happening. So having said that, let's get right into the overview. So the first presentation that I have is what's being referred to as an overview, and it is going to pertain to both the user fee presentation that we have, which is one presentation, and then the universal services. So this overview budget is going to be some principles and planning policies that we'll use as we move throughout. So first of all, talking about dates, just a little bit of clarity here. Mr. Backen talked about the date that we have to be done around the middle of May, and that is when we have to have the final reading. We have to have the property tax and user fee rates adopted by the middle of May, and that requires 2 council meetings. So we sort of work back from that, and you can see we have April 1st as being when we hope to have the final financial plan, and everything kind of works back from when those rates need to be adopted. So the open houses are tentatively scheduled based on how it goes here today in the next couple of days for the 19th and the 20th. And then we have the public consultation is effectively beginning after we have the draft Q&A, where if you guys have questions and we bring you back the answers, then we would consider the next day for the public consultation to be open. That just means we'll have stuff on the website that the public can see as we move through this process. All right, so this is our format for today. It's pretty consistent in both the operating presentations. We're going to talk about some of the financial planning principles and policies that guide us. There are a few items that were referred to the budget process that were operating items. We have the current consumer price index. We have revenue and cost drivers, which we talked a little bit about last Monday at the presentation of those major cost drivers at Council. We have 2019 budget guidelines, issues, and challenges, and then, of course, a summary of the changes that we're here to talk about today. And this is just a snapshot of our process. So we're right here in the 5-year financial plan, which leads to the property tax and utility fees being passed, which then gives everybody their marching orders to go out and start the procurement process, end up spending the money to do the projects. We report back through the quarterly reports and the annual year end, which is another project that we're working on right now. And then the whole process starts again. Being an election year, this one started a little bit later. We would be getting into the 2020 budget probably September and October of this year. So right when you get back from your summer vacation, summer break. All right, so these are the financial planning principles that guide us, that we are responsive to citizens' needs, that we're fiscally responsible, that we develop resources for funding, that we operate the corporation cost effectively, that we consider alternative delivery models. And when I say we, it's the royal we, all of us. We manage demands of growth and change, and that's been a really big one. I'll talk a little bit more about that as we go. And the financial planning policies, I'll be touching on each one of these a little bit. So the policies that we have around the use of property tax revenue and user fee revenue, capital funding from operations, funding for new development. So we we go by the principle that development, as much as possible, should pay for itself. Capital infrastructure renewal and replacement, that's providing funding for some of our larger assets to be completely replaced or renewed. Reserves and surpluses, and our asset management policy, which is kind of pulls together all of the reason that we're here, is to take care of the assets of the community. So on the first item, the use of utility, user pay fees, and property tax revenue, because that's an ongoing revenue, we use it for ongoing types of operating expenses, salaries and wages, contract payments, materials and supplies, all the things that a business would need to keep going, to roll over the year end and roll into the new year and keep going. One thing we don't do that some municipalities do is we don't ask staff to add an inflation factor to everything. So we don't say, okay, add 1.5% for everything, and then tell us what other larger items you know about. So we just focus on the items that staff know about. So if they know about contract increases, we ask them for those, but we don't do a blanket inflationary increase across all of the expenditures. Regular and preventative maintenance. There's a lot of research that shows that the more you invest in regular and preventative maintenance, the less you pay for the expensive emergency type repairs that come when things aren't properly taken care of. And then operating costs associated with new capital. We have new capital from our own capital construction, operating impacts of our own capital construction program and operating impacts of the development capital construction program, which we inherit after they take care of it for a year. Just a quick summary of the amount that we rely on, the user pay utility fees and the property taxes, being that they're the major source of revenue in our 4 areas. So this is water, sewer, and solid waste. You can see that the user fees make up 94%, 97%, and 99% of the revenue in these utilities. So especially in water, sewer, and solid waste, it's really dependent upon the user fees. Property taxes is slightly less dependent. We have more opportunity for sale of services through the fees and charges bylaw, but it is 71% reliant upon property taxes. That was from 2018. And of that 71%, this is the makeup of the property taxes that we collect. So it's 62.6% or 63% from residential, and the other 2 big areas are the business and other and light industry, about 35% there. This is a snapshot of the impact on the residential taxpayer in the Township of Langley as compared to our partners. Our partners are the ones, or not partners, neighbors, I should say. Our neighbors are the ones in red. They're actually high-growth municipalities, so we have Coquitlam across the river. Langley City is, of course, a partner right next to us, Surrey on the other side of us, and Abbotsford, which is our other neighbor. So this is just meant to give you an idea of how each of us relies upon residential property taxes to balance the budget, and the red or blue, if you're not a not a neighbor, is the industrial and business category. So for the Township of Langley, it's about 60% residential, as we showed in the pie chart, and the bulk of the balance is on the industrial and business. And consumer price index and revenue and cost drivers. So the consumer price index is useful as a proxy for inflation, mainly because it's well known, it's produced regularly, it's free of charge, it's available. It includes items like food, shelter, clothing, household operations, and furnishings. So although it is useful as a somewhat proxy for inflation, it is a bit problematic for municipalities to rely on it solely. So it gives an indication. A lot of people say, the consumer price index is 2.9%. We shouldn't be any more than that. But the problem comes from the fact that government expenditures are a lot different than the basket of goods in the consumer price index. So for us, the goods are made up of mostly labor, materials, and construction services. So that does make it difficult to compare strictly to the CPI. There has been attempts by some municipalities to create an MPI, which is a municipal price index. One of the challenges with that is you would have to make it comparable and benchmarkable, you'd have to get municipalities to agree on how much weight to give the various elements of the budget. So that has proven to be difficult. Alberta has done it, and they actually produced a paper, if any of you are interested in looking at it. It's called Developing a Municipal Price Index. And they talk a lot about that. So I know Abbotsford has tried it 1 or 2 times, and Calgary looks like they did this in 2010. So it would be interesting to check back with them to see how that is going. But it is often difficult. But it does remind us the burdens that consumers are under, whether it's from property taxes or those other things: food, shelter, clothing, household operations, and furnishings. This is what we call our competitiveness factor. So this is another benchmark we use to look at how we're doing. So this takes the light industry and the business or commercial category of property taxes and compares us to how we're doing how we're doing in comparison to other municipalities in the Lower Mainland. So you can see the little arrow there in the middle with the Township of Langley. We're kind of in the middle of the pack. We're the City of Surrey and the City of Vancouver are on the high end, so they make the rest of us all look good. But we've been in about this position as long as I've been here, which is about 6 years now. We haven't varied a lot from this position. We're between 2.8 to 3.5 multiple in those two categories to residential. So when it starts to creep up a little bit more, you'll find municipalities like Coquitlam doing a shift where they actually manipulate the tax rates to shift some of the burden to residential just because they feel like they're getting out of sync. And so Coquitlam has been doing that for the last few years. Vancouver did it quite a few years ago, about 10 years ago, but they're back up, they're cruising back up there again. It's the factor that a lot of businesses look at when they say, where do I want to locate my business? And, oops, sorry. Yeah, so that's all I wanted to say about that, in the words of Forrest Gump. Operating contribution to capital. So we talk a little bit about, these are things that we use property taxes and user pay utility user fees for. So our operating contribution to capital is meant to fund those imminent type of capital needs. Capital needs that if you looked at on a year-to-year basis, you would start to notice that they look a lot like operating budgets, just from the perspective of they come up every year. So you see them and they start to feel like operating budgets, which is just the certain types of capital work that we have to do every year. So replace water mains, replace sewer mains, replace HVAC systems. A lot of that kind of stuff is capital, but it looks like operating, and we rely upon these operating contributions to capital to keep those items funded as we move. And I'll talk a little bit more about that as we go. This is so for the operating contribution to capital for water and sewer. The solid waste is for cart replacement, but for water and sewer, that is for infrastructure. So that's $243,000 for sewer and $781,000 for water. Considering that we are the fastest growing municipality in the Lower Mainland per the 2016 census, followed by, what is it there, Surrey, Coquitlam, North Vancouver, and Maple Ridge, it is, no, sorry, this is one I popped in, this morning. I just thought it was interesting to note that we have this award of being the fastest growing municipality in the Lower Mainland, which does make it challenging to keep up.
Karen, we should comment, while we're the highest percentage, it's not the biggest number. You may want to just review the levels because it does create a disproportionate, I think, impression by looking at the say that we're the fastest growing. It would lead people to think we have the most number of units, and in fact we don't. Go ahead.
Add something to this?
Correct. Surrey is at 10.6, we're at 12.6, but in terms of real numbers, compare the numbers, Surrey's at what, 75,000 in population, and the township is going to be at about 125,000.
Yeah. We bring in 3,000, they bring in 10,000, 12,000 people a year. Yeah.
Right.
Right. On a percentage basis, we're higher, but the number of people associated with that percentage is actually much higher in Surrey.
Correct. Sorry, that's true. And that's really important when you're talking about development cost charges and things that come in on a per unit basis. On the operating contribution to capital in the universal services, which is the property tax supported side of things, this is the operating contribution driven by property taxes of funds that I describe as throwing it over the wall to capital. So we have operating over here, we have capital over here, and this is what the operating budget contributes to capital each year to take care of those fundamental baseline type items that look a lot like operating because we have to do them year after year. And in this particular case, I've made some notes. A lot of capital projects are ongoing year over year, and engineering or transportation has done an analysis that shows that they require about $4 million per year just to take care of those kinds of things that come up on an annual basis. So they're at $2,050,000, and we're working every year to try and give them an additional amount of money, shooting for that $4 million amount. Another $4 million worth of work they do is funded from growth, so from DCCs. So they do typically about $8 million. And then you can see the other ones. Parks, $1,859,000. Facilities, $1.2 million. Stormwater, $1,878,000. Information technologies, another up-and-comer, $750,000. And then the three smaller ones on the right-hand side. And recreation. So there's 4 elements to our commitment to infrastructure that we'll touch upon in a variety of ways, and that is the contribution to capital that we just talked about. We also have, in some cases, in the case of sewer, where we showed a small contribution to capital of $243,000, we have a transfer to reserve for sewer, because our sewer projects are projects typically that we save up for a few years, and then we do a large project, save up for and do a large project. So we have less on the imminent need front, and we have more on the reserve front. Reserves and surplus. When our surpluses come in, we can direct those when they build up. We can direct those into the capital works reserve. So that's where we get the money for our capital programs as well, as from excess surpluses as they build up. And then debt servicing this is all in the operating budget that I'm showing you here. Debt servicing is the debt cost of borrowing that we've used to fund capital. So, and then asset maintenance is the just taking care of our assets, just preventative maintenance, ongoing preventative maintenance to try and make it the most efficient way we can take care of our assets and not end up with some of those emergency repairs that can be so costly. So every area, water, roads, parks, every area has a suite of these type of things. Reserves and surplus policy. So it's we look at our reserves and surplus to make sure that we can maintain our operation in a stable fashion, stable and predictable, just to provide for operating emergencies should they arise. One such example might just be a few years ago, the 200th Street sinkhole that happened. We have to all of a sudden deploy our resources, all hands on deck to take care of that. It's to provide entrepreneurial opportunities, take advantage of those, finance new capital assets, safeguard and maximize existing assets, and provide working capital. So it's always a balancing act. I look at these 6 items as spinning plates that we're always trying to keep spinning at the optimum speed. It's definitely a balancing act. And here's the first slide where the heading dropped off, where it says surplus funds there. So I'm hoping that because it followed that last slide, it would have been obvious. So we use surplus funds to carry forward unfinished projects from one year to the next. So that's not to say that the departments use every unspent dollar and they say to finance, can you carry forward all my unspent money? I want to take it forward with me in my little red wagon behind me. We don't do that. What we do is we identify projects that got started and not finished, and they wouldn't be included in the budget that they're currently working on. So if they have a project, a one-time project that has a name that's gotten started but not finished, we will identify that project and bring the money forward into the new budget so that it doesn't have to burden and start to build up the ongoing budget. So there's an example of smoothing and trying to keep the budget stable. For phasing of large unavoidable contract increases, we can use surpluses to phase them out over 2 or 3 years. You'll see a little bit of that with the water when we talk about the Metro Vancouver agreement that we've entered into. Phasing associated with changes in business practices. So if we had, PSAB was a good example, when you have a business practice change inflicted on you by legislation or other means, sometimes it can mean quite a disruption to your operation that a surplus can help with. Prior year surplus for capital, so we look at the surplus of the previous year and we try to determine how much of that we feel safe using for capital projects in this current year's budget. And shortfalls in user fee revenue from growth. So we do an estimate of user fee revenue from growth, and it always varies from what our estimate is. So we use surplus funds to smooth that out over multiple years. Budget guidelines. This is what goes out to the departments when they're preparing the budgets, as things to think about when they're preparing the budgets. As I mentioned, we don't ask them to do a blanket inflationary increase. We ask them to add known contract increases, like the RCMP increase from one year to the next, to review operating savings and identify reductions that can be made permanent. And we've got one of those to share with you that might be able to be helpful in this year's budget coming up. to review revenue for increases that can be sustainable. So we have one of those to share with you as well, where we're conservative on our revenues and that we don't want to estimate a revenue just to balance our budget. We want to make sure that if we estimate an increase in our revenue budget, that it is sustainable and it's not going to be a one-year blip that gets taken away the next year and then we're faced with replacing it with property taxes. So we look to make sure it's sustainable. And one good example that you could probably all appreciate just from knowing the environment is interest rates, investments. So we've been dealing in a really low investment rate environment, and more recently they started to take those rates up. So if we had aggressively increased along with that, that would not be conservative, but we are prepared to talk a little bit about that this year to get some of that money into this budget as things look like they're recovering. Evaluate potential for sustainable new revenue opportunities. So we had, a few years ago, we had secondary suites come online, which was brand new revenue for the municipality. Identify operating impacts of new capital purchased or constructed by the township, and also identify development capital, the operating impact of development capital. This is one that in other municipalities, and many municipalities, can often fall through the cracks, either because it's not made real enough for people to understand, so it gets to be a large number that gets cut in half or cut in quarters. And as a budget manager, I'm okay with a number being reduced. I just want to make sure that the people making the decision have the best information. So we've come up with a way to present this information, which we hope can make it real. As I say, it's often a number that's not well understood, and we've really worked over the last few years to make it understood. So hopefully that helps. And then we want to focus on service maintenance.
I just have a question from Councillor Whitmarsh. Maybe it's a good time to see if Council has any questions at this point from what you've said, and then we can deal with current questions. Councillor Whitmarsh.
Yeah, thank you. Just on this one here in the budget guidelines, the second bullet talks about review operating savings and identify reductions that could be permanent. I'm just, often when we're out in the community, people will comment on these types of things around spending in government and finding savings and that sort of thing. I'm wondering what the process, and maybe, I don't know if today is the best time, but just for council to really understand the process that's gone through and to try and identify these permanent sort of reductions and savings and seeing ourselves running in a more lean way as a government. So, it certainly is something that comes up a lot just from citizens in the community who often don't understand the budgeting process or what's happening, but just make comments around that. So how do we as a council ensure that, that sort of process of looking for savings, finding ways, particularly in light of a unionized staff, and contractual agreements, how do we ensure that, or what kind of process really happens on that to make sure year to year that we are actually being as lean as we're sort of able to be? Right.
The departments, when they're preparing their budgets, they do look for these types of opportunities. A lot of times they'll notice a reduction and they'll have an increase that is somewhat similar or maybe just slightly different, and they'll apply that reduction to the increase that they've identified, so it doesn't have to come through as a property tax increase. So a lot of that happens where they're trying to find these smaller ones. When we come across larger items, which I'll be talking to you today a little bit about a larger item that we've identified to give council the opportunity to take that savings that's been identified and potentially apply it how you might want to. But on the smaller items, the staff do on a budget-to-budget process, they use that to try and keep the increases as low as they can.
Right, so that it's done on an annual basis, sort of across the system. Is there targeted departments, sort of maybe on a every second or third year basis, where there's more intensive look at running lean as an approach, as opposed to just more an annual scan?
There hasn't been. That could certainly be part of a budget process when we discuss the budget process going forward. There hasn't been a formalized process of doing that.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks. Councillor Richter?
I've got two questions. I wanted to go back to the slide on the consumer price index. You don't actually have to flip back to there, but I note from this slide that the consumer price index has gone from 2.2 to 2.9. I understand that what is going on for a consumer is not necessarily what's going on for a municipality, but it's the consumer that has to pay the municipality. So if they're already dealing with a 2.9% increase, why are we even talking about anything higher than that?
Mainly because the types of cost, the types of expenses that we incur as a municipality, they fall outside of the definition of the basket of goods for the Consumer Price Index.
I know, but they pay for it. It comes out of their pocket.
They do. They do, for sure. It's just not directly comparable. I do agree that this definitely gives us a look at the burden that consumers pay on the general basket of goods, which is something that they pay in addition to the municipality. But it's just from a absolute comparison, it's a difficult one to make.
Going to your surplus slide that you had just before the budget guidelines, what percent are carried forward? Like of the projects that we fund each year, what percentage actually end up carried forward? And what percent of the budget consists of surplus funds?
I will have to bring that back for you.
So Karen, while we can bring it back, I think the question really is how much is surplus as a percentage of the operating budget? As I'm recalling, that's probably, 3 to 4%. We can confirm that because when you look at the overall operating budget, it's not very large because we use that as part of our capital program. Correct?
It's between $5 and $8 million. So with a capital budget or a true base budget of $200 million, that's the.
And the other comment then was in terms of the carry forwards, keeping in mind that they do deal with projects that may be started that we haven't paid for yet. So let's use the 216th Street interchange as an example. We've got a significant capital contribution to that. We budgeted in the previous year. We actually carry that forward till it's paid out. So the project is underway. It just hasn't been completed. Now, there may be some projects that haven't started that council can certainly reconsider. That's certainly their prerogative. But that's a bit of a piece of it, which is a nice, I think, transition in terms of some of the challenges we face with the consumer price index is that we do see a number of things that are downloaded to us from other levels of government. And this year, for example, that's going to be what's commonly called the payroll tax. That's not really one of the costs we would ordinarily absorb. That's something that the another level of government has simply passed down to us. In the past, as a strategy for council to consider, in the past, sometimes we've taken those unavoidable charges and actually identified them separately in the budget process so we indicate that a certain percentage of this budget or a certain amount of the taxes are going towards that project and it's clearly identified. So one option is to say that our budget is 3% as was suggested, but the payroll tax is 1.5%, therefore the total is 4.5%. We don't take them all into as being our own. And part of the challenge, we agree, is that the consumer does have a tough go of it out there. But we're also mindful that in some of these cases they're competing utilities. So the example we often use is that if BC Hydro is increasing its rates, that doesn't mean that we actually lower, that Fortis or BC Gas lowers their rates. It's a challenge because some of these things are passed on. Now, does that mean we can try to reduce what our overall obligations are? Certainly, but often that comes down to the question then which services are going to be impacted by it, which could either be a reduction, elimination, or streamlining. But we just know from previous experience that we can certainly try to streamline, but we're at the point now where we have limited staff to do the streamlining. Is that a fair comment, Karen, from
Yeah,
UC?
definitely.
Thank you.
Okay, and just while we're still on this slide, last budget cycle, there was where I recall a discussion about a significant amount of money that came in from property tax revenue from growth. Are we going to be getting those numbers this year as well?
No, actually, the property tax revenue from growth last year was estimated at 3%. It actually came in at 2.25%. So we were doing the budget much earlier in the cycle. It was a preliminary roll that we used, and there was some anticipation that it was going to be, our growth was going to be extraordinary. It turned out that it came in at 2.25%. So this is one of those situations where we use surpluses to smooth out some of the changes in user fee revenue. This year we're using 1.5%. With the anticipation that it will come in slightly higher than that and start to smooth out those.
But if we're the fastest growing municipality in terms of the percentage-wise, why would we drop down to 1.5 from 2.25? Why wouldn't we just base it on the actual of the previous year?
We didn't, we dropped down just from a smoothing perspective. We could use a higher percentage increase this year, and then we would have to bring in the shortfall from last year as an expense item. So we would end up in the same spot if we used a higher percentage this year. There's two different ways of attacking that same issue. So we had 3% last year. We could use, if we use 2.5% this year, then we have to bring in the shortfall from last year as an expense this year. By doing it this way, what we're hoping is that the amount of excess revenue over and above the 1.5% will offset the loss from last year that we temporarily funded from surplus.
Thank you. Councillor Davis, and I've got Arneson, Ferguson, Woodward on the list.
Thank you very much. Just on page 3, sorry, I didn't want to, you were moving along, I didn't want to stop and ask a simple question. Items referred to the budget process operating, is that, is that from council's referral or is it staff's referral?
That's from council's referral, from the minutes.
And that's from the minutes of 2018?
Yes. Yeah, we'll have items in the actual presentation when I get to, this is just the preamble.
Okay,
so
I'm sorry.
Yeah, we'll have, there's 3 items that we'll have listed.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I went through them, I didn't see them in here.
Okay,
Yeah. Also on page 15, just maybe just simple question. Operating contributions to capital prior to consideration of service enhancements. The airport, it's got in there, page 15. And it goes, it's in other?
Yeah.
Could you just explain that to me?
Sure.
I'm just lost.
That this other category is just so that the pie chart is not made so busy by a bunch of small categories. So it takes that other, which is 204,000, and it blasts them out to the 3: police, airport, and fire. The airport item, the $70,000, is actually funded from airport revenues. So that one's a little bit of a not where one thing isn't like the others. That's slightly different than the others because they do fund it from their own sources.
Okay, and I guess the police would be?
The police are funded from property taxes.
And the fire?
And fire, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Arneson?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Could we go back to the last slide that you finished on, please? I just want to refer to a couple of the line items there. Okay.
Oh, actually.
No,
this one.
yeah, there we go. Thank you. So the third bullet point, review revenue for increases that can be sustainable. I'm wondering if staff yourself has an assessment. I'm wondering overall the responsibility of that. I know we have a new economic development plan that we're working on. Is that something that we look at in a holistic or very comprehensive way from time to time? I know we talk generally and have done in about the last year about different resources that we can bring in to help to balance some of these aspects of our budget. So is that something that we do? Is that part of council's job? That's what I'm wondering as part of our responsibility.
So this one is sort of the flip side to Councillor Whitmarsh's question, in that these are increases in existing revenues that staff look at to make sure if they've gone up over and above the budget level,
I see.
Is that sustainable?
Okay,
not new,
not new ones.
Not new.
Because I think that's a whole area, obviously,
sure.
that needs to be explored. My second question has to do with the operating impact of development, the infrastructure. So I'm assuming what that means is our developers put together a proposal, they build it out, then there's areas that the township inherits over a year. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I'm wondering if anybody has ever looked at a longer timeline in which the developer is responsible for those and therefore has to bear the costs, such as, doubling that amount of time and a cost reduction to the township as a result of doing that.
I believe that did come up a few years ago, and it was requested of the province, and I think they said there was no appetite. Is that correct, Mr. Safi?
Your Worship, it did come up a few years ago, but I don't recall there not being legislative authority for it, but rather the inconsistency that would create with other jurisdictions and the economic development impact of such action.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson.
Well, it's funny. We had a little discussion a minute ago. Oh, by the way, it's just question time. I think the director has finished all their
For this
presentations,
section, yeah.
So it's question time, right?
Well, it's, I just stopped at this point.
I'm looking at the
so-
last page. She's got, I can't.
Yep, no, that's fine.
Looks like
This is time to ask questions on
Questions
this
seem
section.
to be coming up, so it's when you going back to your chart, I mean, you don't have to look at it because I'm just going to discuss it. I'm on the consumer price, and I'm an individual that looks at that all the time for business reasons, and it's fair to say that that is difficult, but it's so much more kind of analytical from those of us that sit at this table as elected officials in a municipality, because a lot of those things don't apply, and we're kind of stuck in a situation where we have to provide services and do other things where the poor public is stuck, and that means if it's Metro Vancouver, there are challenges of sewer, water, drainage, parks, and everything, they go sky high. We're stuck with it regardless. So if we were to do absolutely nothing and provide a 0% tax to our citizens, that wouldn't mean 0%. It would mean, it used to be the director used to stand up, well, by the way, before we start, we're starting with a 2.1 or 3% budget before we do anything. The other interesting things, and it hasn't been mentioned yet, and I always mention it at budget time, and I like to think of other communities. We're a non-casino community, and that is never ever brought out by economists in the province or others, or by the province themselves or the Auditor General, anybody within the province. They don't seem to talk about that. It seems to be a contribution to capital or operation or whatever they want to use it for that is significant. And those of us that have done research on it, you've got communities like Richmond, Coquitlam, or Burnaby to start, that to date, accumulatively, have got over $100 million of casino revenue. That's just unheard of. If you were to ask anybody in the region, they would not know that. Now, I guess to a lesser degree, our friends in the city, maybe it's $50 million to date. That's an awful lot of money, and they can give their residents a break, and maybe people in Richmond or Burnaby could build a great big huge performing arts center and not it wouldn't affect the citizens one bit. So those are some of the things we're up against. Now sometimes growth, even though it comes, and that's one of my questions, does that pay for itself if we have new growth or new taxes? And as we look at we're one of the largest growing communities percentage-wise, does that help us, or is it some degrees there's a contribution with new growth not paying for itself?
I think my impression is that new growth doesn't fully pay for itself. It definitely does help us.
Okay, and I guess back to some of your other lines. I guess I'll have other questions. Your surplus funds, do you have charts and things like that regarding, I know you mentioned $5 to $8 million, and you've got 5 bullet points here. Do you have charts regarding your surplus funds?
We have a chart in the capital presentation.
Okay.
Yeah, and
It'll be further coming.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Woodward.
This is really quick, and thanks for the initial overview. So this question is related to the initial overview, and maybe you can try to add some commentary later on in the presentation when we get into some more of the details. But I did appreciate you sending me the summary of the last 3 property tax increases of 3.93% in 2016, 3.99% in 2017, and then it drops down to 2.47% in 2018. And now we're looking at the non-discretionary of 5.12 and 7.47. So I don't know if you have any overview for me on whether or not this is simply us leveling back out to 4% per year. So we did 2.5 last year, and now we're paying for that this year. Is that a fair summary? Maybe you could speak to that during the presentation as well, if you see some of that, because on paper that's what it feels like, but I want to make sure that's actually what it is from your point of view.
2 of the significant items will be the 2.25% growth instead of 3, and the other item will be the employer health tax. So those 2 items together. is just over 2%.
Yeah, so can you speak a little bit of why we've gone from 2.5 to say then 4 or 4.5 without some of those other items? Because I'm trying to understand why it drops down and then now we're way back up again.
Because
maybe there's a policy change where we can just level it out a bit better. But maybe there's some other intangibles I'm not aware of.
No, it was the growth. It was the growth in 2018 of 3% that helped us come in at 2.47.
Okay, so that's what it was.
Yeah,
so
last year,
higher than forecast. Is that what it was, or
too high on the forecast?
Okay,
correct,
all right.
yeah.
So
And
that
then,
explains why it dropped down.
Yeah, and then adding the health tax, which was new on top of that.
Okay, and so then you're I think it was 1.5%. You're projecting additional revenue from growth. So
Correct.
how firm is that based on past experience? How much can we rely on that if that's a key factor in the 5%?
The 1.5% I feel quite confident is achievable. I think it will be higher than that. And I'm using that differential to help smooth out last year versus this year, as opposed to the opportunity of, it's looking like it's going to be about 2.5%. So if we brought 2.5% in this year's budget, then we would have to bring in the shortfall from last year as an expense item, and we would end up in the same place. So I'm anticipating it's going to end up somewhere between 2 and 2.5%.
Okay, so that might be a little conservative to ensure that the tax increase doesn't become 6% or something along those lines on the non-discretionary section if that growth doesn't come in exactly where forecast. So you're being a little conservative with that?
Yes, I'm being conservative.
Okay, so I think that's going to be important because I think when you're dealing with the net based on an assumption that certain growth is going to come in, because we have a lot of firm numbers that aren't changing, and then we're not sure what that development number is going to be. Is that
the
fair?
development number is always an estimate, and one of the
other
issues,
numbers are not an estimate, right? A lot of those numbers are firm numbers.
A lot of them as firm as they can be from staff and their knowledge of the opportunities. But last year the budget was also being done quite a bit earlier in the previous year, so we were dealing with preliminary rules, and now we're actually dealing with more completed rules. So the BC Assessment Authority does a preliminary rule, and they do a completed rule, and we're dealing with the completed rule now. So that's a little bit more firm from their perspective. They're telling us that we've gone one step further down the road of auditing the rolls, and this completed roll is the one they send out to all the citizens in January to take a look at their properties and
wait for further questions, but thanks.
Karen, just a comment there for the rest of Council. What transpired last year was somewhat interesting in that BC Assessment produced some numbers that showed, we'll call it 3% was going to be the growth. That was based early on, and in fact it was a fairly solid number. What crept into it though at the end was there was a number of appeals and challenges to that overall brought the lower rate down. Since that time, the process is dependent upon the process, so our process depends upon their process. I think this year there's two things that are coming into play. BC Assessment has been more conservative in their calculations based on what occurred last year, and we too have been more conservative, and we're trying to level it off. But I think the comfort is this wasn't simply a guesstimate. There was actually data that was relied upon, but I think they perhaps underestimated the appeal success given the fact that property values are rising so quickly in that rising market. Now we recognize a more stable market, and as a consequence, the numbers reflect a more conservative approach. Is that fair? Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Long.
Thanks, Your Worship. I guess it's going to come up later about the extended health tax. But there was a mention here in the previous slide where it said where we were using surpluses. The slide before that, it said, to smooth off or phasing associated with changes in business practices and so forth. So EHT would be one of those categories, wouldn't it? That's something that was sprung onto us. But I don't know if you can explain it now or later. So that's going to be that's new for 2019. Will it continue on, or does it just drop off?
Yeah, no, it's new for 2019, which is one of the reasons why we wouldn't use surplus to smooth it out, because it is coming in and it's coming in to stay by all intents and purposes. So it's going to be 1.95 on all salaries and taxable benefits from now ongoing. We're also faced this year with half of the MSP is still in place. So the provincial government promised to eliminate the MSP and replace it with the employer health tax, but they've reduced it 50%, and they've left that 50% in this year. So we have that little bit of a double hit this year. So
that will drop off in
that
future
will drop
years.
off, yeah.
Okay, all right. Thank you. So maybe that one could be used then for the surpluses. Is that what we're going to do?
That one, the value of what's left on that one is about $300,000. So we should be able to see it's applied a little bit differently. It's applied as a percentage overhead on salary, so it's a little bit more difficult to parse out, but it's about $300,000 is the value.
Thank you.
Thanks. Any other questions on this section? Okay, I think we'll carry on. Thank you.
And breathe.
Yeah, take a breath. Take a sip of water.
All right. All right, so now we're actually getting into the details of the user pay utility budget. So we have a contingency of staff here today. I'm hoping that I can, throughout the presentation, I can answer a lot of your questions, but if we have any that we need to call for the experts on, we have them here. Otherwise, we can bring back the answers on the 11th or the 5th or the 6th, whichever next day we choose. So revenue and cost drivers. This is another page 34 in your presentation that dropped the header on the left-hand side. I'm hoping that the header drivers at the top of the first column was good enough. So these, again, are some of the items that we talked about on Monday night council meeting. So where we have user fee revenue from growth. Again, new development, just like on the property tax side, we have user fee revenue from growth. We have other user fees and charges, like for water connections and highway use permits. We have salary and wage contracts, the same as we do on the universal services side, which is the QP increases, employer health tax, steps and increments. We have special contracts that we'll be talking a little bit about in this presentation. Solid waste is the large one. Regional district and TransLink, where we have water prices and their variability that Metro sets, Metro liquid waste bill, and also tipping fees that Metro Vancouver controls. We have other maintenance contracts, just the preventative and ongoing maintenance that I talked about. Equipment and vehicle costs are ongoing, and then the asset management, which includes the debt contributions to capital, transfers to capital reserves, and then just general asset preventative maintenance. So this is just meant to give you a sort of a visual of the large drivers on the revenue side and on the expenditure side for utilities. So you can see sales of services, which these do not include the user pay fees. So on the tax side, it won't include taxes, and on the user pay side, it won't include the user pay fees. It's all of the other revenues, so that you can see it's the fees and charges that from our fees and charges bylaw. Estimated new growth, and this is from all three added together. Again, it's just meant to give you sort of a visual. Transfers from own funds. Debt repayment contributions, that's DCCs coming in to make debt payments from DCCs, and investment income, those are the large revenue drivers. And then the largest, unlike the universal services side that we'll see in a few minutes, the largest one here are the regional district charges that I talked about. Service and maintenance costs, then salary and wages, transfers to reserves, which for the most part is the sewer transfer to reserve, debt and principal interest, internal charges and recoveries, materials, equipment, and the contribution to capitals on the lower end of the user pay utility budgets. And the issues and challenges for 2019. So we have I mentioned the regional cost, GVS and DD. I'll have a slide for each of these, so I won't spend a lot of time on them. GVWD, Metro Vancouver tipping fees. We have the special contracts like the solid waste, salary and wage contracts that we've already talked a little bit about, the employer health tax. We have an item called salary and wages required to optimize water operations and maintenance. So I have a slide on that. The employer health tax specifically, the operating impact of township capital and development, and our commitment to infrastructure. So I'll touch upon each of these in these next few slides. So this is a slide that's just talking a little bit about the $818,000 amount that we're showing in the water budget, which is an agreement that we have with Metro Vancouver. We entered into an agreement when we entered the GVWD in 1989, we had to at that point in time agree to some future capital projects. And so this is, I'm told, the last one of those future capital projects on the schedule. But what's happened is over time, it's become clear that there wasn't either not enough funding was estimated, and of course this is a long period of time that we're looking to estimate a cost. But recently in the Maple Ridge Pump Station project, we ended up coming back to the table with additional funds, and it was painful, as you might well anticipate. So when they came into Metro Vancouver entertained enlisting Surrey and us, who are the two partners to the Jericho Reservoir, they offered us a payment agreement. And so for phase 2, they've done a net present value to show that if we pay $4.1 million in each of 2023, 24, and 25, in 2037, when they're ready to do this project, they won't come back to us for any additional funds. So they have to be very good stewards of those funds, and they have to invest it well, because it's going to have to make up for any shortfalls that they might have.
Sure. Maybe we'll just finish this slide, and then we'll do a question on the slide, okay?
So we've provided for incremental increase of $818,000 in 2019, an additional $818,000 in 2020, and so on up until 2023, when that base budget amount will be enough to make this payment of $4.1 million. In the meantime, those amounts that we're transferring to the reserve while we're building that up, we will use for water projects, water capital projects that we have on the books.
Thank you. Councillor Richter?
Yeah, and I noticed in the report that we had ahead of time where you had talked about those that 1989 agreement. The concern that I have, and having seen Metro's numbers, they're not in good shape. So what guarantees do we have if they're not going to build this project until 2037 that they're going to not going to come back and hit us again with the need for additional money like they did from this 1989? It seems to me we're paying this money on good faith, but do we have a guarantee on their end that they will deliver on good faith?
We did sign an agreement. The Township of Langley did sign an agreement, as did the City of Surrey.
And what are the penalties in that agreement if a Metro reneges?
I'll have to find that out for you.
Mr. Backen, do you have any comments on that?
The penalties for Metro aren't in the sense of penalties. What they are is that they would not proceed with the project, which would then mean that we'd have long-term water, issues for some of our residents, especially as we try to move away from groundwater towards the Metro water supply. As to the question why we think this may be a good initiative, well, it is a lot of money in terms of this. It will effectively lock us in. We won't have these problems any further. Effectively, it's a risk-shifting document, which means that we pay now, then it's at their risk going forward. Effectively, what that would mean is they're probably going to spread the risk among the rest of the Metro Vancouver communities going onwards. So given the history that was outlined in terms of the inflation, we think it's a prudent thing to see that risk, is locked in for the township and reapportioned over the region, as opposed to us continuing to bear the risk up to 2037.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Woodward?
Yeah, no, you referenced the date of the report and the report numbers, so I'll read the report, but this is of course one of the things that myself and Councillor Kuntz deal with is, this is contributing a significant amount, and we didn't vote for that, didn't read it, but then of course, now that it's an executed agreement, we essentially have to support it, whether we support it in theory or not. I had a question about that, though, through Mr. Backen on that agreement, just in the purposes of the budget. I didn't quite understand the concept of this, that if they try to build the project in 2040, then we've committed to a certain price and time and reduced our risk, but then the only option they have is to go to the same taxpayer base in Langley to get the cash difference. So in terms of the concept of a one taxpayer, I didn't really understand how this agreement worked if we're pre-funding these projects, and then since if they can't actually fulfill it, they're coming back to a portion of Langley Township residents anyway.
So to give an example, the agreement signed in 1989 really was a allocation in terms of cost agreement. So the percentages were divvied up between Surrey and the Township of Langley, and perhaps others, but the simplest way to think of it, that it was divvied up in those percentages. So as a consequence, estimates were provided in that era, but that would likely have been in 1989 dollars, and maybe with some projections outwards. But given what's happened in the last few years with the construction market, the numbers were inadequate, so it's increased significantly. So as we get to this point now where we're seeing the need to try to have the facility, more concrete, more realistic, and to avoid future risk, the option then is, what can we do? We can effectively prepay our liability by locking our numbers in so that the cost escalations would then become the risk of Metro Vancouver. You're correct, though, in so doing. Is there any residual risk to township water users? There is a slight one, in that by locking it in now, Metro Vancouver then would not be able to increase the cost to Surrey and Township of Langley water users. They'd have to increase it throughout the region over the 21 member municipalities. So our proportionate share would drop dramatically because of that, because it'd be divided amongst the 21, not the 2.
No, and I think that makes sense, and I appreciate that and clarifying that. But given the situation we're in today, that's an executed agreement, and essentially now we're factoring it into budgets that we support or don't support. There's not much an individual can do about that at this point, right? Yeah.
That's actually correct. It's interesting because by my recollection, I don't think there's anyone among council or senior staff that was here when that agreement was actually executed.
So I'll read that, but also the comment that I would have is that we're choosing to prepay this project with a population base that we have today versus a population and tax base that we may have in 2037. But in terms of whether that was a good decision or not, I'll go read that report. Thank you.
Councillor Ferguson.
I don't want to ask the same question that Councillor Richter and Councillor Woodward have asked, but I just have a quick thing, and just to perhaps be something that we could discuss with Surrey when we meet with them. The question I would ask, obviously that the growth in Surrey as far as numbers has been significantly, I think, bigger than I think anybody in 1989 would have thought. And I was wondering if that impacts this contract based on the population. And of course, Langley Township, we grew proportionally, but nowhere near in numbers that the Surrey did.
I believe staff did comment on the difference in the growth percentages now versus then, and Metro Vancouver came back to us and said they weren't willing to entertain those into the calculation. So they've gone with the calculation.
Because that's something that we should just flag or look at, because no one would have predicted, and not even an economist would have predicted they did 10 Willoughbys at once. I mean, nobody would have expected a community to do that, and they did it. How they did it, those of us who have lived in Metro Vancouver for 50 years or so or more couldn't believe it. And so anyway, and my next statement would be, would that mean, and this is something you have to, people, the experts in the room may or may not be able to, would that mean we might consider, given the costs, using a little bit more of the groundwater for our resources for a reason for taxpayers?
Your Worship, groundwater is a bit of a sensitive issue, and that there's concerns about the level of the aquifers. I believe we're still using about 45 to 50% groundwater where we can, but we do monitor the aquifers quite closely to ensure there's not a large ensuing drop. It's something that we haven't yet given up using because of those costs, because we are still using blended water and blended rates, and that's actually keeping some of our numbers better than they ordinarily would be. Mm-hmm. And okay. To comment on your other question in terms of the time to join, a good way of thinking of it is in 1989 the township joined a new league, if you will, just like using a hockey analogy. Unfortunately, the Golden Knights or the Seattle team is joining the NHL. Why I find that interesting is when the Golden Knights joined the NHL, their franchise fee was $500 million. When the Vancouver Canucks joined back in the early 70s, it was $6 million. And that's part of the challenge our forefathers saw in 1989. They had to join this existing league, and they had to negotiate the best deal they could, but the deal wasn't as good as those that founded the league way back when, and that's the challenge. By joining, the costs were proportionally higher.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Whitmarsh.
Just as sort of further clarification on this, and it looks like on this chart here by 2025 we will have completed our financial commitment to this project. So would it be accurate to say that in 2026 we would then have either a $4 million surplus in the budget, or I guess we could choose to reduce it out of the budget, but there would be this $4 million that would be in the budget in 2026 that would not be necessary for this purpose?
That's an accurate observation from the math perspective. What we would do at that point in time is presumably would be dealing with some of the challenges we're dealing with right now. So we would look at the longer term capital budget for water and see how it jives then with that $4 million, whether we can bring it down, whether it's adequate, or if it even would need to be increased.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thanks. We can move on to the next slide. Thank you.
On the sewer side, the major item that we're dealing with is a $2 million increase in the liquid waste bill. So these are the components of the liquid waste charge for Metro Vancouver. So there's debt for the Fraser sewage area, and the debt for the Fraser sewage area is impacted by population as well. So it has hit us particularly hard. The $1.6 million of the $2 million increase is as a result of debt, and the population increase and the formula that they use. So that's on the gross side. On the non-gross side, the increase of $407,000 is their statement is that's consistent with past years. So it's been around that 6.5% increase for the last few years, but it's the new debt that they've taken on for the Fraser sewage area. I think it's the North Langley treatment plant that they're building. And they also amortize their debt over 15 years instead of over 20, so that accelerates or heightens the debt payments. Ms.
Sinclair, maybe you can just comment a little bit if you know. The the GVS&DD is divided into 4 sewerage districts, and I know the one in the northwest is North Vancouver, and they're seeing substantially higher increases and accelerating over the next few years because of the large plant that they have to build in the area. So there is some, I guess, we're paying for what we're using in a way, and this is one of the unique parts of the GVS&DD is that it's split up in 4 different sewage districts. Is that correct?
Right. So it does make the increases more personal to the areas for sure.
Yeah, okay. Just want to point that out. We're not. There is a formula where I think the whole region is partially funding what's happening in the northwest, but we're not taking the whole burden because it's not in our area. And that agreement, I don't think will ever be, or will be a long time before that gets renegotiated. I think the other municipalities wouldn't want to open that up, but we are paying for what we're using here more so than in water, for example, which is equal throughout the region. Okay, thanks. Councillor Arneson?
Yes, thank you. I'm just wondering, and we wouldn't have a breakdown probably for these numbers, but I'm just wondering the degree to some of these costs being driven by different standards from other regulatory bodies, like maybe the federal government saying we expect tertiary standards for our water treatment plants as opposed to what was secondary treatment at one time. So I'm just wondering how we can account for that when we're trying to budget for what others are providing as a service when we don't have that kind of certainty or insight over time.
On the one in the northwest is exactly what's happened. It's a federal government requirement that they upgrade the sewage treatment plant there, which is adding an additional burden. But we'd want them to because we want cleaner water going back into the ocean. So you're right. There is certainly legislation that comes down that requires Metro Vancouver to upgrade, which then is passed on to us. But maybe you can help answer that question.
Yeah, no, that's exactly right. Beyond that, I would have to check with Metro Vancouver to see the component of their budget that is regulatory in nature. Unless I don't know if Roland knows. No, yeah, we'd have to check with them on that.
Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Richter.
Yeah, and I just wanted to clarify, so these increases, again, I'm not seeing any way around us avoiding these increases because Metro's driving them, but they are user fees. This is not coming out of property taxes, it's a user fee.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
That's correct. Okay, thank you. Okay, we'll move on to the next slide.
And then solid waste. So there's 2 components to the solid waste increase this year. One is the increase in our solid waste contract, and one is the Metro Vancouver tipping fees going from $100 to $108, so going up 8%. So there's those 2. In the first 2 years of our solid waste changeover to the semi-automated collection system, we had budgeted 0% increase in those first 2 years. We were able to accommodate it within the savings that we achieved by moving towards the semi-automatic system. But it was the introduction of the MMBC or the Recycle BC that's caused us to have to extend our agreement with our contractor and add 7 years to the 3 years that were remaining. And that has required then the requirement to pick up glass and different aspects of the contract being renegotiated is what's caused this increase.
Thank you. Councillor Richter.
Okay, this one I find extremely puzzling, and when I look at the summary numbers, we had a 0% increase in solid waste last year, which we were very proud of because we signed on to this MMSP or whatever the heck it is, and got $1 million rebate for doing so. Then we turn around a year later and we're hit with a 15.7% increase. Like, how did this happen?
Well, the Recycle BC revenue actually doesn't hit the solid waste. Part of it is just the logistics of where the costs occur. So the Recycle BC incentive hits in the property tax universal services area. But the solid waste contract is happening here. So if you were to take the theory being, if you were to take a taxpayer who is a taxpayer and a solid waste customer, is that they should have no increase net. But because we look at the solid waste budget on its own, we're only seeing the contract increase side of it here in the solid waste.
Okay, but it looks to me like we got $1 million from them last year, so what could look good, we had a 0% increase, and now we're slapped with 9.35.
Well, the 0% increase last year wasn't as a result of the incentive. It was just the result of switching to the semi-automatic system that we moved to. So we had savings from switching over from our old solid waste system to the semi-automatic collection. And that's where we were able to provide the...
Okay, but still, it doesn't make sense to me. How did it happen? Like, I know you've tried to explain it, but from my perspective, I'm going, okay, we signed on to a new way of doing things. We theoretically saved a lot of money, but lo and behold, the next year after we've signed this contract, we're getting hit with almost $1 million.
So Karen, can I try this and see if I'm correct? Effectively, we had a system that had called for collection on a certain frequency. I'm going to use this as an illustration, say twice a week, and using that example. We made the decision to go to once a week. Therefore, we were able to hold the cost. If we hadn't have done so, there may have been an increase in cost last year that would be the same as this year. But because we changed the service level, the costs then began to decrease for a brief period of time. So that lowered it. But this year, the continual cost increases continue in that they come back just as if we had maintained the same service levels as last year.
But we're on the same service levels. We're still
Right.
we're picking up garbage twice a week and organics every week, right?
But the difference is behind the scenes.
We're picking up garbage every other week.
Yeah, it's garbage every other week.
Recycles every week. And
Yeah.
and maybe well, I think the big concern here is that, okay, I can understand that last year with the change in services that there wasn't an increase in our cost. But now that we're working off of that, that service level, that there's going to be an incremental increase each year because of inflation and fuel and trucks and the rest of it. But I think the big question here is, why is it so much this year? You could expect like a percentage increase based on their wages increase and their fuel costs and trucks and whatever else gets put into that. But maybe of a 2, 3, 4%, but it's a little bit higher than that. So maybe you can explain the difference.
MMP, I think.
Part of the
Sorry, just to finish, you did mention the new contract. So does that new contract trigger a higher increase, and that's going to level out in the next 6 years of that contract? That's the second point.
The new contract is definitely a one-year bump. So it's this year we pay the cost of the new contract, and then for the following years it'll just be the inflationary increase in that contract.
Okay.
So it definitely will.
So that's one of the reasons, because you had to go into a new contract.
Yeah.
That caused the big bump this year.
Yeah, we had to break our existing contract, 3 years remaining, and add an additional 7.
And was there a penalty for breaking that contract?
I actually am not sure.
Your Worship, I'm going to defer to Mr. Johan. He's got the details and all the expert advice.
That may help clarify, I think, the questions that Councillor Richter is asking. Why the big bump? Just so we can understand it's a one-of and what we're going to be looking at in the future.
And did we know last year when we signed the contract that we'd get hit this year with this kind of an increase?
Yeah, that'd be a good part too. I think we did, but then we got that bonus sort of thing, but it went into a different pocket, so maybe you can explain.
Actually, just to help out Harb, in the report that came to council on this issue, we did state that the increase on the solid waste contract would be between $700,000 and $900,000. So the answer to that would be yes, we did know. But part of the reason we're where we are now is because that's just in the solid waste budget, and the savings or the incentive is in the universal services.
That's right.
Thank you, Your Worship. And Ms. Sinclair is correct. In the March 5th, 2018 report we brought to closed camera session, we anticipated around a $900,000 increase in the contract. And the reason primarily for that was very similar to back in 2009 when we switched from one contract to another, is that these contracts typically are for a 7-year time frame. And every 7 years, the contractors then assess the market and reset their pricing and usually have to buy new equipment. So back in 2009, we signed a 7-year contract with Sierra Waste with a 5-year extension. And as Ms. Sinclair mentioned, what ended up happening was the Recycle BC incentive did not correlate to the renewal year of the contracts. So what ended up happening with the township was we were offered the Recycle BC incentive in 2018, which was already into the second year of our 5-year extension with Sierra Waste. Because we weren't able to now, we looked at if we were to cancel the contract and the penalty clauses there would have been pretty significant. Also, there would have been a huge disruption to the residents because we would have no hauler to collect the curbside material. So based on that, we spoke to Sierra Waste, and then part of the negotiations was the only way for a contractor to minimize costs is the need to amortize the equipment over a 7-year period. Therefore, we entered negotiations with a hauler. We ended up signing another 7-year extension, bringing the latest contract to an expiry of 2028. Because of the renewal and the new equipment required and the amortization period, is why the increase is happening this year.
Okay.
Okay, so just let me follow up. You're telling us that we're still getting money back. This is the additional money we have to put in, but we are going to be getting a rebate?
So as Ms. Sinclair had mentioned, these costs are just related to the solid waste, garbage collection, and organics.
Yeah.
The Recycle BC incentive sits outside of that, whereas recycling is a universal service. So that incentive is still, Township will receive that. It's just not reflected as part of the solid waste utility.
Okay, why isn't it? Why don't we have a net number in here then? If we're getting revenue back from solid waste, it should be a net number.
So the solid waste utility only reflects garbage and organics, because not everybody in the township receives recycling. Not everybody in the township receives solid waste collection. However, all residential properties in the township receive recycling collection. So the recycling collection would see a Recycle BC incentive applied to it. As part of the solid waste contract, recycling is not factored in as part of this contract.
All right, my last question, thank you, is how much are we getting back then from Recycle BC this year?
Oops. We've got $968,000 in the budget.
That's what
Of
we're going
Recycle
to
BC.
get back from them.
Yeah.
So it's a net zero. Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ferguson.
Well, is it indeed a net zero, or is that just a number you've picked up?
No, we've included $968,000 in recycling incentive on the property tax side of the budget. And then we have the $900,000 in costs on the solid waste side of the budget.
Okay, what happens to 2020 then?
Solid waste will carry on. It had the increase that we're talking about here today. So next year it will just be an inflationary increase on the contract.
We get a rebate from Recycle
we
BC?
continue to get the Recycle BC
Okay.
rebates on the tax side.
All right, so now my question comes down to, I just asked Councillor Richter. She was referring to a report. I don't know if we have that report with us regarding RRMMPP. I'm not sure what that meant.
Recycling BC.
Was that what that meant? She was referring to a report which we don't have.
It was MMBC was the original name, and then it got rebranded to Recycle BC. And that was report 1805, March 5th.
Perhaps that report can be made available too.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay,
Council.
so she was referring to that. And so now that you've done the analysis, I think I got a better understanding. But from what I understand is that for those of us that have both garbage and recycling, there was the green box, a gray box, and then all of a sudden you introduced a glass box.
Right.
Was that what you're talking about as far as opening up the contract?
Correct. It was having to pick up the, I think, I better confirm with Harb, but it's having to pick up the glass. Is that correct, Harb? Yes. The gray box, yeah.
So are we expecting any other surprises in the future?
Well,
I can think of a couple. How about a pink, a yellow, whatever?
Just to be fair, this wasn't a surprise. Staff had really come to council and briefed them on what was going to happen. And so there were no surprises. I think it's been, and I was, like you, a little bit confused on how it all worked out, but I think Ms. Sinclair has explained it quite well. And because of this new contract, there's a one-time bump, and we went from used to be you separated your newspapers in one bag and your mixed paper in another bag. You had your green recycling, your organics, I should say, and then we added the glass and took the papers and put them together. So there's a bit of juggling, but we were well aware of that. And then with the Recycle BC, there was an opportunity to sign on several years ago, and the Township of Langley chose not to because of the cost of renewing the contracts. Is that correct, Mrs. Seffi? So with that, we almost lost our opportunity to sign on, as we understand it, but now we had an opportunity in 2018 to sign on and get that rebate. That rebate is derived a lot from industry, and in packaging, that industry purchases packaging and pays a fee. That fee goes into Recycle BC, which is then redistributed to those who are assisting in recycling and reusing materials. So we're getting the rebate out of fees that industry has paid already. It's been collected. Actually, our taxpayers are paying that fee, so it's coming back in. Is that a fair summary? I don't know. I mean,
That's correct, Your Worship, yes.
So there were no surprises, but it was a complicated issue. Other municipalities signed on earlier, then we lost that opportunity because it would have cost our taxpayers more at that time. But then subsequently in 2018, we were able to sign on and recover some of that income that is being collected from our taxpayers through the Recycle BC fees.
Correct.
And I think, does that help, Councillor Ferguson? Okay. Well, now we get the report too. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Councillor Long.
Yeah, and we should add too that not all municipalities took the glass option. We did, but other municipalities, they won't pick up your glass. You have to take it to the depot yourself. So that's, I think, something that's good, and that's universal as well, right? Is the glass universal?
Yeah, the whole recycling piece is in the universal. Yeah.
Everybody gets it. Thank you.
And you're correct. The glass, if it goes into the other recycling, then causes a problem under the new regulations for Metro Vancouver. If that's mixed in, then there's fines levied. So there is no way to put glass in unless we had made that arrangement. As I know in Abbotsford, they don't pick up the glass, and it's quite a burden on the residents there because they have to separate. You live in Abbotsford. You have to separate your glass and take it someplace else. And so our residents, our users actually are able to separate the glass, not have to, because there is no way to put it in anymore with the new zero waste initiatives that Metro Vancouver is taking on.
My dad, I moved out of Abbotsford, but my dad lives in Abbotsford, and he, just to show you how complicated it is, on his cupboard doors in the kitchen, you open every cupboard door and he's got a piece of the recycling and garbage rules on each door. So he has to keep that straight, and he's all nervous because being a senior, he wants to do it right.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
I'm learning way too much about garbage in my new role on zero waste.
Big bucks.
Oh, yeah.
So another one of the cost drivers that we've talked about quite a bit are the contract increases, which are 2%, and then the employer health tax, which is 1.9%. It's not a perfect science in how it's been applied, so there's a little bit of variability here. But those are the two largest items, on the wages side, and then there's other steps and increments that come into play in terms of timing.
Thank you. I'll just say on that side of that, and that's only to do with the user services, user fees. Councillor Richter.
Yes, with regards to the salary and wages, on these, are our township employees involved in salary and wages
yes.
here? So what percentage increase are they getting?
That's a 2.
2? They're getting a 2 cross, and when does their contract expire?
2020.
2020.
Yeah. The firefighters are 2019, and they're 2020.
Firefighters 2019. Okay, thank you.
Thanks. And what's interesting here is you can see how that employer health tax has impacted us significantly, almost 2%. Well, just may as well say 2% right across.
Just about.
And that's significant. Thank you. Okay.
And then there was another item added in water that was called additional salaries and wages, and this is just to set the stage in terms of the infrastructure that we're looking after and that we're operating in the water utility. So 524 kilometers of water mains, 358 shut-off turn-on requests a year, 108 locate water service requests in a given year, 71 non-development related connection applications in a year, 125 fire hydrant use applications, and so on. So this is the water is a fairly large utility, and they're asking for $250,000 in wages, these two categories, additional staff time for preventative maintenance, and additional administration time and backup in the water. So these are, this is a list of some of the items that they want to apply this increase in wages to. So this is making the case that this is built up over time and that this is required just to maintain existing service levels. This isn't adding a new service level or any new programs. This is just to maintain existing service levels.
Thank you. Councillor Richter has a question.
Yeah, I just wanted to, I have a question, maybe I'll ask this, but I wanted to back up to your previous slide too. So the $100,000 that they want for, I think you gave us a sheet on that, right? Steve's got it. Okay, for preventative maintenance and $150,000 for additional admin time and backup. Is there offset revenue? Because we've had complaints come in from people who are being charged to have their water turned on and turned off. So I'm assuming that these costs are covered by incoming revenue, and if yes, how much incoming revenue are we getting? And my third question here is, how many positions are we talking about here?
Some of the items would generate a recovery for sure. A lot of them would not. And in terms of positions, did you want to comment, Roland, on is it sort of a general wage increase it's a general wage increase in if you were to take the water budget, it's just generally expanding it in terms of its capacity. So it's not specific positions that we could lay out there. They have buckets of wages that they use for people that go out into the field and take care of these tasks. So a lot of it through auxiliary wages, through temporary full time. It's just.
So we don't know how many positions this is going to fund, in other words.
I think what Karen's trying to say is there are no new positions, but the township has a number of people that are either part-time or auxiliary. So they'll be called out to actually do the work that's necessary. So while there's no new positions, there's a labor pool that we draw upon that we have to pay them from. And the purpose behind the actual additional wages, Karen, is to maintain the water and maintenance, I guess, infrastructure and its safety needs. Is that fair to say?
Correct, yeah.
And, okay, so going to the page previous, the employer health tax, I just had a question on a potential offset here. Do we have any idea how many employees for the township have spouses or significant others who are also getting MSP covered by their employers? And have we considered doing a flexible benefit plan to try to get our employees off MSP and onto their significant others' MSP?
Wouldn't it be that the new fee is levied as an employer? It's an employer health tax levied on payroll, no matter who or if any of your employees pay. Every one of your employees could be not on the plan,
right?
And the employer still pays it. Is that correct? Because it's not going to become an automatic service in the province.
That's correct, Your Worship. There probably would not be a direct offset in the tax, but what it's referring to is there savings to be generated from a flexible benefit plan where the employees select their benefits from a smorgasbord of items. Could that lower our overall costs? We had looked at that historically, not recently, but historically, and there was a point where it did reach a tipping point. There was some marginal benefits. The challenge we have with that is that it certainly could apply at the direction of, policy to exempt staff, but for staff under our collective agreement, it has to be bargained as being an option. So it's a good point, though, because we are approaching a contract bargaining position for some of our unions in 2019 and 2020. It could be explored first by determining, I guess, what the model would look like, and second, whether the unions would be prepared to go down that path.
That would only be in effect for this year because the MSP is being paid for some employees by the employer, but the MSP is now also an employer health tax. Next year, residents of BC don't have to pay MSP. It's coming off the employer health tax. So whether or not they're on the spouse's program or not, it doesn't make any difference because everyone's going to get it equally. This year there may be some overlap, but I think it's almost too late to make those arrangements with individual staff members. Is that correct? There's an overlap this year.
Yeah, with respect to basic health insurance, that's correct.
Yeah, and that's what this relates to.
Yeah.
I understand Mr. Back is saying on a whole basket of different.
Exactly. Yeah.
That's negotiated with the union, but as far as MSP goes, this particular increase is being levied on all the business, all the governments, and we have no choice in that one.
It's very much
tax.
think of it like WorkSafe. It's very much like WorkSafe.
Right.
Where we pay a premium on behalf of our employees and they get the benefit, just like WorkSafe.
Yeah. Hopefully that helps.
So, but as in terms of a flexible benefit plan, this could be a negotiated item that you could carry forward, which we might see a benefit from in a future contract or budget year. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, not just for clarification, not the health tax per se, but just in general benefits. Yeah.
And that you do normally in all negotiations. It's part of the compensation package, whether it's dollars or it's benefits. There's a package, and how it's divided up is usually negotiated by the union and by management.
Correct.
Thank you. Councillor Whitmarsh.
Yes, thank you. Back to the salary and wages water that you just talked about just recently. Is beyond the 2% wage increase that's in the budget, is this the only additional salary and wage increase that's sort of suggested or asked for in both user and in universal? I didn't see any others other than the 2% sort of across the board.
There's always small adjustments. There's some, there's a return to work coordinator shared position across five utilities, which is $5,000, and there's a planted area maintenance housekeeping item to clean up. It's actually a reduction to take that down. So those are the two main ones. In addition to the three that I highlighted, collective bargaining, employer health, steps and increments, these are the next biggest, and then there's only the two others, those two small ones that I talked about, 5,000 and a credit of 2,000. And that's in water. In sewer, there's always other, like for example, in sewer, there's a program called Source Control, and they're asking for $20,000 in sewer to do the Source Control program. So that's, again, it's a new program. And then there's the operating impact of development and capital works that we've talked about. And in water, that's $13,000 for development and $42,000 for capital construction salaries.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, carry on.
And I was just speaking to this. This is the operating impact of township capital. So this shows you up here the projects that are either completed in 2017 and 18 or will be completed early in 2019 and will require operating funds in the 2019 budget. So these are in this particular case, the 5 projects.
So it says in full dollars, it's $12,000. Say chlorinated East Aldergrove Reservoir is $12,000.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yep,
okay.
that's it. We've had people say before, is that in the thousands? So I thought I put in full dollars.
Yeah. All right, that's detail. Thank you.
And then on the development side, these are the neighborhoods and the developments that will be turning their assets over to us, that we will be required to take care of them. And this is an estimate of, in water and sewer, the operating costs to do such.
Thank you.
So now we come to a summary of some of the items, and I'll be touching upon some of the items that I've talked about. So the contract increases, the employer health tax, we've talked about those across the board. Here are the two that we just looked at, the staff time for programs and the administration time. Then we have other, salary and wages other. GVS&DD liquid waste that we talked about on the one slide, the $2 million increase. The solid waste increase. The operating impact of development and capital for water, sewer, and solid waste. We have Jericho Phase 1. We're undertaking Jericho Phase 1 currently, the Jericho Reservoir Phase 1. We have internal debt payment. So we funded that one internally, and we're paying it back, partially from DCCs and partially from the user fees. And then we have the 818 that we talked about for the agreement that's coming up starting in 2023 for the construction in 2037. We have administration overhead, which is where the universal services budget charges the utilities for some of the admin costs that happen in universal services, like HR, accounts payable, payroll, and so on. We have a pump reduction provision, which is if 2 of our wells go down and we have to increase our purchases from Metro Vancouver for additional water because of the wells. If we take them down manually or they go down, we have a provision to buy additional water. And then supplies and others is sort of the catch-all remainder. Revenue increases and user pay utility revenue from growth, estimated at 2% right there. Brings us to this, what we call the base increase of 4.69, 10.51, and 5.7.
15.7.
Or sorry, 15.7. Casually dropped that one off.
Right. I thought, wow, we need some savings.
And then these are the items being asked for as discretionary items. And I want to make a point when I hit the first non-discretionary slide that I forgot to make, and that is that we call it non-discretionary, and we call it that because it's to maintain existing service levels. So this is what staff are saying is required is non-discretionary if our goal is to maintain existing service levels. So we can change existing service levels, and then the numbers can change. So I just wanted to make that distinction for us here. And then the discretionary items, an environmental coordinator, shared over water and sewer with a residual, so they're able to fund from auxiliary wages about $26,000 of a $42,000 share, and so the difference is they're asking for from user fees, and the same with sewer. and then an engineer in training, and this position is split across 4 areas. So it's roads, storm, water, and sewer. And it's an engineer in training to be kind of like a utility player, to go and learn all the different aspects of engineering and hopefully develop this person, which will down the road become a more solid position type person that we can train on all the different aspects of engineering and then bring them on full time. Would be the goal, like an intern.
Okay, I have a couple of questions. Councillor Richter, then Arneson.
Yeah, so this environmental coordinator 2 position, what is the base funding envelope for that salary plus benefits?
So the total was 92,000, I believe. 80. Sorry. Hang on 2 seconds. So it's the total position is 80. It's 41,681 in each of the funds, so it's about $84,000, and then they've been able to identify wages to apply to it. So the total, to answer your question, is about $84,000.
Okay, so we are actually going to hire a person to fill this position, but it's going to be back paid. Now, is it being back paid out of the discretionary monies that we're being asked to throw into additional staff time for preventative maintenance and administration time and backup?
No, this is a different, fully defined position of environmental coordinator that they would be hiring.
Okay, but you don't hire 85% of a person, right? You hire 100% of a person, but you're backfilling the wages.
Right.
Out of
this.
Where?
Sure.
This a little different. This is not the previous grouping as I understand it. This is the, I guess we'll call the discretionary or the service enhancement potentially. So they're looking at hiring one body, and it would be 40% paid for from the utilities. Did I get that right from the utilities, Karen?
Yeah.
Okay,
so it's 100% reflected, and then after the offset of the 26,000 against water and sewer, what's remaining is the 20,000 is what they're asking for from the user fees.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Arneson.
Thank you, Worship. My question has just to do with clarification for the environmental coordinator too. So if you could just remind me or refresh us about the nature of that person's job and if it's something that can be done on off times, like 24/7 when others are not available to respond to emergencies.
So I have a. Did you want to, I have a write-up here on it, submitted from staff, and it's to convert a water resources engineering technical assistant position to an environmental coordinator 2. The new professional environmental staff would be needed to coordinate and manage streamside works, environmental protection, adaptive management, and ISMP, integrated stream management. I'm butchering that, ISMP implementation. With the growth of the township population, we are seeing increasing water quality issues and unauthorized discharges to the environment. This position will aim to improve water stream quality and will work towards township long-term environmental goals, including implementation of an ISMP recommendations. Much of this work is currently not happening due to lack of qualified staff, and the township is getting increasing calls from neighboring jurisdictions and senior government due to water quality concerns. So that's a write-up on it.
Okay, thank you. So that's sort of a mainstream kind of 9 to 5 job that you're explaining, it sounds like to me.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I just had a question about the engineer in training. Is that something that takes a student that's doing an internship, or is that somebody who's pre-existing in the township of Langley working here?
This request is to establish an engineer in training. So while we're establishing the new position of engineering training, it's very possible that an existing auxiliary employee could be a successful candidate for it. But it was my word that I used for intern. I should confirm with Roland. Is that accurate?
It's actually not. Well, the word intern is correct, but it's not a student. It is a recent graduate.
Okay. Oh, thank you. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Woodward.
Yeah, can you go back to the salary and wages water slide? Or the slide that says salary and wages?
This one?
No, the one with the diagram of the water mains plus the services, that one there. So the fees related to these are not changing as part of the budget process, that's done, any fee review is done through a separate process? Am I correct about
Yeah,
that?
the fees and charges review usually follows pretty closely after the budget is
After the
adopted.
budget, yeah. So then if you take me over to non-discretionary list. That one there. So the revenue increases, that's not contemplating any fee for actual specific service, which are driving the salary issue. That 452 is simply the increase in the fees that are being charged. Is that correct?
It's a historical look at revenues and where we've been achieving revenues higher than what we've budgeted for. We feel like they're sustainable, we bring them in. Usually there's a little bit of a lag before we bring in new revenues from new services because they don't always materialize right away. So we look at this on an annual basis and we look to see how our revenues are tracking against our budget for revenues. And if they're constantly coming in higher and we feel confident they can be sustainable, then we pull them into the budget process.
That's also driving the expense. Is that? I want to be sure I'm linking the two together, right? So it's driving the increased need for hours to service the requests?
That would be a case where there are many cases in engineering and recreation alike where certainly you have expenses, you need to spend money and then you make the money. Definitely they're linked, yeah.
It just looked like a big number to me, but if that's sustainable, then that's fine. And then the estimated growth of 2%. So that's different than the 1.5% on the previous section.
Correct.
So I'm just curious, so why is this one 2% and the other one's 1.5%? I'm trying to understand
Just
that.
the metrics that drive those, the utilities are different than property taxes.
I understand what those metrics are.
Yeah, it's just the number of units. So it's a little bit based on historical and what we've been able to achieve. We actually have, however, I want to just clarify, this might partially answer your question. We are bringing in a little bit of excessive revenue from utilities. From in last year's, we estimated 2%, and it actually came in about $404,000 high, which is why you're talking about that possibly looking like a high number.
So, Karen, perhaps it's easier to explain, though, in terms of, I think the question is, well, why is 1 2 and why is 1 1.5? The water utility is mostly in the urban area. The utilities have been in the urban areas. Their growth is fairly predictable, I guess, depending upon number of housing starts. So we can see what that area subset's going to look like in the impact. When you look at the overall township, you get to the rural properties that have greater fluctuations in the valuations. They go up and they go down. As we're looking at it right now from time to time, we're simply able to forecast better the urban than we are the rural, and the rural has to allow for a number of changes. Traditionally, although it may be changing now, we've been seeing more steady growth in some of the multifamily areas than we have been seeing in some of the rural properties, which do have wide variations, however.
Yeah, and that's a minutia that I don't need to consume the presentation time to dig into. I can do that on my own time. I just want you to, again, just try to clarify for me again, revenue increases versus the additional resources that are being requested for additional staff hours to service those service requests. That's directly linked to revenue. Like I'm going to use an example to clarify. Fire hydrant use. Developer or construction project wants to use a fire hydrant, someone's got to go out there and do that, and you charge a fee for that. We could increase those fees to reduce this burden on people that don't use fire hydrants, for example. Am I trying to link what's driving the need for staff time versus how do we recover that from the people that are creating that demand, not just putting on every single person that uses water?
Right. I think I hope I am answering this correctly. There is a bit of a time lag between when we budget for the expenditure and when we budget for the revenue. So I would suggest that in engineering operations, when they budget for these new positions, there's not a direct link where I'm going to increase the position, I'm going to increase the revenue because of that position, always. Sometimes there is, but in some of the more general described ones, there is not, and then we use the historical trend to increase the budget in the next 1 or 2 years. So there's a bit of a it's a conservatism principle where we wait to see that the revenues are actually materializing, as opposed to budgeting them to materialize because we've added this expense, and then they take some time usually to get going.
So if we don't, if we sort of focus on a couple of increasing staff hours in whatever form, and new positions or additional part-time, that's a bit of a lag in keeping up with these revenue increases. So
Correct.
It's not directly linked to we're gonna add more bodies. We're already doing this work and people are struggling to keep up. Is that more accurate?
Right, that's right.
Is that more accurate? Okay,
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. And just for council's information, I think once we're done this section, we'll take a little short break. Yep.
So this is the summary of what we've gone through in water. This is probably good timing. So the base budget increase, 989, 1,656, and 1,083, plus the position, the shared position across the two utilities, brings us down to the 4.9%, 10.79%, and the 15.7% increase that we talked about in these three utilities. Then we try to show it as a representative house. In the tax side of the world, it would be based on the value of the home, and I'll talk about that when we get to the property tax side. But in this particular case, it's just a representative house. It's just a house that's getting water, sewer, and or solid waste. Not all three, any one of them. But if you're a subscriber to water, a subscriber to sewer, a subscriber to solid waste, these would be your costs. So the 2018 total is the $1,232.31 in 2018. The change that's being recommended is $111.81 for a total of $1,344 is what the new charges would be in 2019. The solid waste is a little bit of a higher increase in that the CART program is meant to sustain the rate for the next five years from 2019 to 23.
A question. So I know we pay per house. Are there any residential properties that are metered? For example, if a house is a 1,200 square foot house, it pays these rates. If a house is a 10,000 square foot house, and they require a larger line coming into the house, and they've got swimming pools and everything else, are they metered because of the larger size pipe, or are they paying the same rate?
My understanding is that was challenged a few years ago, and they are paying the flat rate fee, if I'm not mistaken. There was a time where we did meter the larger, if it was the larger than standard line, and that was fought by the taxpayer, and it was agreed that they would pay the flat rate if they were residential.
Okay. Is there, maybe this is a question for Mr. Seffi, is there any appetite or interest to start looking at that? I know other municipalities in Metro Vancouver have gone to metering. It does two things. It helps reduce water usage because people are now paying a fee, but I know we need the same amount of money to come in no matter what, but it's going to accommodate for those who use more and for those who use less. I know it's not a politically fun thing to do, but it's something I'm seeing in other municipalities. So I don't know, Mr. Seffi, has there been any talk about that? Or
Your Worship, there have been discussions about this topic for many years, as you know, and it really depends on, I guess, obviously Council's direction, but more importantly, what it is that Council wishes to I guess the end objective. Is it to provide some incentive for people to use less water, or is it to generate more revenue? So there have been sort of two schools of thought, if you will. Some municipalities who've actually gone down the path of metering have reversed their approach and now going away from that because of the cost implications not being worth the actual initiative. So it's something we could certainly look into and provide more information to Council.
I know there's other consequences of it. I've heard, I think, metering reduces water use, so you don't get the amount of water going through, keeping the pipes clean, and there's been other challenges that pop up. But just a thought. I was wondering where we were with that. Thanks. Councillor Richter?
Yeah, just some additional questions. I'm still trying to wrap my head around 15% increase for solid waste. The increase going from 290 to 330 in 2019, does this apply to multifamily residents or just single-family residents?
That's the single-family residential rate. The little chart provided down below shows that the multifamily would be 250, going from 215 to 250.
From 215. And why are theirs lower?
They have the 120 liter container.
I have a 120 liter, so will I get a lower rate?
You'd get the 250 rate.
So anybody who's got the big green can right now or a big black can can change to the smaller ones and get reduced rates?
As long as it can hold their garbage, yeah.
As long as it can hold their garbage, okay. So, and the trucks that are being, re-outfitted, are those for the recycling as well as the regular garbage?
Yeah.
So both types of trucks are being re-outfitted. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Woodward?
Yeah, I would also be on the side that probably the cost of the metering and the infrastructure probably isn't worth it. But yeah, we do not have a feedback loop where there's much incentive to use less water. I had one question, though. If there's any, maybe Mr. Backen could also help with this one. If there's been any consideration that I do find this a little unfair. Let's say you have a 3,000 square foot lot in Bedford Landing and your house is on that lot, and then someone else with a 15,000 square foot lot has a 10,000. We assume they typically build the largest house they can. Is there some mechanism to maybe look at a loop or some way to feedback that if you do have a larger lot, you pay a larger share, assuming you probably have a larger house? Because this does seem like a fairly blunt object in terms of the water.
I don't believe there is. I don't believe there is any.
Yeah, and that's the other. There's no real way to create this feedback loop in terms of actually charging people for how much water they typically probably use.
Again, the challenge is you may have a large home that has a sole occupant because of historical reasons, or you may have a small home that has a large family because of economic reasons. The best way, as Mr. Seffi suggested, is to actually have a metering process that actually indicates that. The challenge is the cost and the upkeep of the metering process in some municipalities has been seen to be higher than the actual benefit it provided.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ferguson.
Plus, people don't like meters that much. It's a challenge. I do want to comment with Councillor Richter as well. I think you could a little refrain a bit from advising people to go from the bigger container. I think I got 2 of those bigger containers to the smaller because they can break if you put too much weight in them. I know when I was putting all those concrete slabs in, Mr. Mayor, I know that kind of broke my container. But no, I wasn't doing that. Anyway, but they can break it just as you put too much garbage or put the wrong kind of garbage, especially with recycling stuff. When you get the season where you're putting all your grass clippings and all your tree stumps in and stuff, it ends up being a bit heavy. So we got to watch telling people to hold back.
We'll give you a composter. Councillor Richter.
Just to follow up on Councillor Ferguson, so if somebody's got 2 big black carts, do they pay $660 a year?
I'd have to defer to. I think they pay based on the cart rate, the base cart rate. So if your family has a 240 liter, actually, I should probably defer to you to answer, Harb.
One green one is a big one, one black one, a green one.
So the base rate's just one time, and the cart rate is yes. So yes, Councillor
So
Richter.
is it a per cart?
You'd pay the
fee?
cart rate for your household, and then you'd pay you'd pay the base rate for your household, and you'd pay the cart rate for how many carts you have. So if you have 2 240 liter carts, you'd pay the 240 liter price for those, which is the 160. So you'd only pay the 170 one time.
So you pay the 170 one time, but then if you've got 2 big carts, you have to pay 160 times 2?
Right.
Ah, yeah. So Steve, maybe you want to get rid of your other big cart.
And get a composter. All right, Councillor Arneson.
Yes, thank you. I just want to go back to the water metering because I know for decades it's been a hot topic and it's definitely something that some people really reject as a notion, and I understand there's some pragmatism about the cost. But, and I'm not on this committee, but I would assume from a Metro perspective that somebody should be doing an analysis of the amortization of the costs. So if we're going to have to consider in the future to open up new watersheds, that's a huge expenditure. And so I don't know why we can't look, instead of the individual who's maybe purchasing that and adding it to the cost of their home, having more of a global approach, because I think it's a false economy to say, well, it's too expensive up front. And at a certain point, I don't know how they're making these things, but I had one in Toronto. It looked as old as a house, and the house was 60 years old, and I never had a problem with mine. So I'm not sure what they're doing in terms of the technology, but I really do think it's something that we need to look at. You know, we are going into an era of water scarcity, and so, you know, just to say, well, people are really against that, it does help to conserve, and there's many jurisdictions that have proved that's true. There'll probably have to be some balancing done between people who are larger users, etc. But you know, I think it's not reasonable to say, well, just because of the upfront cost and people are pushing back against that we're not going to consider that, because I think it's the only thing that rationally will help people to conserve on their water use, because it does have a direct impact on their bill.
Thank you. And I think from what I heard from Mr. Seffi is that it would be a council direction to go that route if we want to do it as a municipality, but also maybe down the road, as you refer to, it might be a regional decision to bring all municipalities in line and for conservation reasons. There are many reasons, that's one of them, and certainly it does cost a lot of money to clean the water and pump it, and also to get it to your home, and then also to get it out of your home, pump it and clean it and put it back in the ocean. So there's costs all the way around it. Down the road, maybe it'd be a regional thing that would be looked at. All right, we'll move on, and then I think we'll take a break once we're done this.
I think we're there.
Slide deck. Yeah.
Oh. So this is just a comparison. I'll show you the same thing on the representative household on the tax side, and we're on the lower half in the tax side, so there'd be an averaging, but this is where we land in 2018 in comparison to Metro Vancouver and Fraser Valley Regional District. And that's just the sum up of the rates.
And let's look at the user fees. Okay.
That's just user fees, yeah.
Yeah. So we're up. Okay.
And then we're to the resolutions, which we're probably not ready to entertain yet, so I would leave it with that.
Okay. Any questions on this at all? And then we'll break for a few minutes. See no questions. Thanks for that part. We'll take a bit of say 10-minute recess. All right for everyone? So you have a motion to put on, Councillor Whitmarsh, pass the budget and go home? Everything? We don't need the rest of this? We don't need this? Okay. Recess is over.
The school buzzer. Oh no, we all flinch. Yeah.
He jumped. He remembers the school buzzer, so that's why I rang it. And Councillor, just wait. We'll just give Councillor Woodward a minute. I'd like to have everybody here for this. That was just the first buzzer. In school, they have the first one and then they have the second one. Yeah.
Right.
I don't think we want to go through a second one. I'll find a different tone. Yeah. Okay, no need for the second buzzer.
All right.
All right, so now we're going to go through the preliminary 2019 operating budget, Universal Services. And this goes, if you flip over to Universal Services tab in your binders, you will get to that. The deck that's just been put onto our tables for later. So right now we're on Universal Services. All right.
Correct. Thank you, Your
Turn it
Worship.
over to you, Ms. Sinclair.
I have one correction to make. That's why it's great to have the team all here. On Councillor Richter's question about the position that was split between water and sewer, that was showing 41,000 in water, 41,000 in sewer with conversion of an existing position. It has one more branch, and that third piece is in stormwater. So we're going to visit it in the Universal Services. So this is what a service enhancement that staff presents to finance looks like. And you can see under costs there, you can see the three components of the cost of the salary and wages for this environmental coordinator 2. And then below is the existing technical assistant staff that's being converted into an environmental coordinator. So there is one more piece to it. So the entire value of the position is the 20 plus the 41 plus the 41. And unfortunately, we've shown the water and sewer ones as service enhancements, and we've shown the stormwater one as in the base. So we have a little bit of this going on.
Okay. Councillor Richter.
Yeah, okay, so let me understand this correctly then. The position that's currently paid, the 62,000, is that person just being upgraded to a higher salary, or are we not going to have that person in the 62,000 job anymore, and we're going to hire somebody different for the...
Yeah, we're not going to have the technical analyst position anymore, and we're going to hire the environmental coordinator position.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, moving to Universal Services. So this is the property tax supported side of the budget. The format will be very similar to water and sewer solid waste user fees. It's just property taxes instead of user fees. So these are the three items that were referred to the budget process. I just wanted to check, is my voice coming spiky, or am I standing here?
It's good.
It's
yeah,
okay?
you're just fine.
Because I know sometimes the people are right there and it's like,
No, you're perfect.
okay. Would be horrible. Okay, good.
Yeah, it picks up really well.
Good. Okay, so these are the three items that were referred to the budget process during the year 2018. The tree protection bylaw is currently, it will come up when we look at a list of one-times for funding, which are project-oriented type things that we fund from prior year surplus. So I'll talk a little bit more about that when we get there. Community Input Group Task Force was referred to the 2019 budget deliberations. At this stage of the game, it's just for discussion, so we don't have anything specifically in the budget for this item. And then the Langley Care Foundation was referred to the budget process, and it is included in the base at $33,000. We had been funding it through one-times in the past for about 8 years, and we've converted it to the base.
Thank you. Councillor Richter has a question.
Okay, the Community Input Group Task Force, they had a list of ideas that they wanted to have done, and I think it was the ideas that was referred to the budget process, but council included review of those ideas when they did their council priorities workshop.
Okay.
So I don't think this one needs to be on there anymore. Okay. And the Langley Care Foundation, what exactly was that again?
That's Langley Lodge.
Langley Lodge. Yeah. And we've agreed to give them $33,000 a year?
Correct.
Okay.
Yep.
That's correct.
And why are we funding healthcare?
So I think at this point, it's just for our information. We have an opportunity when it comes up in the budget, or is this a good time to discuss? Because the motion was put in, and this any council can change this at any time. That's correct. Yeah. So the appropriate time to include this, to leave it in, is not, or to take it out is now, or is there a place in the discussion where it's more appropriate?
It's fine to discuss now.
Okay, great. So then it would be a motion of council then to remove it if we needed to. So Councillor Richter, happy to entertain your questions, and Mr. Backen can help out too, I think, regarding this. So Mr. Backen, this $33,000 a year, just to be clear, has been approved in previous years, and there is a motion to include it in the 2019 to 2023 budget that council deliberated on, I believe, in 2018, early in 2018.
Your Worship, I hear what you're saying, and you're correct on that one, but I think if we're going to discuss them now, we should begin with the first one, just because it disposes of them in order for the purpose of the minutes.
Okay.
Karen, are there any financial costs associated with the first one, and if so, have they been included, or do they need to be included?
For the tree protection bylaw, we have included, this is one of the 5 planning amounts that Mark referred to earlier, so we have included $100,000 for the planning of the tree canopy protection options.
Okay, and Mr. Backen, so that $100,000 would be for staff time, and if there's consultants or anything else that comes along, do you feel that the $100,000 is enough to complete this task? Or is it just, are you being conservative on it, or are you being optimistic on it?
We'll ask Mr. Seffi as to the tree protection bylaw item, which is here, which has been effectively rolled into the council priorities item for the $100,000. Is that going to be sufficient to carry out the groundwork we need to?
If I'm not mistaken, I was just consulting with Mr. Winslade, but if I'm not mistaken, in Mr. Tulumelo's area, there is another item. Or Mr. Sheepmaker.
Yeah, but for the...
Probably Mr. Tulumelo. I believe Mr. Neufeld has incorporated an item that is going to go towards this. I believe it's $150,000.
For what?
So is that the tree canopy
tree protection bylaw? That's correct, Your Worship, yes.
And in the budget, we'll just get clarification on how much is actually in this budget for this particular item.
Which is to be funded out of the tree replacement fund of $150,000.
So, Your Worship, these two can go together for a total of $250,000 to go towards the same objective.
Okay. And Mr. Backen, does staff require a motion from council to initiate that?
Well, this is confirmed that the money is now in the budget to the extent of $250,000. So I guess the question was, first of all, was $100,000 enough, or is $250,000 too much?
Well, I believe $250,000 would be adequate to get us going, and if there's money left over, it can go towards the implementation.
Oh, Councilor Richter still has some more questions, but what we could do is flag this, and then at the end, when we get to discussions, budget discussions, and that would be a good time to discuss whether it's in or out once we've seen the whole picture.
Correct, Your Worship. My point is right now it's in, so
Yeah.
nothing needs to be done at this time. It can be taken out now or later if council wishes.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Richter?
Yeah, I would like to flag it because the urban forest management plan is not the same thing as protecting the existing canopy that's already there. And this was about protecting the existing canopy, not managing urban forests. And so I think the extra $150K is an unfair addition.
Okay, so we can flag this for further discussion once we get to that
please.
part in the budget. Okay, thank you.
So, Your Worship, just again, we can certainly flag it, but it's in the budget now,
Yes.
both items.
So
So if we're flagging it, the presumption may be we're going
Flagging to
to...
remove it. If the only option would be to remove it or enlarge it or to
That's right.
split it or to do whatever. So we'll just
That's
flag
right.
it for once. I think it's better once council gets a full picture of the budget as Ms. Sinclair goes through, and we have items that are of interest to various members of council. They can be flagged, and then we can have that discussion, and we can vote on the items at that time.
Your Worship, the second topic.
Yeah.
I was going to say, just to bring the two pieces together, the write-up for the 150, which is in capital, says research and creation of an urban forest management plan to identify current state of tree cover in urban areas of Langley and identify specific locations where the tree cover can be increased on public lands.
Okay. Okay, so we can flag that for
So it's been flagged.
discussion. Thank you.
Then the next one is the
next item?
community
Oh,
input.
I've got more. Another question.
okay,
Is this on the tree one, Councilor Davis? Councilor Davis.
Well, go ahead. Okay, you say we're going to come and talk to them. What do you mean? Like, why don't we just talk to them right now and deal with it?
Well, we may get a list. I think
Okay.
if we can get the whole budget into our heads, and then there's a list of items that are flagged, then once we see the whole picture, we may.
okay, but
we know
I'm-
what has to come out, what has to go in.
But if we do leave,
Yeah.
like, these are two different things, are they not? A canopy and a tree bylaw are two different things.
Yeah, so we'll deal with it. We're not taking it out.
One
or
thing about
putting
leaving
out.
it in, the 250,000, then at least, I'm just, we don't want to double up. Okay, yeah, okay, maybe I'll talk about it later.
Yeah, once we get to the point, we'll have discussions on each
Okay,
item.
thanks.
And then that allows staff to have some prep time to bring us any further reports if they needed or speak to it. Okay, so the next one, Mr. Backen.
Worship, the background is correct, as Councilor Richter suggested is correct. We had the Community Input Task Force. At that time, they made certain recommendations. There was a general reference made to the budget process to make sure they'd be considered, but as was pointed out, the council, as part of their priority sessions, had those priorities. They reviewed them, deliberated upon them, considered them, and came up with priorities that in part were based upon them, but they also could be different. So this particular one is not in the budget with any funding at this point. It needs no further action unless someone wishes to revisit any of the priorities from the Input Group Task Force, which would have economic or financial consequences associated with them.
Okay, so I'll ask council if there's any, at this point, discussion regarding the input. Councilor Arneson.
Thank you, Worship. Just off the top of my head, and I could stand to be corrected, but I think the invasive species aspect was, discussed quite broadly. I don't think that there's anything in our current budget plan for any kind of assessment or a strategy to deal with the invasive species, but I do recall that was one of the things that was put forward by the task force group.
So maybe Mr. Seffi could help me out with this. I believe we do have, as a municipality, a policy or action around invasive species, some of them anyway, but maybe you could elaborate a little bit more if more needs to be done.
Yes, Your Worship, we do. I guess the point to keep in mind is that what we have is with respect to public lands only. We do not have any control over, nor do we wish to have any control over private property.
Right, we have no jurisdiction over private property, but we already are working on, we do have a policy on our own public property, roadsides and parks and that sort of thing.
Sorry, could I ask a question then, a clarification? Does that include our waterways?
It depends which waterway and which jurisdiction. Mr. Seffi?
If we have a right-of-way, Your Worship, yes, it does, but not if we do not have any ability to access or maintain the waterway.
The stream going through private property would be we don't have the jurisdiction to go into that.
That's correct.
The Fraser River would be provincial, wouldn't it? Because okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
Yep,
thanks.
thanks.
Councillor Richter?
Yeah, just to follow up on the invasive species, as I recall, there was some sort of a plan or a strategy put together. It was brought to council. It was approved by council, but it's never been funded. It always falls below the funding line. So I would like to flag invasive species from the point of view of funding some of the recommendations that were brought forward in that report to council, which was quite a few years ago now, as I recall.
Okay, so then we can...
And that would be on public lands. Apparently, we're just not dealing with them as much as we should.
We could flag that, and if staff could bring back information on what's happened since that report, Mr. Backen.
Right. So just to confirm for staff, we'll be flagging the potential, the issue of invasive species and potential budget adjustments to reflect the previous, reports or information that was provided to council.
Okay. Because I'm not sure if actions have been taken and it may be already included in the budget or if more needs to be included. Thank you. Okay, so then Langley Care Foundation. That is included in the draft budget. Again, if a member of council wishes to flag that for further discussion, certainly can. And if there's any questions right now, Mr. Backen may help out.
Bishop, this is here only because it was actually something council directed to the budget process, which was included. The direction was to include it, so it remains included unless there's a contrary direction from council. You may recall, I think there was a delegation that appeared, and the council at that point heard the delegation and made the determination to include it, but to ensure that it was flagged.
Councillor Davis?
Okay, are we going to talk about it later?
If you want to flag it, if you have any questions right now, that would help, but we could flag it for decision
but
later.
if we don't flag it, we're going to leave it in there.
That's right.
Okay, I'd like to leave it in there because it's in my two terms, and there's an awful lot of township older people that stay there, and so that's why I think we've always supported it. I think the percentage is higher of township people in there than city people.
Because it's non-profit. Right.
Yeah, so I'd like, okay, sorry, I shouldn't.
That's fine.
I don't want to flag it.
No. Okay, thanks. Councillor Long?
Yeah, and I just wanted to confirm then, it was a motion that was passed. Quite often we'll refer the request for consideration to the budget process. But in this case, if this is a motion that was passed, then you'd have to unpass it, wouldn't you?
We would have to, council would have to make a motion to, and this council could, to be very within this council mandate,
to retract.
Well, it wouldn't be retract that one, and just make a motion to take it out. And I think it would be as simple as that. Is that right, Mr. Backen? If we were to make a motion to remove that from the budget, that would be within this council's mandate and jurisdiction.
It certainly could, Your Worship, although I'm just somewhat cautious because it was decided after hearing from a delegate. There's no need to do that, but then we're just giving council that reminder. It could be removed here, could be removed later. It can be removed any time up to the budget bylaw being adopted.
Okay, thanks.
On the other hand, we passed it quite a while ago. That means people are counting on getting the money. So,
yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Richter?
Yeah, I'd like to flag it because I still don't understand why municipal government is paying for health care. It's not our jurisdiction.
Fair enough.
Worship, not to be an advocate, but I recall the delegation. The health care was not the component. It was the extracurricular activities that were being funded from the funds they were gathering. So the newsletter references all sorts of activities for the seniors. Again, not advocating, but to clarify that they weren't using it for the base amount. It was for the supplementary activities.
Thank you. Okay, but we can flag it for decision. Okay. Or unless we want to make the motion now, but I think it's better to let's go through the whole process and we can just flag it and we can go through them one at a time when the time is right. Okay, thanks. We'll move on.
Okay. So very similar to the user pay presentation, these are the revenue and cost drivers in the property tax supported side of the budget, which is universal services. So we have property tax revenue from growth, which we've talked a little bit about already. We have development revenue, which is building permits, application fees, etc., in the Community Development Department. We have other user fees and charges that are charged throughout recreation, predominantly police and fire. You'll get a better sense of those fees and charges when we bring forward the fees and charges bylaw, for sure. We have the same issues in the salary and wage contracts, QP, IAFF, employer health payroll tax, steps and increments. We have some special contracts on the property tax side, which is the RCMP. We'll have a slide on that. Fraser Valley Regional Library, we'll have a slide on that, and ECOM. We have Regional District and TransLink, supporting transportation and recycling. Maintenance contracts, again, equipment and vehicle costs, and asset maintenance. And similar to the user pay, this is just a slide on to give you a snapshot on all revenues other than property taxes. And the first item being transfers from own funds, which are, it includes quite a few different types of things. For example, we have one scenario where we're bringing in money from one amenity reserve to pay out to another amenity reserve. So for bylaw purposes, we have to show both the revenue coming in and the expense going out. So this one is when we transfer in money from our own sources to fund either one-times or carry forwards, or to move money from one reserve to another. That's what that one is. So really the first major line of true revenues is the special levies and grants in lieu, followed by sales of services, and then so on down the line. And on the expense side of things, salary and wages is the largest expense component on the property tax side, unlike the GVRD or Metro Vancouver charges on the other side, the regional charges. Special service and maintenance contracts includes the RCMP contract. Oh, no, sorry, it doesn't. The next one's the RCMP contract is below. Contribution to capital transfers to reserves, materials and surplus, materials and supplies, equipment, and all the way down to regional charges is a small component of this budget.
Percentage-wise, salaries and wages, and I suppose you include salaries and wages in the contracts, what percentage of our entire budget is made up of wages, salaries and wages?
It's about $85 million of, let me see. Yeah. Sorry. There we go. So the salaries and wages are $85 million of this. Always check your calculator before you decide to use it. About 42% of 203.
Thanks.
So actually,
it's 203 million and it's 83. It sounds like
I'm actually going to double check that on my phone.
But then it's, Councillor Richter has a question while you're. Yeah, that's right. Councillor Richter, quick.
Yeah, the special service and maintenance contracts is, it looks to me like about 38 million, 39 million?
Yep.
Out of the 203?
Correct.
And what exactly is in those?
So there's 28 million is just your general service and maintenance contracts. There's consulting and professional services of 5 million. Then we have community and technology, communications and technology, which is another 3.2 million. So that's bringing us pretty close to the 38. So it's general service and maintenance contracts, things like planet area maintenance, inspection services, everything we do on our buildings and roads for and storm sewers for preventative maintenance, as well as consulting and professional services, and communications and technology, which is all the licensing agreements that we go sign into for the technology.
How much has this component been growing over the last, say, 5 years?
Well, it was. I only have 2018 here, so I would, rather than take up the time, I will get that for you.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Karen, we also have to then include the impact on salaries and wages, because if that is a contracting out, then that means that the salary and wages have gone down, so there's a bit of a balance that goes. If it's truly special contracts, say due to new technology requirements, then that would be simply an increase in the cost of doing business.
Correct. right.
Thank you.
And 2019 issues and challenges. So I'm going to have a slide, as I did with the user pay. I'll have a slide on each of these items to talk to, and so I'll just start right down with that. So regional costs, the RCMP, we have two regional costs that are highlighted here. One is the RCMP cost, and the other one is Fraser Valley Regional Library. The RCMP and commitment to protective services is highlighted here. So the increase, not including the annualization of officers last year, so we hired 4 officers October 1st of last year, and budgeted for that, for those October, November, and December. We're annualizing those this year. This number does not include that. This is the general rollover of the policing contract from one year to the next. And the items that make up the $577,000 are highlighted below in the categories of salaries, indirect costs, and division administration. So even though we pay a contract fee, it is based on what they call a fully loaded price of an RCMP officer. And these are the things that go, these are the big pieces that go into an RCMP officer. So the RCMP has been in negotiations for their own salary increases for the past few years, starting from January 1, 2017. So we're providing a 2.5% increase in 17, 18, and again in 19. So that's worth $218,000 in the 2019 budget, 218 of the 577. Indirect costs has to do, the biggest component of indirect costs are the members' pensions, and the pensions are 19.07% of pensionable salaries, and they are also impacted by the 2.5% increase compounded over 3 years. So the value of that increase is 55. And then finally, their share of what they call div administration or division administration is $28,000 per member, or $29,000 per member. So the total of that is $304,000, which completes the increase that we're seeing in our budget in 2019. And I have another way of showing you that information that might be helpful.
So just going back to that, the $218,000 increase is the anticipated salary increase based on contract negotiations. And is that just for 2019, and we've already accommodated in the 2017 and 2018 budgets?
We would have accommodated them, yes.
So that's been put aside,
yeah.
And we're not adding that. It's not total for the 3 years. That's just for 2019.
It actually, it's a little bit of both. We've done it per year for the RCMP detachment, but for integrated services, we caught it, all 3 of them up this year.
I see. Okay,
it's the smaller amount.
Councillor Richter.
So the last one there, division administration, that's E-division?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, the other question I have, this is for the members. What about all the support staff we provide them? Where are those costs captured?
This is just talking about the contract. You're correct. This is just talking about the contract increase. The police, we have a division called Police Services, which includes more than just the contract. But this is just talking about the contract component of that. Okay. So they'll have the normal for municipal admin staff, like the
undercovered under QP as well.
Yeah.
Can we get broken out numbers for those the police services support staff?
Aaron, I think we should pause. Can you check your numbers? I don't think we added any service enhancements or numbers as in their presentation for the police.
Say that again?
So I don't think we added any support staff for the RCMP members in this budget. I think there might have been something in capital for fixing the building up, but can you just take a moment and determine if we added anything in our service enhancements and our police presentation page for those members? Because I don't think we did.
We added a lead hand guard, which is not the same. I don't believe that's what we're talking about. But we've included 3 members and a lead hand guard.
The lead guard would be a QP employee, not a.
Correct.
Yeah.
The lead hand guard.
Yeah.
So there's no support staff being added other than a lead hand guard, which we'll cover when we get to the police slide. Well, one thing to be cautious of is that Karen was correct, and it cannot be understated. Cannot be overstated that the 2.5 is an estimate. If the national mediation or national process leads to an increase that's higher, if they say it's 3% per year, there'll be a residual we'll have to make up at some future point, depending upon what that actually is.
Yeah, and going back to the support staff for police services, maybe the easiest way is just the percent that we spend on that over the last 5 years. So what I'm trying to get at is that support constant, or has it been increasing? And if it's been increasing, how much each year?
Thank you. Okay, got that. Councillor Ferguson?
Yeah, just a couple of real quick questions. Now that I remember originally when the E division was first built and they started occupying that, the rates were quite high for accommodation. Has that been changed or moved around or anything like that, or we're just kind of biting the bullet for it, if I may? Through the chair, I don't know who would know that.
So with the addition of green timbers.
Yeah, I was
there
going to
an
mention
increase.
that. The increase was fairly substantial when green timbers opened, yeah. And then now it's just been the inflationary costs associated with that.
But did anybody change the rate or anything like that, or just stayed whatever it was, like it was?
I think it was negotiations with the federal government, and they were pretty solid, so it was hard for the province to... The province was also in the same boat trying to get those rates reduced and negotiating with the federal government. I don't believe they were successful.
No.
And then the municipal governments had their share, and but it falls from the province. The province is the main negotiator in that contract. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the second question was, if Surrey was to leave, that E division would still be sitting there. Would that mean to say our costs would go up as well?
We've had a conversation with them. They feel, I believe E division feels like they would deploy the officers. Well, a lot of them would probably convert to municipal officers. I'm not sure if I'm getting into an area where I should be getting into. And then also they would deploy the others to municipalities that don't have their full complement. Like we don't have our full complement. We're about 95% funded. So they would be redeployed. So E division would be fine.
In short, it's a difficult question because some RCMP members would change to the private force, some would not. At the end of the day, then, because they're a national force, they can redeploy across Canada. So the question then becomes, does the div admin cost increase per constable because of the fact there's fewer people from Surrey that are fewer members from Surrey that are paying for it? They're indicating they will do the best they can to manage those costs. So their hope is that they would not, because they'd actually decrease proportionally. But there's always economies of scale and more members. So it's something that we're not going to know until that happens and we can see what the fallout is. Thank you.
We'll send the bill to Surrey. All right.
This next slide is just, for interest's sake, includes a further breakdown of the components of the div administration and different things that go into what they refer to as a fully loaded police officer. So that gives you a bit of a trend. Councillor Richter, you asked about 5 years. I know you asked a different question, but here's 5 years of the average cost of an RCMP officer over the last 5 years.
Councillor Richter.
Yeah, that last line, indirect costs, what's that?
That would be a component of the div administration.
Component.
That's E division's indirect costs, so that could include if they had, I'm not seeing what's there, but they had janitorial services as part of E division, or other things that may go along with that. Training, as a good example, that's their indirect costs, not our indirect costs.
And this is just a chart to show you where we're at and where the City of Langley are at since we share with them. Our authorized strength has been growing. There was a point in time at the beginning in 2015 when we were at 90%. So that the upper chart is our authorized strength and the lower chart is what our average actual strength was. And so we were at about 90% in 2015, 93% in 2016. 95% in the latter 2 years, so 2017 and 18. And that's consistent with Superintendent Powers saying he's been really on the federal government to provide the people that we ask for. So we are getting up there towards what would be called full strength, but we still are only at 95%.
Our authorized strength is reflected in the budget and it's not spent each year?
Correct.
Okay, so it's budgeted for, it's not spent, and so then it goes back to the municipality, it goes into the capital.
Half of it goes into the RCMP building reserve,
and
the other half falls to surplus to go into capital. Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Long.
How does it compare with the cities? Are they at the same percentage, or are they?
Let's see. So in 2015, they were at 87%, so they were slightly less than us in 2015. And now
They're at 44.8.
Yeah,
They're not much more, about the same.
They're at 86%, so yeah, they're a little, just.
That's, yeah, they should be at least where we are, shouldn't they? you think?
They haven't been adding to the degree that we've been adding a little bit faster than they have.
Yep. Councillor Long, or Ferguson?
I know this is a really quick conversation, but when you say the city, it's an age-old problem, haven't been adding, what does that mean they haven't been adding?
So they, for 2014 through 18, or 15 through 18, we've added six officers, and they've added one, I believe. So they have not been at the same level as we have. If you consider that we share 75 to 25, they've only added one.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's the age of when we sit down with, the chief constable or whatever it is, he used to be a thing that they would have to do something as part of our contract or agreement or something. Don't they not do that anymore, or is?
We share still based on crime stats and population. That hasn't changed, the basis upon which we share, cost share.
But I think the question is, there's an authorized strength of 51.35 members per guy. It's 0.35, and they're only putting in funding 44.8. And the desire, I think, what Councillor Ferguson is, the desire of the city to bring it. We're trying to get it up to full strength, and we don't see an indication from the city. I think that's the question. So, in the contract, is there some contractual obligation of a municipality to fund full strength, or is why is it just imbalance there?
My understanding of that part of the contract is if we unilaterally agree to the need to add a position, then we share in it. It becomes part of what we share in. But if we just add them because of Murray's recommendation that we add them on our side, then we bear the brunt of that.
It's a bit more complex, Your Worship. Just remember that the authorized versus the actual doesn't indicate they're not paying it, just they can't get the officers. Yeah. What Karen's referring to is that we have a mechanism where there's certain triggers that means that we agree that members should be added, and the consequences then they share. If, however, if one municipality decides to add more members beyond that formula, then they pay. And that's what we ran into a few years ago, where we decided to add more members than the formula indicated, so we paid, and the city did not. The city has, I think, traditionally shown an interest in adding members, but I don't think they're showing the same. I think our interest has been stronger than some of theirs, and I think that in part that leads to the question of what's the detachment's future as to the physical constraints of it, because it is getting too small at this point, so hence why we have a reserve, so we have options going forward.
Okay, thank you.
Well, my this is probably my most, because it's expensive. This is an expensive part of our budget. I know you're sitting and you're going through all the stuff. It's great, but thank you very much. But this, to me, I don't expect you to answer this question. I don't think maybe the fire chief might be able to. But when the 911 goes in, how many times are they going to the city? And what is the use? What are statistics? What are the facts? Because there's some of us at the table think there's more crime going on in the city. There's some of us that believe that with the homeless and other things. I know we're doing everything we can in the TOL to do it, but there's always been that age-old problem is when when there's a problem, they're all running to the city. And that doesn't mean to say that we don't have to protect our own people, and because we've had challenges over the years. But there's always that age-old, statistically, are they heading to the city? They might not. They might even need 13 officers if nobody committed any crimes, and you wouldn't have to worry about policing.
Right.
But it seems like it's a challenge. That's just my personal opinion.
Calls for service and population are all ways to manage your strength, and
I know just to add a little bit to the discussion, in the last few years, the additions that Murray's made, he's specifically appointed them to either a Township of Langley CPO or a school liaison in the township, or to the Willoughby area of the township. So he does try to make sure that those positions that he's adding that are not unilateral are absolutely serving the township. He does try to do that.
Somebody's shooting it out in the city.
Well, no, that'll always happen. Abbotsford had the police officer was shot. Langley assisted in a great deal. That's a sharing of all, whether you have your own detachment or not, or private police. There'll be those sorts of major events which will draw a lot of resources.
The
But-
integrative teams.
Yeah, but generally overall, our growth is driving more police officers because with more people come more calls for service. But it's an interesting statistic, calls for service in 2 jurisdictions, but also the population growth is driving it a lot too.
And this next slide is a Fraser Valley Regional District snapshot. Now we do levy separately for the Fraser Valley Regional Library. I said Fraser Valley Regional District, Fraser Valley Regional Library. We do levy separately. They have opted for what they call option 2, which is an additional 2% on materials, bringing that to 4%. So they are increasing their material costs by 4%. And to the Township of Langley, that is an increase of $140,785. So you can see that that option 2 line is the one that got adopted by the board. So it's just for information purposes. Doesn't feed into what we're talking about with the township's increase.
Councilor Richter has a question on the library.
Yeah, so when we were in our priorities planning committee, we talked about the need for a new library facility of some sort in Willoughby. Does that $4 million include that?
No.
No. Okay. Are we including something for a new library in Willoughby in the budget?
Your Worship, at this time, I think it's been referred to staff to work through the process to determine the cost, both in terms of the lease, the assets, and as well the impact that would then have on our Fraser Valley Regional Library contract. We don't expect that to be significant in cost this year. It's mostly working with the development community and determining a location of the lease rates. It would be something we'd anticipate Council would be actively discussing from a financial perspective, probably in our next budget cycle starting September, October.
Okay, thank you.
And then we head into salary and wages, and these are the 2 items that we've been talking about, the contract increases across all the different departments, and the employer health tax, and then steps and increments. This is just broken down to the major areas. This is the operating impact of township capital on the property tax side. So this shows, again, the projects that have either finished or are just finishing in 2017-18 or early 19 that require operating funds in 2019. And the same thing on the operating impact of contributed assets from development. So that's 532 in total and 419 in total. Again, our commitment to infrastructure is the same, regardless of if you're in water, sewer, or parks, transportation, storm, or the general fund. We have shown in this budget, we talked a little bit about sustainable revenue. So we have brought in $323,700 of development revenue as service enhancement to help fund some of the community development positions that we'll be talking about as added for service enhancements. So in 2018, a little bit of history. In 2018, building permit revenue was increased by $1.5 million. Development revenue was increased by, $1.1 million. Development revenue was increased by approximately the same. And then it was increased by an additional $80,000 during the year to help fund a permanent full-time bylaw enforcement officer. So we had to take that into consideration when I talk about the revenue being increased. What that is recognizing is that we had a budget for those revenue elements, building permits and development revenue, and our actuals had been coming in higher for a few years. So we don't automatically, when we see that for 1 year, we don't increase the budget just for fear that it's not sustainable. But when we see it continuing on for a few years, we get a comfort level where we can bring that revenue in, and that's what we did in 2018. We're doing the same exercise, and we feel confident and comfortable that we can bring in an additional $323,700 into the 2019 budget to help defray the cost of some of the community development positions that we'll be talking about in a minute, senior planner and plumbing inspector and such.
Thank you. Councilor Richter.
Yeah.
Hey, so we don't have this sheet. Can we get a copy of it? Or will we
Yes.
have
Sorry,
half
this
the
is one of
sheet?
those ones where the page number, by inserting the page number, it deleted that text.
Yeah.
So yes, we can get a copy for sure.
And so the bylaw officer that we did in 2018, it's now being paid fully by development revenue, or are we going to have to keep putting the 80 grand into it?
No, it's being paid fully by development revenue.
Okay, thank you.
So here's a summary of the budget changes. A little bit longer list than water and sewer. So we have, again, the contract provisions and employer health tax, the top two items, followed by step increments and other salary increases. The line that follows is, the next line is facility contract increases. This is taking a look at the maintenance required in all of our facilities and what contracts are required, the contract increases that are required to maintain them. And then the ACUCC increase to both components of annualization as well as cost increases at the same time. We have the RCMP contract that we talked a little bit about on that slide all by itself. And then we have to annualize 4 members that were hired last year on October 1st. And the cost of the 4 members that were hired last year is $513,000 to annualize them. We have the operating impact of township capital and development, which we just looked at in those pink slides. We have shown a contribution to the capital infrastructure renewal and replacement reserve. This is an area that we often will show as a service enhancement, but we didn't do it last year, so we feel it's really, really important. We've got it included in the base here at $500,000. Service and maintenance contracts other, that is a lot of small items, many, many items, $20,000, $10,000, $22,000. It's just a lot of items. Parks, roads, and storm contract increases the same. Fuel, equipment, and vehicle costs, supplies and others. Communication technology contract increases. Those are our licensing agreements and things that we have to renew every year to keep our technology up to snuff. And then we have revenue increases, potpourri of revenue increases. Some of them are just incremental increases in our existing revenues. Others are like the $323,000 that we were talking about, those kinds of larger increases. And then property tax revenue from growth estimated at 1.5, which is coming in at $1,904,000. So that's what we're talking about as required for the base in non-discretionary. And again, that's just to maintain existing service levels.
Councillor Long.
Thank you. The capital infrastructure renewal and replacement reserve, did you say we didn't do that last year?
We did not do that last year, correct.
Why would that be?
It's not new, but it's we did other contributions to capital last year. We did.
Because that used to be 1% or something, or 0.5, or there was a figure of the overall budget that we were putting away for
right
renewal. Is that the same?
This is the same one. Yeah. We didn't do it last year. We put more. We put quite a bit more into the contribution to capital last year to take care of the imminent needs.
And what percentage point would that equal? That's $500,000, I guess.
That'd probably be in about 42%. 0.42%.
0.42.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Councillor Woodward.
So yeah, I'm going to follow up on that too. So the capital infrastructure renewal, so you said it's not new. So could you clarify for me as a new councillor what it is?
So the reserve is not new. Back in 2013, I believe it started, we started to contribute $500,000 a year to that reserve with the idea to build it up. And so every year, so the first year we had $500,000 contribution, the next year we had $1 million contribution, and so on, up to $1.9 million we got. One of those years wasn't exactly $500,000. We scaled it back to $385,000, I think. So it ended up being at $1.9 million in 2017. And then in 2018, we didn't do that transfer in 2018. Instead, we put the funds towards the contribution to capital for roads, storm, parks, and transportation. And so then we're just getting back on track with this one this year, hopefully.
Okay, so where I was going with that, why is it labeled non-discretionary?
As I mentioned, we normally would included it as a service enhancement. We have included it as non-discretionary mainly because we missed a year and we feel it's very important to get caught up just to maintain our existing service levels. You could arguably say that it could be a service enhancement as well.
Okay, so we might be, maybe I'd like to get that flagged then for some further confirmation on the number, because I just want to clarify whether it's non-discretionary or not. So it doesn't sound like it is to me.
On all of the items, they're non-discretionary only in the sense that they represent existing service levels. So in some cases, it'd be pretty difficult to move them, but these are things council could say, let's lower the service level. In the particular reserve that Karen's talking about, I think it's now, with this, it'd be about $2.4 million per year, or is it 1.9?
1.9.
It'd be 1.
Well, with this would be 1.9 plus this.
Plus
so yeah,
2.4.
Yeah, correct.
So that fund is actually designed to maintain our existing buildings and infrastructure. So as we look at the value and the length of service of some of our buildings, I'm just prefacing it that we know that number is not sufficient to replace the air handling units, the pumps, the things that go along with it. It certainly is something council can scale down. It just puts more pressure on the general fund at a later date. But all of those items, then council could say, well, let's look at something. Let's close a rec center, which was not I mean, that certainly would be non-discretionary to us because of our policies and directions, but council could say, well, by so doing, we might save a couple $1 million a year. That would certainly be something council could do.
Yeah, so I'm aware that it's kind of like deferred maintenance versus something else that you pay it eventually or you close the facility. So I just wanted to clarify, there may be just a matter of just learning what's in that 500, what's listed under that specific reserve, what it's actually preparing to replace and repair, and then maybe it'll be more clear why it's labeled non-discretionary, and that may make sense. I want to come back again to this 1.5%. I think you said earlier that was a conservative estimate. What would be an optimistic estimate?
2.5.
So would 2% be something that would be reasonable to put into the budget rather than 1.5, and then if it comes in at 1.8 or 1.9, we make that up in the 2020 budget. So we don't necessarily, so rather than raise taxes and then we end up at 2, we've now taxed people to collect an extra amount of money that we just collected from growth, but we were more conservative, so we taxed for it. Maybe that we could flag this item for further discussion to see whether it's appropriate to project a middle number between conservative and optimistic. I'd like to get that flag.
Yep. And then bring back what that number would look like. We can do the quick math, but it's looks like about 1.2 for every percent. Is that for every percent estimate is about $1.2 million?
Right.
Yeah. So by adding at 0.5, 600,000. Yeah, which would reduce the base by 0.5 then. Yeah. Okay.
Correct.
Yeah. All right. Thanks. And maybe just a comment on the capital infrastructure renewal. I remember the genesis of it coming in. Reserves. There was a time when Township of Langley had reserves that were used for capital infrastructure and had been depleted, and this was an effort to rebuild that reserve. But it certainly can be discussed, and it's something that's at the discretion of council.
And there is a report that I can provide.
One more follow-up on that, just as I don't have to speak again.
Yeah. I thought you were on.
If you could maybe it would be appropriate too, because I've requested a statement. I don't know if it's in this or one of the replacement packages, but the list of all the reserves and maybe it's their high-level intent to get wrap my head around what reserves there are and what they're being replenished for, and whether they're being replenished quickly enough. And then maybe that can be sent to us all if it's not in this package, because I couldn't find it.
The comprehensive is not in this package. It's a summary.
And that's coming come this week or something like that?
Yep.
Whenever we get it, because I don't know what reserves we have and what the amounts are. I just want to learn what they are. That's all.
Maybe when we can stop on the summary, we can talk again. Yeah.
That'd be great. Thanks. Councillor Whitmarsh.
Yes. Just on the same page here, the fourth item down, facility contracts increases in ACUCC. Could you just highlight what those things are?
Sure. So the largest component of it is grounds passive area maintenance. So increased mowing costs. Either we've got no budget in some areas or an insufficient budget that we're trying to get increased to be the amount that we need. We had light snow this year, so that was we didn't have a lot of costs associated with that. We have, where are we here? In stormwater, we have to pay $95,000 now to dispose of materials that we used to take to our own gravel pits. So now we don't have that ability right now, so we have to take it and pay for it to be dumped elsewhere. Because we're in the process of remediating our own gravel pits. We have HVAC increases across multiple facilities. Looks like four facilities. So those are the types of things. We have 135,000 just specifically to deal with a plate heat exchanger leak repairs, and that would just be one item this year, and there'd be something else in that vein next year. So
these are all like external contracts that we have.
Correct. Yeah.
And so they're either the contract is being renewed or increasing to get to this 1.2.
Or the 721 are the items that I was just speaking to.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah.
Like with the ACUCC is just new, so I'm just wondering what the
the ACUCC is
extra is.
It's a combination of annualization as well as things that we now know about, having operated for the better part of a year. So the big items in the ACUCC, so annualizing of the budget was about $303,000. We had chemicals $116,000 higher than we had allotted for, and utility costs are about $200,000 higher than we allotted for. So that was the largest component of the ACUCC.
Okay, so they're not necessarily contracts. They could be dispendable items that we're using, such as chemicals and so on. That is just greater expense than what we realized.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
We would have a contract for chemicals, and that's coming in higher.
Right.
For materials and supplies.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Councillor Arneson.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. If we go back to the infrastructure, I sort of had an exploratory question, and I'm wondering if you could please clarify the degree to which we have historical reserves and categories for things that we know in terms of diking, how much money we want to be able to set aside for those kind of enhancements. Do we have, or would it be helpful to have something with respect to climate mitigation considered in future budgets? I'm not sure if we'd advance that far yet, or if we're already considering that in the works that we're doing to date.
I was looking over to Mr. Seffi, but he had commented.
We do consider it in the works that we do, but I don't believe there's any specific reserve or amount funding that at this point. So it's an overall consideration, but I don't believe there's a specific fund we can draw upon.
Okay. I just might want to bring it forward in another budget year, not this one, because it seems like there might be funding applications or envelopes or grants or things like that that we could take advantage of if we were using that specific category for infrastructure.
Do apply for grants on that category itself, and then those grants go to specific projects or initiatives that have to be related to that topic, the sustainability. But in terms of our own internal reserve fund, I don't think we have one per se. We're simply using surplus or depending upon the nature of it, capital works reserve, depending on what's involved.
Okay. I like the idea of a small levy or surcharge potentially that it applies across the township for our needs, because I do think that's going to become a budget item that we need to have. So those are just thoughts.
We do, following up, Councillor Arneson, through your worship, we do have one reserve that's called the Climate Action Reserve. We do have that. We started that a few years ago. And it's basically each year we get a rebate from, I believe it's a provincial government, on we have to submit all of our efforts to reduce carbon expenditures, and then we get a rebate check from the government, and we put that check into this reserve, and then we use it. It's been around $100,000 to $150,000 the last few years. We use it to fund other energy projects that have the ability to save money. And then we actually passed a policy just a couple of years ago, to create this reserve that we would create it like a revolving reserve, where we would use it for energy-specific projects, and then the savings from what that project created would go back into the reserve and fund the next project that came along.
Carbon credits.
Yeah, our own internal sort of. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay. Councillor Richter.
Several questions here. Under the utilities for AUCC, what's driving that? I thought the whole thing was built to be very energy efficient, that whatever was coming off the heat that was coming off the rink would be used to heat the pool and so on, so it's not working?
Part of it was just the general cost of the natural gas escalations that happened in 2018, or the scare of it. So there was price increases that had not been foreseen. as well as just getting used to what we have running at what times and the energy that's emitted from that and required for that. So it's part of it's a learning experience, and part of it is just the cost that we've incurred over this year that seems to be stabilizing a bit.
And part of it, though, is also the use. The facility's been very successful, so as a consequence, with the season we've tried to establish and the hours of operations we have, it means that we're open a bit longer, a lot more demand, and for every user of the facility, there's not necessarily a cost recovery. There can be actually a bit of an expense. So one of the things we're actually trying to wrestle with is, can we adjust the user fees in such a way as to decrease that number? Part of it, I think, is Karen outlined, is some of the cost drivers that have occurred. Gas has spiked in some of the situations. Some of the supplies have spiked, but we're not sure we've hit the optimal revenue stream for this, and that's a challenge because, of course, we're pricing it the same as our other facilities, but no other facility in the Lower Mainland has some of the options that this does. And one of the things we're trying to consider is, should we be trying to adjust the rates to reflect that?
Okay. Is there an issue of we're heating the pool and running the rink for one or two people to use it? Is that what's happening?
Generally, that would be the case in terms of some of the users in the early morning or late evening. Ice tends to get pretty much equal use because the teams start fairly early and you've got to keep it refrigerated. So from a utility, and the same thing for the water, the utilities would be about the same. It's really going to be our labor costs that are associated with it being open. Labor costs for an arena, traditionally in the mornings and evenings, late evenings, are fairly low. We're just learning what that's turning out to be for the water park. Because of its success and design, you have to have a certain minimum number of people on staff, and that, of course, increases your expenses, and that costs some of the contributions to the cost that we're seeing here.
Okay. It was the operating impact of township capital and development. What exactly is in that for 952 million or 952,000?
The wrong way, sorry. Right here, that was these items here. So these are the capital projects that either just finished or will be finishing early in 2019 that require operating funds, either operating or maintenance funds right away. And this is for the township capital. So that's the 532 piece of that. And then the next list is the development capital that is being turned over to us to take care of. Yeah.
Okay. And then the service and maintenance contracts other, what's included in that?
That's the one that is a laundry list of many different small items. I'm happy to provide that, but it actually would have shown up in the package in these sheets that look like this. It's just too many to put on a slide, but in these sheets, if you were to go through the different individual departments, you would see under service and maintenance contracts.
No, but sometimes the devil's in the details. If you look after the pennies, the dollars will take care of themselves, right? I wonder, so is there a page number that has all those items listed?
Not in one place, but I can definitely pull that together.
Okay. And now fuel, equipment, and vehicle costs. I can understand why we can't do anything about fuel, but what about vehicle and equipment costs? What's driving that? Are we replacing a bunch of vehicles?
No, this one's more about the maintenance of them. So it would be fuel and equipment costs would be about, and this also includes internal and external. So it includes fuel, insurance, maintenance and repairs, parts and accessories required for equipment and vehicles. And it also includes hired equipment. So there might be an opportunity where we hire a dump truck and a driver as opposed to having our own. So it's all of those kinds of costs.
All right, and finally, supplies and other.
And that would be another long list, like the the contracts and other.
Is there a one-page summary of it somewhere?
I can prepare.
Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Woodward?
Yeah, I had a couple of questions occur to me again. Can you go back to that operating impact township capital? So when I read this on the weekend, I made an assumption. I want to clarify that the assumption is correct, that when we get a piece of infrastructure, or we build a piece of infrastructure, this is the new permanent estimated annual cost of that infrastructure. So it's an ongoing, it's not a one-time, it's an ongoing annualized estimate. Okay, I just wanted to, then that's fine. And then go back to the list of what's creating the non-discretionary 5.12. Revenue increases. So if you could remind me again, I know I've touched on that already. If you can remind me again what that is and where that number comes from in terms of an estimate.
Okay.
I don't need specifics. I'm just curious on the process.
So revenue increases comes from in areas where a department might have seen a certain budgeted revenue item coming in significantly higher. They get a comfort level to increase the budget to match how the actuals are coming in.
So similar to the question around the property tax revenue from growth, what is this comfort level and how is it determined from optimistic to pessimistic in terms of coming up with this projection rather than taxing the public? Is there maybe we can edge on the side of more optimistic, and then if it comes back in 2020 that somebody was off, nobody's really upset about it, but we didn't tax somebody to because of some conservatism, maybe for whatever reason there is conservative. Is there more similar to property tax revenue, something that would be more in the line of between pessimistic and optimistic, where that number could move up?
I'd have to check with the individual owners of those revenue budgets, but my sense is that prior to last year, we had been more conservative, and we had a good run of seeing where the revenues were coming in higher. So we did add revenue budgets. We did increase revenue budgets last year. So this would be sort of phase 2 of that. So I'd want to revisit that with the departments and get their take on it as to whether or not it's we did revisit the development piece, and we feel confident that we could achieve that 323. Could we achieve an additional 200,000? That would be like the kind of question I would ask, and they would say, oh yeah, absolutely, or oh, we did.
But so the only real risk, of course, is that it doesn't come in as projected, and then we're looking at a higher non-discretionary makeup in the 2020 budget. Would that be the only real risk to?
We'd be relying on our surplus to the degree that it didn't.
Yeah, so I'd like to flag that as well for a potential in terms of looking at, maybe there is a trend to be conservative for good reason, but maybe as a council we're prepared to look at revising that a little bit. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, Councillor Ferguson.
I wanted to respond also to what Councillor Woodward has also said, is that, tweaking both the revenue increases and the property tax revenue a bit one way or another could, I'll just throw a number out, could bring that 5.12% below 5, so for example.
Yep.
And, and these are the type of things I guess we're trying to look at today.
Absolutely, yeah.
Thanks. Thank you.
An example, maybe this is a good place as any to bring it up. I mentioned earlier that we had an area where our costs, we recognize a sustainable decrease in our costs, and we have another area where we have an increase that we recognize as a sustainable increase. The sustainable savings is on the planted area maintenance. We have received really favorable contract bids on the planted area maintenance, so we feel comfortable that we could save about 500,000 there. So we present that to council to make decisions with. The other piece is a revenue piece, and that is an area where I've been a little bit conservative because it's investment earnings, and where we've been with investments being quite low, I've been reluctant to increase the budget for investments just for us to take a downslide. So, but I feel like where we're at with investments, we could probably add about $1 million to the budget for investments. So that's 1.5 that this council can deal with.
Okay, so this is great. So I can go again. Yeah. You confused me a little bit there in regards to bringing in the word investments. So maybe you can clarify that for me.
Just earnings on our investments. So
okay,
yeah.
So
interest in it's all interest earnings.
That is line item somewhere else that I saw on the weekend, right? That we are generating revenue from investments or holding certain amount. I guess reserves are generating interest to make it simplistic.
Yes, correct.
Yeah. So that could also maybe potentially be more. See, I don't want to suggest that the numbers aren't realistic. So again, I'm new at this, right? So I'm just trying to understand if there is a process where I'm willing to say, or at least propose to council, that maybe we can be less conservative in our projections rather than tax the public to make up for that conservatism. Maybe we can go middle of the road and we come back in 2020, and if we need a little bit more money because it wasn't 100% perfect, then that's going to be no problem at all. Okay?
Yep.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, thanks.
Now, these are the discretionary requests for the universal services. So I've grouped the first two large groups, engineering and community development, on one page. We do have a second page. So the top section, you'll see some of the costs. Engineering is asking for contribution to capital for roads and for facilities. and that is our ongoing commitment to capital. We've been trying to get those contributions to capital up. Right now, that's the one where I mentioned that transportation was at $2,050,000. They're shooting towards $4 million, and we would like to request that another $500,000 be added this year. And facilities is another area that is asking for an increase. Then they have some of these positions you've seen before. So we have the plumbing technician. I was looking at the engineering technologist, thinking, never mind, get myself mixed up. Plumbing technician and auxiliary backfill. So that is a position with auxiliary backfill for when that position is away. Engineer and training, these are the other pieces to the four-way, as I says five-way, I'm sorry about that. It's a four-way split between water, sewer, storm, and transportation. And then we have an engineering technologist that's being requested, and it has offsetting funding of 62.5 through other auxiliary wages or TFTs. So that one's a conversion of a TFT position to full-time probably. So they're asking for $30,000 for that position. A sustainability program specialist, which is a TFT, which is temporary full-time. And again, they have a grant that they can apply to the cost of this. So this would be a $30,000 item, net item, for the sustainability program specialist. And then on the community development side, we've talked about the development revenue, which is the fourth line in this section, brought in to help fund these community development positions that you see: the senior planner, permit coordinator, landscape design technician, and the bylaw clerk. So that's those two areas.
Okay, Councillor Kunst.
Yeah. Thank you for introducing me to my first budget. So I have a question about the senior planner, permit coordinator, landscape design technician. For one of our priorities, council priorities, one of them was development management. So would this be in response to that, or is this before our council priorities? And would this help in our development management?
I'm going to defer to Mr. Seffi if I could on this.
Thank you, Your Worship. The answer is that this is not in consideration of the recent discussion at the council's workshop. So this is intended to maintain existing levels based on existing service levels and existing structures that we have.
Thanks. So that's $57,000 is really our cost to bring these people into just deal. And basically, it looks like dealing with the growth. Development revenues increased, so obviously the workload's increased. Councillor Woodward.
Yes, so again, my first time through this is the 324, of course, is not included in the numbers on the previous page in terms of revenues increasing. This is separate. This is
correct,
related potentially to the fee increases that we did earlier when we increased fees on development applications and so on. That's where the 324 is coming from.
The 324 is it was discussed on that slide where I talked about in the previous year. I'm not sure if I can get to it quickly.
I think so.
Here.
Yeah, this is one I didn't have on the weekend, I don't think. Yeah.
Right. This top part.
Yeah.
Jumped off the page.
So the 324 is right there. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So you can go back for it now then. Yeah. That's great. Thanks. And then so that if some of the discretionary items included in the community development requests, that 324 could then go back to in terms of lowering the property tax increase.
Yep.
That would be.
If we could increase this number.
Yeah, so
yes.
if one of these requests fell below 324, then that would go back onto the previous page and deal with the property tax increase on the discretionary side.
It could, or it could apply to
or
other.
It could also apply to the non-discretionary as well, potentially, right?
It could apply to, exactly. Actually.
Right, so it's all the same.
What I was hearing you say was that it would go back to the previous page and apply to non-discretionary. So it could go back to either. It would be council's decision.
Either one. It would be dealing with requests because this is now we're into the discretionary side. Right. In theory, just again, I'm not suggesting this, but theoretically, if each one of these, 4 of these requests were not granted, and the 324 is still there to work with. Yes, I'd like to flag that 324.
That's correct.
Just to discuss all 4 of those requests in the context of them having their own revenue separately.
Flag that. Thanks. Yep.
Okay. On page 2 is remaining service. This is a 202 remaining service enhancements. So the RCMP are asking for 3 additional members starting January 1st. We have another contribution to capital outside of the two areas that we talked about. We have one in parks asking for $400,000. Senior budget application analyst in corp admin. That's two of those, two positions. Senior property negotiator in the property department. Senior network infrastructure analyst in corp admin. GIS analyst in corp admin. Weight room staffing in various facilities, so just bringing up the level of weight room staffing. Payroll clerk in human resources. And this is the lead hand guard that I talked about, which is a shared resource, so we will get a portion of that back from our partner municipality. Security at various locations for recreation, being requested $50,000 to address that. And then clerical staff support migration to CBS. So this is where we're bringing our subsidiaries onto our main financial system.
Good question. With the, okay, this is starting January 1st, which is now history. I don't think we've hired these positions or filled these positions. This is in the budget, so until we approve it, they're not getting hired. Is that correct? Yes. So realistically, to go through the process of hiring them, and I know even in the RCMP training and the rest of it to get them on, realistically, it might not be till like July 1st or October. So the budget would reflect that, wouldn't it? So basically, let's say, for example, all of them weren't coming on until July 1st. The 1.74 million, is that 1.74? Or, yeah, 1.74 million would be half of that in this year's budget, because we wouldn't be bringing them on until half the year. Maybe. How does that all work?
You mean all these positions?
I'm just saying,
yeah,
just for argument's sake, if none of them were to start till July 1st, because there is a process involved. Some might start, maybe they're ready to go and they'll start in March 1st, but some won't come on till later. So realistically, what is the real number? Because they're not here now.
Yeah, if it was half, say it was July 1st, then we could decide to fund half of it this year, and then we'd have to annualize it next year.
We'd have to analyze it next year, right? Yeah.
So
keeping in mind that some of these are contributions to capital, so as a consequence, the number would be slightly lower depending on what we do with the capital numbers.
Yeah.
Thank you. Good point.
Yeah, but for example, just single out the RCMP last year, we didn't put them until October 1st, so the impact on the 2018 budget was less than the impact on the 29 budget. I mean, we eventually have to pay. Right. We know that it's coming in, but if we're looking at a higher than normal year because of like the health tax, the payroll tax, that there's looking at ways to bring them in later and start bringing down this budget. So it might be helpful just to flag this whole slide and just to come back to council with realistically, when would these folks start and what would be the impact on the 2019 budget, if that's possible. Thanks. Councillor Whitmarsh.
Yeah, I guess my question was just around the RCMP 3 members. We had 4 members start in October. So are these 3 members, were these 3 that have been approved by council, or this is a request coming to council to approve 3 new members?
This is a request coming to council.
3 new ones.
So this would be 3 new members. Now, Karen, one good question would be, does this indicate that the city would be paying for 1 member at this point, or do we have that information?
I do not believe so. No.
So this may be outside the cost-sharing mechanism as well, so therefore we'd have 3 members on our side. The city would have potentially no members on their side.
I believe they would have no members on their side. They hired 1 last year at our urging, and I'm not sure that they're planning to hire 1 this year. I don't believe they are. Okay, because
again, the mayor has requested that maybe this comes back as a conversation later, but in the past, in my term on council, we've had Chief Powers come and sort of talk to us and give us a presentation of what's happening in the community, and part of that was then a request made. So it would be helpful, I think, to have that kind of information that maybe comes from him in a report to council, just so we kind of understand the reason why we've just had 4 and now here we are a number of months later for a request for 3. Not suggesting that maybe it's not important, I just don't have the background or really understanding to it.
See what I have written here.
Just based on growth.
I'm sure it is based on growth.
Good to get information. I agree with you.
I think more information, especially what's happening in Langley, we can ask questions and so on, be helpful.
Yeah, his write-up was just based on growth, so I'll definitely get in touch with him.
Thank you. Councillor Woodward?
Yeah, I had a Yeah, I also would like to I mean, I'm sure maybe it's at the back and I didn't get to it, but the request for 3 members as well. And following up on the mayor's comments regarding timing, realistic timing of hiring some of these positions, you know, of course, these are discretionary requests, and I'd like to weigh them as strongly as some of the non-discretionary. Perhaps in regards to that slide as well, maybe if we were to make it a condition that they're not hired until the third quarter, or some period that won't have a significant impact on this budget when we're facing a significant increase. And then again, we're dealing with that in 2020. Perhaps that's a condition so people would know that some of these additional resources are coming online in the third and fourth quarter. Compare for that, but we're not seeing a budget impact, very little budget impact on this year, but we can authorize them and get them going with the condition that they don't start until a specific date.
Okay.
And perhaps you could lay out a couple of scenarios in regards to, say, the first day of the fourth quarter, calendar fourth quarter, and see what that looks like. Okay, so I'd like to flag the whole slide as well.
Right. So this brings it all together. So you can see the 6.5 or the 5.12% property tax increase required for base, and then the discretionary items added to bring us to the 7.47 where we're at. And this brings it to the state of a representative house, which, based on the province's municipal statistics, is $942,948 in the township of Langley. And so we calculate the taxes based on that value of a home to be $1,984 in 2018, $148 increase to bring it to $2,132 in 2019. That's just a straight application of that percentage right now.
Okay. Councillor Richter.
Yeah, I had a question actually about the fire budget, and in this tax increase, is the provisions of the draft master plan been incorporated?
Not items in the draft master plan. I think there's a tail end of a preparing of the plan itself, but no, none of the items in the draft master plan are included. None of the items that the master plan are recommending.
So just some money to finish the plan off. Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Ferguson.
Yes, I think I'm glad you used the 942, almost $1 million. That's a good idea to use that to give an idea, because I think that's what's happening now, and I think with the BC assessment, I don't think that's that much huge increases here. But my quick question was on the page, the non-discretionary, and your totals 7.47%. Now, of that 7.47%, is it 1.22% was the payroll tax?
So on this screen right here, where to the degree that the 5.12 feeds into the 7.47 is a component of it, the 1.22% employer health tax is included in that number.
In that one, but I mean, if you deducted it there, so I mean, it would have been some of those non-discretionary, make some sense, and that would be.
It's just to clarify, it's 1.95 of payroll costs, but it's 1.22 in terms of being related to a 1% tax increase.
Okay, well, whatever that means, but I'm just saying it's still a payroll tax, still a challenge for us, and to explain it to their citizens, and it would have made that much of a difference in our budgeting this year. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. No further questions on that.
And then this is the same comparison of the Fraser Valley Regional District and GVRD, or Metro Vancouver, and where we're at on the property tax side of things.
So we're so general municipal total, not counting all the other fees, we're in the bottom third, it looks like, or bottom quarter even, and that's without casino revenue.
And that's in 2018.
18. Yeah. And other municipalities, the casino revenue would really would fall into this quite a bit. It would be a benefit to them. So when you look at Coquitlam, they're higher and they've got casinos. Okay.
I can also add that slide if
that would be helpful.
The slide, the municipalities that have casinos and the ones that don't.
Yeah, and we've done that in the past, and
yes,
it's helpful to flag it. So I know we certainly. We're all responsible to our residents and taxpayers, and not to use that as an excuse. We're doing, I think, a great job of managing our money, but we're always looking for better ways. But at least to flag that and say this is what it means to us when we don't have that kind of revenue. Yeah. Councillor Whitmarsh.
Yeah, this slide is really helpful. Just wondering, I didn't notice in the package a slide that combines the property tax with the user pay in a comparative slide like this.
Right, I can definitely do that.
That would be helpful.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It does exist, I just. Okay.
Doesn't have the. It is, I think it's just not ranked. I mean, we go back to that slide. Okay, so when we total property taxes and charges, including all the user fees, we're at 4731.
Correct.
So if that was ranked separately, if the blue highlight was there, then we'd have a better idea where we fit without having to do our own gymnastics. It looks like we're kind of in the middle there.
I don't think that includes the user pay, though, does it?
Yeah, it
sewer,
does.
water.
It does.
User fees are on the second last column.
Oh, there it is.
Total residential user fees.
Okay, so we just need to have it done in the ranking.
Yeah, it looks like we'd move up about 4 or 5 slots probably.
Yeah, this is what you'd see on your tax bill when it arrived in your door if you had a house that was worth 948 or whatever it was.
Yeah.
But
Okay, that's helpful.
You could just rank it differently, and then you.
I see. There's only a couple that would switch.
Yeah, so it would move us up a bit, but not significant. Still be in the bottom half, it looks like.
And then this is just a summary of what we talked about this morning, earlier, or not this morning, earlier this afternoon, the water, sanitary, and solid waste combined with the property tax. So this is what it would look like right now. So this is 2018, adding them all together, 260 would be 3,476. I believe that is, one more slide. So this is where some of the items in the referred to council are showing up. So the council priority planning, we've added $100,000 to each of 5 of the 6 areas, and there was already some funding in the arts, sports, and entertainment district from last year. Mm-hmm. So this is where we're addressing the planning stages of those projects. And this is from a one-time source, which is prior year surplus anticipated. Okay. And then Aldergrove Credit Union Community Center, that item is it's a security item in case, just when you have a new facility that you're opening up, it's meant to deal with any items that we don't foresee. So we won't, if we don't need to use that one, we won't use that one. These items on this slide have no impact on taxes, so we wouldn't use that. Loan payable, there's a loan, internal loan through our local area service. This is just a repayment of that. Again, we do that annually from one-time sources. We pay it back, so again, it doesn't impact taxes. Corporate administration office renovations are some work that is happening to bring the corporate administration staff together. There's quite a few items in that list of items. Corporate operating contingency, annual. This is an annual amount that we used for, again, unforeseen items. So this is a slide that does provide in a large part to some unforeseen items that happen through the year. And Mark will sign off on items like that come up during the year. The agricultural viability study, this is providing a budget for some money that we have in a non-stat reserve. So again, it's a one-time in nature, but instead of coming from prior year surplus, the money's coming from a non-stat where we've accumulated the agricultural viability study. What happens is we have an annual amount that we budget for ag viability, and if we don't use it all in one year, we might have a larger project the following year, so we transfer it to a non-stat so that we can draw the larger amount in the following year. So we save it into a reserve and then we use it as is required. The expenditures just don't happen smoothly. Perfect Mind is our new system replacing our recreation system called CLASS. And so that one's to provide for recreation staff charging out their time on this capital project. So their time is going to be a charge out. The funding is going to come from capital. WorkSafe core revenue. So this is, we go through a core review every year and we get a rebate for good behavior, and this is our rebate for good behavior that we transfer to a non-stat reserve for years when we have bad behavior. We never have bad behavior, though. It just continues to grow.
But that's a good point. You see some fairly substantial fines to some organizations and for things that may or may not have been in their control, but it's good to have reserve to cover those.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Sustainability green rebate. This is money that we use to reward, provide incentives for green building. Corporate administration IT office renovation, so this is similar to the one up above, only just for the IT department. And there's also a capital component to this one. It's a placeholder at this point in time as the whole project plan gets developed as to what's exactly needed. IT radio center upgrades, $60,000. Housing needs assessment, $51,837. This is a project engineering catch-up. So as I mentioned earlier, when it comes to one-time projects, we make sure that they are a project and that they're not just a willy-nilly carry forward of unspent funds where a department says, I want to carry forward all my funds. So this is a project engineering catch-up. So for 2 years, they need this additional money to catch up. And then the other items are 17 items worth $23,000 or 5 items plus 5 items worth $11,000. I can't remember why I have those two categories, but it's a lot of smaller items. Oh, it says to do with prior year surplus and non-stat. Sorry, 17 items in the prior year surplus category and 5 items in the non-stat. So these are all one-time items that we're asking to budget for through this mechanism, which removes it from the budget, the property tax process, and stops it from spiking property taxes for 1 year and then bringing it back down again.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Woodward.
Yeah, I remember been very helpful. I don't know if you remember, like 4 or 5 years ago, you and I would talk about the budget once in a while, and I attended some of the budget meetings. I see that no members of the public are here, so that kind of shows who I was 5 years ago. But in those budgets, I recall that we would have a list of the prior year surplus, the items that were being funded by the prior year surplus, and then the amount of the prior year surplus would show if there was any left over. So I'm trying to follow, is there any left over, or is the prior year surplus currently around 2.5?
No. So what we do at this stage in time, where unfortunately, because we don't have the benefit of our year-end being done to know what our surplus actually is, we can do a forecast, we can look, but there's a lot of year-end entries that happen. So we do our best at estimating what we think the surplus will be based on what it's historically been, taking into consideration things like by fairly aggressively adding the revenue that we did last year in development services. In the prior few years, that by not having added that in the previous years, that would have been surplus. So by increasing the budget to recognize that revenue, we've now reduced our surplus by that $2 million. So we take that into consideration. We do our best at estimating what we think the surplus will be. I, as Director of Finance, do my best at estimating what will allow me to sleep at night. So we've used about $4 million in the capital plan of prior year surplus to fund capital projects. And then this is what we're showing in the operating plan, the $2.1 million. So it's right there. That's that 5 to 8 that I was talking about earlier. And we won't know for sure what our surplus is until the year end's done. And we might have to put the brakes on some projects. So we will, this is the list. You'll see the capital in the next presentation with Sam, and that would be the prior year surplus.
That's where you're going to get, I think, a more clear picture of the prior year surplus and where it's going. Is that
well, it actually doesn't deal specifically with it'll identify the projects that are being, yes, funded from prior year surplus. Although I believe it's in a category called reserves and surplus, right? Yeah.
I think
You've got a separate slide? Oh, so there is a slide.
As a layperson, I think of it differently. If I do a household budget and I think I'm going to bring in $100 and I'm going to spend $100, but it turns out I only spend $97, now I have $3 and I can go buy something else.
Right.
Doesn't feel like that process here, though. It doesn't feel like I've got $3 left to put where council can propose where to put it. So how do I get a grasp over that $3 and how much flexibility there is with that $3? Where do I get sort of one summary of what's happening with that $3?
So what? Well, this is part of the summary.
Yeah, part of the summary.
This is part of it. This is the operating piece, and the capital piece. Sam has a slide that looks like this, but it's for capital.
Okay,
so the two of those together.
Is it going to show me at some point that the surplus was 3 and here's where it's going, one over here and one over there, and then there's one left over, or does that exist anywhere?
Well, because it's just an estimate right now, we wouldn't show a leftover.
Even if it's an estimate.
Yeah. So we don't have a leftover piece right now because we're deploying all that we're comfortable with thinking that we're going to have to spend, realizing that we want some of it to remain as working capital and what have you, and that will show up in the larger reserve and surplus schedule that you and I talked about over the weekend. But in terms of what we're pulling in to use for the budget, it will be this $2.1 million, And then the 4 million that Sam is using in capital would be the total that we're relying on prior year surplus for.
So if I just, sake of taking a few notes, it's plus or minus 5 million, and it's going to various projects, right?
Yeah.
So, okay, so that's good. The Aldergrove Credit Union Community Center, what is that 450 again?
That is an item, just recognizing that it's a new facility.
Yeah.
We don't know if we're going to be hit with something that comes out of the blue. We provide that. We don't use it if we don't need it. So it's sort of to get past that first year of unknowing what's going to happen.
So now I'm a little confused, and again, I really appreciate your patience with me. So the Aldergrove Credit Union on the non-discretionary page, there was a line item there. I thought that was annualizing the operating impact of the AUCC going forward. I was really struck with that acronym. Going forward. So now I'm confused what this one is.
So those ones were items that we know about. So those were the increased utility cost, increased chemical costs. We know about those, and we've now budgeted
operating
for
the
those.
Facility for 6 months. We kind of know what it costs now, or we don't yet know what
We
it
don't
costs.
yet,
Okay.
because
So
we've
that's-
only operated for a part of the year, and it was a unique scenario where we were opening a brand new facility, and we kind of had an all hands on deck attitude in terms of getting people from other recreation facilities to come in and help. So we don't have a true historical view of it yet.
Would this be fair to call this a contingency
Yes,
then? Okay,
yes,
so we might, and then the council priority planning, same thing. We don't really know what that's going to cost. It may not, I'm looking at this and I'll go and count the trees for 100,000. I mean, I don't quite get where these numbers come from, so don't worry, I won't bid on it, Councillor Long. No. So, Aldergrove plan next 100. So these feel more like contingencies rather than budget items.
In some cases they are, like in the case of Aldergrove Credit Union, and the corporate operating contingency, that's actually quite a small contingency for a municipality as large as ours, but that's for things that come up during the year that are unforeseen, that Mark signs off on. But some of them are very specific. I think those are the two that you could call largely contingencies.
So as a new councillor, why, and I won't ask too many more questions, I can always come to you outside of the presentation time. Something like an IT office renovation, maybe the number's so small it doesn't come, but wouldn't that just go into the budget as a discretionary or high critical request within the funding open? Why does it come into the prior year surplus? Why wouldn't it go into the process with the rest of the
Only from the perspective that it's 1 year. So we try to capture things that are studies, reviews, renos, things that are not quite defined as capital projects. In this case, these are all operating items. They're 1 year, and we don't want to levy taxes for them, only to reverse that in the following year.
Okay, so as a council, we could make the decision, for example, that maybe some roads aren't paved, and we hear that, okay, we're not spending enough money paving roads. We could say, here's the money this year to go pave some roads and cancel some of these items. That would be something we could do.
Yes.
All right. So I'd like to consider that if I could flag the whole thing. Thanks.
To return to the original question, though, Karen, I think the question was, well, with surplus, what's it looking at? How much is there? And I think you said that there's $2 million here that council can allocate or reallocate as they see fit, and then there's going to be some in capital. But there should still be some money left over from surplus if we can get a sense of it. So for purposes of illustration, if surplus was to be $8 million, which it may not be, we know that's a round number, and there was $2 million here and $4 million then in capital, that would be $6 million. That would answer the question that there'd be about $2 million left over that could be further allocated, or you could reallocate from either the capital list or from this list itself.
Yeah, so rather than 70,000 here, this project and that project, which is not really the goal. The goal is to find a pool of money to maybe deal with some of the other items that are in the non-discretionary package.
So they could move, your example was a good one, we could move all of that money if council agreed to paving local roads, because there's no money to do so. That could be part of the program that went there. We just have to understand the implications of what then falls away.
Yeah, and I think that I'm just trying to get to a grasp of how much money we're actually talking about, and I think if there's some way to even just know from a round number, and again, conservative if you like, but generally how much money there is to look at doing something like that, and whether that's a possibility.
And one option is to take the contingent money that's there, and if it's not expended by halfway through the year, is to then have a backup use for those funds, such as, again, the illustration being local roads. Because you're quite right, the council priority planning, we recognize the council's priorities. That's primarily why it's here. Do we know what the scope and scale of those studies will look like? know. We only know what some similar studies have costed before, so we pick a number that should be enough to fund that. So if we think that's maybe 50 or 75,000, we choose the 100 so the council can actually play
so,
with it.
you know, my thought from going in this direction is that we're looking at, you know, funding 900 to $1 million in contingency when we're not paving $1 million worth of roads. And I'm not sure that's the best use of those funds if it's merely a cash flow issue.
Right.
Is that, if you understand, make that clear?
Exactly.
You, Councillor Richter.
Yeah, I had some of the same questions actually that I think Councillor Woodward's gone over. So the $150,000 that's the corporate operating contingency, is that in addition to the council contingency?
That's correct. That number's been around for a number of years, so that represents the contingency for anything operating that comes out of the blue that we may face, and council has its own contingency.
And you'll see that number again in capital. There's a similar number of 150 in capital as well.
Okay, so we've got 300 plus how much is in council contingency?
100?
150.
150. That's all.
So 450. So there's 450 million sitting in contingencies
50,000.
that we could.
450,000.
50,000
Yep.
sitting in contingencies that we could maybe reduce. Okay. The ag viability study. Are we redoing it, or is this just money to put more in?
So we have a budget. I'm going by memory. I might have to check with my team, but we have budgeted $135,000 for 20 years for the ag viability study based on a report a few years ago. A portion of that, $40,000, was carved out for another project for 3 years, I believe it was, but now it's back to the 135. But what happens is we don't spend that money in an equal 135, 135, 135, 135. So to the degree that we don't spend it in a given year, we transfer it to the ag viability non-stat reserve. And then possibly the next year, if we don't spend any in one year, we might spend 270 in the next year, and then so we don't lose it, because it was a 20-year agreement to fund $135,000 a year for 20 years.
Okay. What's this Perfect Mind again? I kind of
Perfect Mind is replacing the recreation software that we currently use in class, which is no longer going to be. It still exists, but.
And is that an absolute priority for this year?
Yes. Yeah. Sorry.
Okay. And the office renovations, both the corporate admin and the IT office, are those an absolute priority for this year, or can they be put off?
Defer. There might be parts of them that could be deferred.
Yeah.
They could get started, but.
I mean, it's not like this building's falling down or anything.
Cost of mahogany paneling for Mark's office.
So that would be nice, I don't think that though it's necessarily this building. Some parts of this building where we're creating new space, for, say from mezzanines or from existing tenant space to staff space, but I don't think there's any existing locations that are being reworked. Karen, do you have that list? I think it's worthwhile just spending a moment to make sure we're looking at that. Returning to Perfect Mind to provide some comfort. Perfect Mind is an important one because we now have a system, or we had a system called Class for booking some of the recreational programs. That system is no longer supported, so now we have to move to a new system. So without that, we wouldn't have the recreational program booking systems that we need to actually have operate. So that's that one. And Karen, have you still looking? The other component, I guess I would say about the contingencies, and all of these, is that if they're not used, they simply revert then back to surplus the following years. So the numbers that we then utilize become part of the surplus that generally are made available to council for capital programs, and that's going to be in our next section where we're using $4 million of the surplus for capital programs for 2019. It'll then be be another number for 2020. Just to reemphasize the fact that these numbers don't affect the general taxation rate, but do reflect the programs or the capital programs or the capital items that can be built. But much of our capital program, at least 50% of the yearly allotment, that being $4 million of $8 million, is coming from the surplus.
Yeah, well, I guess the issue that I think we're all realizing is we've got so many external drivers that I just don't see how we can do a lot of the things we'd like to have done. We're going to have to maybe tighten our belt a bit. The $400,000 that's sitting there in other items, could we get a list of those too? And the Perfect Mind stuff, going back to that, did we not know last year that it was going to be phased out this year?
We did.
We did. So did we make allowances for that in last year's budget?
We have a capital project that we did definitely make allowances for. This is recognizing, this piece of it is recognizing that recreation staff will be pulled into the project, and their charge will all be eligible. Their time will all be eligible to be charged against the capital project. So this is sort of the one exception, actually, in that the funding is coming from a capital project, not non-stat. So I apologize for that. I should have a third column. That's the only item that would be in the third column by itself. But it's actually that funding, that 126, 184, is actually coming from a capital project to fund the staff time in recreation.
Okay. And my last question is this one-time expenses, which total $2.173 million. What tax increase is that?
There's no tax ramifications to this. Oh, do you mean what would it be equal to?
What would it be equal to?
So it's divided by...
One and a half, just over 1.5. Yeah. 1.6, 1.7, something like that.
Yeah, 1.7. 1.7 for the prior years.
1.7%. So there's no tax ramification, but if we withdrew this, would we free up 1.7% of a tax increase?
You would, but it's only one-time funding, so we'd have to be very careful what it was applied to, because the tax increase that we're looking at in universal services is an ongoing cost. So this would be a one-time source.
I know, but it's still a 1.7% tax increase out of 7.47%, right?
What would be the impact? I think the question here may be the impact on the 2020 budget if this was taken and applied to the 29 budget. Percentage increase. Now we've saved, say, 1.7% of this budget. What would be the impact on the 2020 budget?
The items that we use this to fund, if they were in the operating universal services operating budget, they would come back in the 2020 budget. If we use this to fund capital, like if we said, I mentioned to Councillor Woodward that there's 2.1 million funding operating items and there's 4 million funding capital. If we said none of this and $6.1 million funding capital, that would work. But if we fund ongoing operating with this funds, then the operating that we've used this funding for will come back next year as an increase.
As a 3.4?
An increase that will be required again.
Would we need a 3.4 next, double 1.7, or would we just go 1.7?
It would be to the degree, like, without knowing what items we're funding, those items would come back with whatever inflationary increases.
Yeah.
So effectively, it would mean we'd start with a 1.7% revenue shortfall. We'd have to make that up, or a 1.7% tax increase, then plus whatever else came from the non-discretionary, then the discretionary.
We could be looking at over 3% to make up by doing this now, because it has to be made up.
It has to be made up, that's correct.
It would have the same impact as the annualization of the salaries the following year. Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Okay, I think that's the questions for this section.
I think then...
Breathe? Oh.
Take a break. Breathe.
Okay, we approve it. Okay, let's move on.
And take a break. So capital is the next.
Yeah. So
section?
So maybe just to get a format. We're here till 6 o'clock. I understand. We have 45 minutes left, and this is probably going to take more than 45 minutes. So, what's the process? Go through to a certain point. Is there a good divided point in this presentation, or should we just go as far as we can, and then come back again tomorrow?
Well, let's perhaps go back to the timeline, check the schedules, and then I would suggest we go to the deadline or later in terms of what council has, start the process and pick it up. But we are certainly feeling it's going to go more than just, tonight anyways. Can you put that slide back up there that showed the timeline?
Let's take a look at the timelines here, because I know we are looking at, I don't think we're going to get through this package today.
68 slides, just at an average of 68.
68,
An average of 1 minute per slide.
Yeah. So we're going to go through this presentation. If council... So there's two things we can do. We can go, there's three. We can not start it and then start fresh minds in a fresh session. We can start it and go part ways, or we can start it and then go all the way until we're done. It's really up to council to feel, but we should, then the process, that's when we get the process. We would adjourn this meeting and recommence tomorrow at a time. And that's all I wanted to get. or to a date. I would say to another date, and we can decide that date. I won't go into. I'm just asking for process.
Might be prudent to get a sense of council's availability,
Sure.
because let's say we feel it's going to take 2 more sessions.
Yeah.
Then if we only have 1 day left over, that may dictate how far we go tonight.
Okay. Okay. So we can do this real quick. Councilor Richter, won't talk about tomorrow specifically. So we have an option of going in, I guess, the evenings through this week, and Saturday is still there. So why don't I just do is everybody here? Councillor Ferguson's left. Okay, we've got to wait for him to come back. Let's figure that out first, then we'll decide if we're going to carry on, what we can do. We lost Fergie. Do you have to do the buzzer thing again? Well, we can start right now. Who can't make it on the 5th? Just show of hands. Evening. What date? What time?
We were thinking perhaps 6 p.m. Or earlier or later, depending on council's schedule. But I think we just go Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday might be the easiest way, Your Worship.
Yeah, so I'm going to go Tuesday. Who cannot make it on Tuesday?
At 6 p.m.?
At 6 p.m.?
I teach till 7.
Till 7? Okay, but you can make it. Okay,
So I could make it by 7:30 probably.
Okay, so let's take a look at Wednesday. Who cannot make it on Wednesday? Councillor Whitmarsh, and it's 2 can't make it Wednesday, so it's...
We've got committee meetings too.
Yeah.
Mayor Frost,
Yep.
if we have it at night, we pull a lot of staff is here in the daytime.
They've booked. They've been told that there'll be evening meetings this week. Is that correct? You've said that they're on standby. They're ready for this.
They're blocked effectively
Yeah.
from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. They will have to juggle meetings and miss those,
That's right.
but this is the budget week.
Yeah, this is the budget week, and we have to get this done. So,
But we should continue with the other
yeah, let's
night's
try the other
availability
ones.
because that may
Okay,
affect
so
us.
we've got Wednesdays. There's 2 can't make it Wednesday. Thursday.
Wednesday during the day, Your Worship.
There's
There's a metro
committees,
meeting in the morning.
meetings. Yeah. Let's look at the evenings first. Thursday evening. Who cannot make it on Thursday?
Thursday evening at 7 o'clock?
6. Well, I'll try for 6, and then
Yeah, I could make it for 6 on Thursday.
Thursday's good for everyone, so we got a Thursday. Okay. And then Friday, and then Saturday. Saturday during the day may be a good. How's Saturdays for people?
I can't make it on Saturday.
You can't make it on Saturday?
I have something on Saturday too.
Saturday, I'm probably tied up.
Yeah, I've got something every day and every
How
night.
about
But
Friday?
Friday night,
Friday, yeah, afternoon or morning.
giving up all.
Friday morning. Friday morning.
After 5 would be okay.
There's, hang on, Friday. I'm chairing Zero Waste in the morning, so I can't do that. And late after. 4 to 7. How's Friday? 4 to 7 for everybody.
Does that mean we get supper?
Oh, we'll make sure you get a sandwich. Oh yeah, sure, that's fine. You've got a committee meeting in the afternoon. I didn't realize. Okay, so
After 5 would be okay. I can make
we want to spend our Friday night here together.
Friday at 5, Thursday at 6, is that what we're hearing?
Well, Thursday at 6 is good,
Yeah.
and we could do Tuesday at 7:30.
Can we not?
Let's do
How
7.
late can we go tonight and just do one more day?
Oh, no.
No?
So why do we say Tuesday at 7:30, and then Thursday at 6? That seems to work for everybody, and then that'll give us an indication if we need to do more after that.
Why don't we schedule 5 Friday too, but we don't need to.
Well, it's already there. I think Friday is difficult for a lot of people. Is anybody?
Tuesday at what time?
Everybody said Friday at 5.
Okay.
Tuesday at what time?
After 5?
Tuesday at 7:30.
7:30?
Well, why don't you go ahead on Tuesday and set it for 7?
Okay,
And
set it for
I
7.
don't even know if I'll be able to attend because I start teaching at 11 in the morning and I teach straight through to 7. So
7.
I probably won't be cognitively functioning by 7 p.m.
No.
So if you want to have the meeting on 7, go ahead.
Well, why don't we do Thursday? We can get a full. How is 5 o'clock Thursday? Does anybody have a problem with 5? We can get.
Thursday works.
Thursday works at 5. We can get a good. We bring in a sandwich. Bring in pizza for Councillor Davis.
I'm coming back from Vancouver, but you could try 5, but I'll only be a few minutes late
Yeah,
depending on how
we could-
fast I'm going.
5:30 for you. So
You're sure?
okay, we'll do 6 to 10 on.
6 o'clock Thursday, 5 o'clock Friday, 7:30 tomorrow, is that what we got?
Well, I'm not sure. We'd like to have full council. If Councillor Richter can't make it, if she says it's not going to work for her.
I can come at least at 7:30 on Tuesday, right?
Not if I started teaching at 11 in the morning and I've taught without a break until 7 o'clock at night. No.
Well, we have Thursday night, and then we can do Saturday during the day.
And we had the 11th as well.
Oh, and the 11th. We have the 11th.
The only challenge with that, Your Worship, the public, if we continue with the open house on the 12th, the period of preparation time for that is very, very narrow.
So the process now is we have to go through the capital budget presentation, and then we're going to go through the lists that we flagged, and we're making some decisions, and based on those decisions, that's what will go to the public. Is that correct? Okay, so...
Your Worship, if you could indicate what it means that we're all pretty much available Friday. We're not going to use it, but what does that say?
Yeah, we're all kind of available on Friday. I mean, I'll drop everything to be here. I don't care. So Friday.
Friday after 5.
Yeah. So we could do Thursday and Friday, and hopefully we can get it done Thursday. How's that?
What time on Friday?
After 5.
After 5?
Yeah. Yeah. We can't do the day. 5 o'clock.
We can book in 5 to 8 if we don't need it. We can.
That's right. That's right. Okay. So Thursday.
Let's try to go Thursday.
Thursday at 6 till 10. Friday.
Thursday, try 5:30. Thursday afternoon, Friday afternoon, I have something in the evening.
So do I. Doesn't matter. I got ticket spot, so I'll cancel it. I don't care. If you worry about my schedule, we'll do it any night then.
So, Your Worship, I think the point though is next night will be Thursday at 5:30 or 6.
Go 5:30.
6 is what
6?
Councillor Whitmarsh can make it for 6.
So it's 6.
6.
Then we can hold the rest open to see how that
That's right.
goes. Maybe it's needed, maybe it's not. There are options in our partial Friday or Saturday. We can see how that proceeds.
Yeah. That sounds good.
Why wouldn't we be doing tomorrow with the capital at 7:30 like was first suggested?
Because Council...
She said 7:30.
No, it should be.
But yeah, well, we all work.
No, we're just getting a presentation. I'm supposed to pick it apart.
Okay, so we got one day for sure. Let's work. Let's get a start on this because there's some real initial introduction to this budget. So why don't we get going on the capital budget? We can work till 6 and see where we're at, and then that'll make Thursday a little more efficient, and we'll get going on this. Five to 8 kind of thing, or 5 to 9. 5 to 8, 5 to 9. Yeah.
And just so that you don't get totally tired of hearing my voice, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Nam.
6, I can do. Okay. Mr. Nam, welcome here. This is like a good presentation. You change the presenter and we all wake up again and different voice. Not saying you didn't do a good job. That was fantastic. It was riveting.
I'm happy to have him.
So if you know of well, we'll go through it till 6. We'll see where we're at. Okay.
Okay. We actually only have 48 slides, but we'll see how we do.
You bet. Thank you.
So some of these slides we actually won't have to go through because it's duplicate of the operating slide, so it might actually go quicker than we anticipate. So just going through the capital budget overview. Again, the finance cycle and budget timelines here, which is similar to the operating budget. We'll go through our capital funding strategy, some of the ranking guidelines that we go through. We'll also talk about the item that's referred to the budget process. We'll also go through what we have in the budget bylaw versus placeholder budget, a small kind of capital summary, a slide on multi-year projects, just going through some of the funding sources, and then we'll go through the summary of other project that was submitted.
Thank you.
So this is a slide that you saw.
You can probably just bump to slide 5.
So
I think. Yeah.
we'll just skip right through it.
Sure.
So with the capital funding strategy that we go through, we go through based on 4 main category: annual contribution to capital. That's our first kind of category of funding that we utilize for going through funding our capital projects. Then we look at what we have for reserve and surpluses. Then we look at development funding. This is our DCC funding. The way we fund any of the project that is eligible for DCC, we put it through into the capital submission. However, each division manager will go through and make sure that we have enough DCC receipt to go ahead with the project. So this really just create the budget authority for us. There's no guarantee that the project will go through until the money actually arrive. Then our last resort that we look at, if we don't have any other funding sources, we look at potentially borrowings. So some of the capital ranking that we go through, we look at the project and determine if they are critical, high, medium, or low, and it's kind of based on these criteria. So if it's anything that's relating to a risk to health and safety, automatically that's a critical item that we need to look at. Same with legislative obligation or imminent loss of asset. Then we start going down the line and look at deterioration of obsolete asset. Then we'll rate it as high. If there's any opportunity for external funding, so sometimes we have matching grants, contribution from other developer, we'll rate those projects as high because that's potential funding sources that we could get if we can fund the required total project. Then we go down the list with other items such as extending life of an asset or desirable new infrastructure. Those are medium. Then we have some low items. So we're into the item referred to the budget process. So the first one that we're looking at, this is map improvement. This is actually an item that was referred back in 2017 for 2018 budget. However, when it finally came down to the announcement in terms of what event we were going to be hosting, it was a Canadian Track and Field Championship that was being held in 2021 and 2022. So last year, we, at that time, decided that it could go into the 2019 budget. Right below that is a chart that kind of capture all the current map project that could be affected for this event. So when you look at this list, currently there's a submission of roughly 5.1 million. When we look at our funding sources available, currently we could only fund 250. That's the first item on the list. If you look at the ranking, the reason why we have the last one showing as pre-approved, that was the main one that was identified last year. And that was part of the dollar amount that we were looking at for just the track surface itself.
So Sam, perhaps you should just pause for a moment so Council can digest this one because it is significant. So we're hosting the Canadian Track and Field Championships by way of a previous Council resolution in 2020 and 2021, meaning construction for the improvements should start soon. To do that, we have a total funding envelope needed, give or take, of about $5 million. We have $250,000 in reserves that are in play. That means we have unfunded $4.8 million. So if we were to, we then must either fund this because it's been pre-approved by Council from reserves or from taking our capital allotment this year, which right now we've said is roughly $8 million. So we begin with a significant challenge by hosting this process, by hosting this event. I want to make sure we pause on that because it's a significant capital requirement and it's going into the MAP, Municipal Athletic Park. So it's just something that we have to be mindful of going forward.
The just a question: the grandstand roof, is that a maintenance item that is due because it's starting to leak, or it's just it says high. So are we looking at replacing the material on the roof, or adding roof, or what are we doing with that?
That's correct, Your Worship. The roof has a significant water feature, and it's called sitting in the stands. So it has a translucent area, and it has roof material covering on it. Both are failing, so that number, I believe, reflects redoing the roof. It's time to have the roof redone.
Okay, so there are no reserves for that, the capital infrastructure reserve fund or anything?
That's the amount we've been fully expending, and right now there would be money coming forward from that, but that money is actually being allocated to higher priorities throughout the organization because there's other things that are failing in terms of capital maintenance, capital infrastructure.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Whitmarsh.
So for clarity on this, are these items that we committed to as part of hosting these championships, that we would do these things, and so in a sense there's a commitment that we've made, or we could host them without doing these things?
We can host without doing some of these things. Some things are required for international standards. It depends upon what impression we wish to create on the national TV stage. So this is going to be an event that's broadcast nationally on TV in the summer, and we've come up with what we think it would be required to actually have the facility look very positive, keeping in mind that the school district is actually around that time getting into the completion of the Langley Senior Secondary seismic upgrades. So that should be coming online about the same time. So it's all about the impression we wish to create.
So recognizing the challenge with sponsorship and those sort of things, is that something that we maybe looked into, is the possibility of some sponsorship, maybe naming the facility in some way through business opportunities, that kind of stuff?
A sponsorship is something that we would be attempting to pursue once we had a better sense of what it is we're going to be marketing. So we know we have the championships, but whether they're the Sabon or Pepsi championships at the IBM field is something we haven't explored yet.
Okay, thank you.
One quick question on the track and field improvements. Is that the track itself, and is there a standard that we must meet? That this is it says pre-approved, but the track that's there does not meet the standard that they require. So it's a must-do kind of thing.
Effectively, to host the championships, going back to Councillor Whitmarsh's comment, if we were simply to bring the track meet facility up to the standard to host it, but nothing else, not stands, just the actual facilities, that's the reference to the pre-approval of the $1.85 million. Okay. The amount beyond that is to improve the look at the facility overall. And now, to be fair, there may be something in between that, because as you may recall, MAP does not have an entrance area per se. It's kind of off of some side areas. There's no plaza, there's no other thing. So there's probably a middle ground on that could work, but if we're going to do that, I think we would suggest take the downtime and fix the facility up once, ultimately, whether it be using reserves and whatnot.
I understand. Okay, thank you. Councillor Richter.
Yeah, I'm just backing up on what Councillor Whitmarsh has asked. So we basically have to do the 1.85 million because we said we would do this. That's to bring it up to the international standards?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, going to the top of the list, then, the spalling and structural repairs, is that necessary to host this event?
So, again, those may not any of the ones other than the track and field improvements are not absolutely necessary, with the exception of perhaps some that we'd have to go and drill down further in terms of safety and aesthetics and whatnot. That's fairly easy to do. It comes down to the overall facility, what it is we wish it to look like, representing Langley on national TV. So we have some options on those, but this is the comprehensive list to council to consider as we go forward of what it would be to bring this up to a comparable facility to other areas that have hosted it.
Well, I mean, I don't think there's anything wrong with the way MAP looks. And we might be on national TV, which is lovely, but I'm sure they're also going to make it quite clear that Langley is a small community compared to large cities of 125,000 people. I mean, we don't have to have Toronto-level facilities, and actually I think our facility is probably better than a Toronto facility anyway. So if this is about aesthetics, I don't think we should be spending the money, not this year with everything else we've got on our plate. I think we should just limit it to the 1.9. Alternatively, we should back out. Is it too late to back out?
Sam, did you do any research on the timing of it?
I believe when I discussed this with Al regarding the potential of backing out, I think there's penalty that we would have to look at because there's some planning that's involved. We provided a support letter to the club member that applied for the event. So I think there's some item that we need to look at for potential penalty.
Okay, so how much are the penalties relative to the 4.8 million we got to come up with here?
Peter, do you have any information? No.
Sorry, I don't
okay. Well, we'll have to look at that and get back to you.
Okay, so the absolute minimum is the 1.8. We have to spend that if we're going to proceed with it.
Appears to be the case.
That's correct. That's the basic track and field improvements that would be required. The rest are things, maybe a few exceptions, that are optional to the extent of what it is that we wish to create as a perception for the event itself.
You can also compare to the funds we've allocated towards the Langley Event Centre over the last 5 years. We've spent significant funds there too to bring it up to standard, and so we have to make some decisions, but it is a good facility. Councillor Davis.
Actually, yeah, good questions. How old is it? Is it 15 years old? Like, who put that roof on? It's leaking?
It's 15.
Like, do you think you'd have a warranty on that roof?
No.
Mr. Backen.
The facility goes back more than 15 years, actually. As you may recall, it was actually a portion of a grandstand that sat there for many years until the council of the day decided to actually finish the one side itself. The time frame of that would be, I remember who the director was in that era, but I'm going to say it was at least 15 years.
Yeah, okay. Well,
15 years, yeah. And
every time I've sat in it and the wind's been blowing, I look up at the roof and think, how effective is this roof? But if it's leaking, it can fall down. You need to have a good roof on anything to make it. Okay, the other question is, to have an event like this, it's going to generate a fair bit of, every time. I know the hockey guys came one time and said that it was like I don't know what it was $1,000 every player, or it was a lot of money. But to spend $4,800 to dress it up, I don't know if we need to dress it up. It looks good. It looks good. But the track, if that is something, if that's a performance thing, you don't want athletes coming here and saying, "Oh, it's like an old horse pasture," right? You want it. You want that part of it in good shape. Anyhow, I don't know. Anyhow, this is a lot of money. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Woodward.
Yeah, no, I was a bit shocked to see this. So this was approved for an event in which year again?
2021 and 2022.
Okay, so where I was going with that is, what is the deadline? Like, and when is the latest we could fund the 1.8, which we've committed to do?
I believe the 1.8, we need to start doing this in 2019 because they need to go through tender process and
Okay, so we need to start this year, right?
Yes.
So another question I have, if it's pre-approved and it's something we've contractually committed to, why is it unfunded? Why wouldn't it be funded with a tax increase? Like, why is it unfunded if it's committed to?
Your Worship, again, it's here with the notation that's been pre-approved, which means it was actually approved to come to the budget process itself. We didn't actually get the funding envelope, so we're supposed to bring it here with the notation that's approved so council can consider and direct funds.
Okay, so we'd have to start it this year, but we'd have to do bidding process and stuff. When would construction have to start?
I believe it would have to be sometime like toward the middle to end of 2019,
Okay.
because there's just the time frame it will take.
Okay. So in terms of the other improvements, I know we made a couple comments about how we want to project Langley on television. I think we could project them as a group of people that safeguard taxpayer funds and don't spend them on upgrading facilities for short-term events. But if we've already committed to do this one, then it sounds like we have to find a way to fund it. But maybe it's possible that it could come out later. Is there any coming out later that stuff that's currently inside the funding envelope could be swapped out for this item? Rather, I don't know if that's been detailed anywhere, because if other items are inside the funding envelope, that could then potentially be postponed 1 year to fund this item.
So
that's something we could get a recommendation on.
In terms of recommendation of project to.
So to translate, I think it'll become. There certainly are. They can
Certainly are.
Yeah,
okay, so I didn't know if there was
options.
a specific set that would add up to 1.8.
This is our biggest challenge in the budget process, because it's something that if we compare to the criteria that Sam went through in terms of safety and maintenance and infrastructure, it's not something that would ordinarily make the cut. Hence, while it was still pre-approved, it's brought here. It has to be done in the context of those facilities. As we go through the rest of the list, I think it'll be helpful to see what else is on there in the various categories.
If you're looking for direction from us to swap those projects, is that what I'm hearing?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Because you have to
but
know
later
what
on
you're
in the
swapping.
process, in order to fund this item. Excuse me,
Again,
Councillor Long, if you could.
Again, the problem we face is what you're going to see in the funding is the only thing that we have funded is critical and high throughout. Before this project even comes into the equation, we're only funding critical and high. Critical usually means health and safety. High means other assets are wearing out. This one, why, again, it's in that category, is it didn't meet any of those. So it means if we're going to fund it, which we likely will, we have to then take critical and other high projects out. That's certainly Council's discretion. That's why we started with this as a point of reference to keep in mind as we go forward, because some things may jump out that you say, we don't really need that. It's not something we really need to. While it may be high, it's not something that we can take 1 more year as a risk or something.
Thank you. So there's 2 more speakers. Yep. I just want to clarify. This is good information. It's unfunded, so there's different ways of doing it, and Councillor Woodward has alluded to one way of doing it. It's just doing some swaps. But because the games aren't going to occur till the last year's 2021,
21, 22.
21, so 2022. And I know it's a last resort, you mentioned, borrowing, but a short-term borrowing to spread the funding out over the 3 budget years rather than a big hit on this budget year. If we were to look at some of these things, I look at the high ones, and that's the grandstand roof, just jumps out. The Arrival Point and Plaza, I don't know. I know we don't have that there. We have a lot of other events. Those are not just for this event. They are legacy that carry on for many years.
Your worship, though, I think there's one point of clarification.
Yeah.
I think we're hosting the games for 2 years.
2 years, that's correct.
So 2019 and 20. No, sorry, we got that wrong. 20 and 21, 21 and 22.
That's right. So there's 4 years to.
So it's really 2 events. So we could, if you will, short-term borrow from ourselves to do that as well. If we want to have that allocation, that's certainly an option. We simply wanted to begin with something that began to underscore some of the challenges in the capital item.
That's right. And I just wanted to point out there are other ways to fund it because it's spread out, and we wanted to. There's arguments for and against all of these items. Certainly those that we see that are high that need to be replaced or repaired. Other things like Arrival Point and Plaza. I know at Langley Event Center we did a lot of improvements there that make that whole venue a more pleasing venue to be in, with the lighting and the counters and all the things that went on. And that was a decision of council. And so having an Arrival Point in Plaza, which it doesn't have, maybe something we want or we don't want, but I'm just pointing out there may be other ways to fund it once we get to that discussion that can get some of the more important things done. Councillor Ferguson.
Oh, I just want to, this is the type of thing we should flag. We've talked about a lot. We've talked about also options the way we could fund it. So I don't know, Mr. Mayor, if we want to just flag this and go from there. I
think it's been flagged. Yeah, it's been flagged, but it's a good discussion to have now just to give us something food for thought for when it comes back. So, okay, I think that clears that. Buy lottery tickets or something, I don't know.
So the second item that was referred to the budget is the traffic light at 240 Street and 56th Avenue and 224th Street at 56th Avenue. So these are actually 2 projects you'll find in your package. And they're $1 million each. Currently, both of them are outside the funding envelope. And the third one we have is the 208 Street Corridor update. Over a 5-year project, this is going to be roughly around 36.8 million. Currently in 2019, it is funded for 3.1 million. I'll show you the next slide, which shows the breakdown of the cost over the 5 years. So in 2019, the required funding is 3.1. So majority of that is DCC funding. In 2020, there's roughly around 10.7, and in 2023 is estimated around 23 million. This project is DCC eligible. However, if we were to try and fund this purely on DCC and a smaller 1% matching, we would have basically exhausted all the DCC receipt in 2020. So we kind of left 2020 and 2023 unfunded at this point.
Okay, thank you. Councillor, I just want to ask a question on this. I know this is something that's near and dear to a lot of councillors' hearts. We hear a lot about 2A Street, but there's some improvements that are happening along the way that will aid in congestion, I think. I'm not the expert, like the 216th interchange opening in later this year. And there's some other road improvements that will aid in easing congestion. I don't know if that's important, if the staff could present some of that, what's happening over the next couple of years. This is going to take several years. It's going to take a lot of our resources. But maybe if we have a better understanding of what are some of the road improvements surrounding 208th that'll take traffic away from 208th because of opening of, like, for example, the 216th interchange. Mr. Backen or Mr. Steffi, is there something that, because I know we have other roads that we're looking at. For example, Labonte, that's the Labonte extension, 80th Avenue extension, is already making an impact on diverting traffic. Mr. Steffi?
Your Worship, did you want some comments now, or are you suggesting referring this matter to staff to provide a presentation at a future date or an update?
A few comments now.
Okay. I think
if the council wishes more, then we'll ask for more. Thanks.
Generally speaking, Your Worship, the majority of the roadworks that would help are dependent on the timing of development. And as such, it is difficult to provide council with any level of comfort that the works will be done because of the fact that the actual completion is subject to development proceeding. That's basically what I can provide at this stage.
I think that's sufficient. Thanks. I'll go to questions from council. Councillor Davis.
It's real easy to refer it to budget process. Now we have to make our, yeah, anyhow. The problem is, so what happens, like 216th interchange is going to open, then there's going to be more pressure on 212 connect. Is it 212? 212 connector. So it doesn't end. You got to. Okay, first of all, this top one here, $2 million for the light at 240th and 56 and 224th and 56. And I think I'm not an engineer. Mr. Cadero could tell you, but we put the roundabout in on 232nd and 56, and there's no slugging or no grouping, and when you sit at 240th and 56, there's that hill, and I know there's a couple of really bad accidents, and at 224th and 56 was another spot where I've sat there before and where it's really frustrated drivers sneak out. And I think that I can remember when we put this it was, like I say, it was easy to put there, but it's more of a safety issue. Down in the bottom here, when it comes to traffic, it's always a safety issue, but yeah, now we've got to make some tough decisions about this. Anyhow, my comments on the top two, it was a safety issue, and we've seen some real bad accidents at both those and frustration. because of the roundabout. Well, I believe it's a roundabout anyhow, because like I say, all of a sudden if you wait for 3 minutes, you can get out, but when there's a roundabout, you can't always get that break. Anyhow, just my comments.
Thank you. Councilor Woodward?
Yeah, maybe we can also flag and come back later to this if we don't want to focus on this right now, but I did want to get clarification on the 1 million and the 2.1 million that are inside the funding envelope for this budget. I don't know if this description fully captures what the 3.1 is, because I didn't understand how detailed design and construction estimates could possibly cost 3.1. So are we starting to put money aside for this project as part of that 3.1? Because right now all it says here is construction estimates and detailed design for 3.1 million. It can't possibly be $3 million for that, can it?
Your Worship, Councillor Woodward is correct. That is not just for the design. Perhaps I can ask Mr. Cordero to provide a bit more detail.
We can also come back to it if this wasn't the right time.
No, it's good. We've got time to get this, just to get some basic information, so when we come back to it, we're a little more informed.
Thank you, Your Worship. The design component was to do the section from 68th to 76th, as well as the section between 82nd to 84th. But it also included the actual construction of the section between 82nd to 84th. So it's about $2 million for the actual construction of that chunk, but design for the entire corridor so that we have a better estimate in the future of what the rest of the corridor will cost. Because right now the 10 million and the 23 million we've put in future years is really just a ballpark estimate.
Okay, so the 2.1 should say construction in there somewhere. It just says for 208th and 83rd, but that's to actually fill that gap in the network, which there's development is unknown. So the first one, and just for my own education, it really actually costs $1 million to do road design work, or is that 1 million rounded up and we'll see it come back in surplus, or what's in that 1 million?
Typically, design, construction, administration fees can run 5 to 8% of the actual capital construction cost. So if you have a $30 million construction project, then 5 to 8% is.
So that 1 million is assuming the administration for the whole project going out the full number of years that's outlined here?
It's assuming the design component of that project.
Of the whole thing.
Of the whole thing.
Of the whole thing.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Richter.
Yeah, I'd like to flag this one too, and I think we need to maybe have, as we've got 3 people on council that maybe weren't present when we had the report come to staff. I think we should get a copy of that report again. I recall that we were focused in that plan that came to council with putting in the pieces where we own the land, I guess, or where we could put it in, instead of focusing where the real bottlenecks are. And I know that we talked in our budget workshop and Councillor Woodward's ideas about, doing something where we could go ahead and front end the money and then charge back to developers to get that piece, the pieces that are definitely causing the major constrictions, to get those done ahead of time. So I think we should have more discussion around this.
Yep, definitely. And just following up on that, and again, from what I hear is that this could deplete all of our DCCs. However, sometimes we borrow from the MFA to do major capital projects, and would this be eligible for that and then paid back over time from our DCCs, so we don't wipe out all of our DCCs, or does that not work? Maybe Mr. Backen?
In part, that could work, Your Worship. As I recall, we did a bit of an analysis, and I think we can, for a debt service of $1 million per year, we can borrow about $13 million, is what I recalled. So that's a significant piece of construction, but then that means there's $1 million less to spend on your yearly DCC program, and you can multiply that through. The defining factor here, and this could create some creativity in terms of approach, is that the DCC program does not contain any funding or allowance of funding, anything significant for land or real estate. And that's our biggest challenge. In this quadrant, the biggest challenge is going to be getting the land donated prior to the development process, because that's ideally what we would seek to do.
Yeah, okay. Thanks. Councillor Ferguson?
I think that, that is, John, I think it's important to flag this. I think looking at these priorities and other things, we have to be creative, and I think that, many of the councillors, want to see something done. I know Labonte is going to be open until 2/16, but I think it's still important to, at least keep focused on these type of things. It won't be easy, but, we've identified it, and we have to keep our eye on the prize, so to speak. So I think we should flag it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I think that covers that one off. Thanks for all that, and move on to budget bylaw. Let's see if we get through this slide, and that might be about time.
So this slide mainly compare what we have passed in 2018 bylaw versus what the current 2019 request in terms of carry forward, what's currently within the funding envelope, plus the placeholder budget authority, and the contributed asset portion. So you can see at this point, we're in total is a little bit less than 2018 bylaw, but that's mainly due to the carry forward program. We're actually spending more money than we have in the past. However, if you look at the new request that's currently outside of the funding envelope, you're seeing that we're comparing more than double what we couldn't fund in 2018.
And that's primarily driven by the 2.8. No, that's only 3 million. Sorry.
Not the 208 because this would just be the 2019 portion.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, thanks. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
So on this slide, we just talk about the placeholder budget authority that we have. We have certain big envelope that exists for the potential if something comes up, mainly parkland acquisition, any land capital reserve for land acquisition. We have smaller envelope for unidentified externally funded project. These allow us to potentially take advantage of grant funding. This just provide that envelope for us to take on that grant and apply to capital expenditure. And also we have a contributed asset that allow us to have the authority to take in any developer contributed asset. So on this slide, it captures a summary of what the current capital funding in terms of inside a funding envelope or placeholder budget. So this breaks it out by division in terms of the total carry forward of 126.9 million. Breaks out into different division. We have roughly 91 million currently within the funding envelope versus 83 from 2018. Our placeholder budget is roughly the same, and it shows the total of each division. On this slide, it shows our multi-year project within the capital submission. So you can see roughly middle of the page, there's that 208 3/4 for the 3.1 million in 2019, 10.7 requests for 2020, and then 23 million for 2023. So this just shows the larger project that span over multiple years. The next few slides, we're going to talk about the funding sources that we have. We'll touch on the operating contribution to capital. We'll go through a slide with all the reserve and surplus, a summary of what we have, go through the DCC, development funding, and some strategic borrowing examples. So this is the same slide that was in the operating presentation. This is the amount that we have from operating contribution that's currently using for funding 2019 capital. So from universal services, we have roughly 8.1 million. 780 from water, 243 from sewer, and 50,000 from solid waste. So on this slide is show what our reserve and surplus looks like. It's kind of summarized, but you can see from basically the first line for operating surplus within the universal services, we have roughly 7 million. This is before any 2018 surplus is included. So the fact that we are funding 2 million in operating and 4 million in capital, we're essentially utilizing 6 million out of the 7, and it will leave us with 1 million in operating surplus. We have smaller amount for capital surplus. We only have roughly 4 million in total. We have another slide after this showing the breakdown of all the non-stat reserve for the 46 million. And then we have our capital works. We have a larger capital works reserve within water, but that's kind of earmarked toward a larger project. And then our DCC is kind of restricted to any project that we can do to just DCC eligible project. Same with Parkland Reserve is restricted to just Parkland project, as well as the fire equipment.
Okay, I have a question from Councillor Richter.
Okay, it says here, number 1, operating surplus. It has not been forecasted for 2018.
No.
Why not? It's February. Didn't the year end on December 31st?
So this is that conversation that we had in the operating where we talked about the $2 million for operating items and the $4 million in capital from prior year surplus. This 7 that's sitting here is actually the working capital. So there's a certain amount that we want to have as a base level fundamental bottom line amount, and that amount right there is 7 million. We don't forecast the operating surplus until we're finished with our audit, which is going on right now. Because even though the year's finished, we have a lot of year-end transactions that happen that affect the year-end and will affect the surplus. So until those entries are done, we can't tell definitively what our surplus is.
How can we approve a budget if we don't know what the
So
surplus
we've always traditionally, I estimate, I do look at the numbers and I estimate what I'm comfortable with, and that's where I got the $2 million in operating and the $4 million in capital. That would be over and above. So it would be like we would add that $6 million to the 7 and then we would spend it. So we have the conversation sort of before the year end is done, so we can't tell you definitively unless we create a time lag. And we have talked about how nice it would be to have a time lag where we don't spend surplus of the year that we're just finishing, but we spend it from the year before. We would love to get to that point where we can say the surplus in 2017 was this, and this is how much we're spending, but we're always trying to estimate what it's going to be like right up until now.
Okay, but I just thought I heard you say that the 7 million that's sitting in there now, that's the working capital cushion you don't want to touch.
Correct.
You don't want to eat into it.
Correct.
You always want that number
Right.
of 7 million there.
Yeah.
So in essence, we've got nothing to work with there.
Well, we have the reason the note number 1 that says the 2018 operating surplus has not been forecasted. In a sense, it has been in that I'm saying we can use 2 in operating and 4 in capital. So I'm estimating 6. I'm estimating that I'm comfortable that we will be able to fund 6 million.
So conservatively 6, in all likelihood it will be 7 or slightly higher, but not much.
Conservatively 6. And we just, that line item, I prefer just to have this discussion as opposed to just providing the number of what it would be.
And that's based on your preliminary look at the year end without having it complete. Once the audit is done, it's complete, which we can never do in any budget because it's always
at the same time.
Always at the same time. Our year end and our budgeting. Budgeting actually normally starts in September, October. So then you're really having to do an estimate. Whereas now you at least have some sense based on the books. But
so now, and the other number there that's in brackets, that means we're into the land capital. We've been borrowing from that for internal borrowing.
Yeah, so it's actually it's propped up by potential land that we've identified that we're going to sell. So we've been using it for. We use it for ongoing acquisitions of opportunistic pieces of land that come available, and the biggest expenditure most recently was the ACUCC. So we used it for a significant portion of that. So you could call it internal borrowing, but it's secured by the land that we've identified that we need to sell, which will bring it back into a positive
So
state.
we're in the hole on that.
Yes, we are, right now. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Woodward.
Yeah, would it be possible to get a breakdown of the DCC reserves by category? Can I get that? You could just email it to us. On the next question, Ed, what is debt reserve?
So debt reserve is a reserve that we've used when we've had, for example, if we had a East Langley water supply, and it's mostly in water. We had budgeted for an amount of a debt payment, debt servicing, and the project didn't get going right away. It took 2 or 3 years to really get going, so we weren't incurring the debt expenditures. So we moved that money, instead of just letting it fall to surplus, we moved it to the debt reserve so that we could use it for either other water projects or to borrow less for the debt when the time actually came to firm up the debt required.
So what happens if that was zero? Like what ramifications are that was just emptied?
It's an opportunity fund. If it's zero, it really came about because of a project starting late. So most of the time, prior to that, it didn't exist. So we created it to capture, well, the reserve actually statutorily always exists, but it usually has a minimum amount of money. I think it had $200,000 in it for like 20 years. But we used it to capture the surplus that was created because of not having to spend the money in debt on the East Langley water supply for the first few years. We just kept transferring it to that reserve and transferring it to that reserve so that we could take advantage of it, not just letting it fall to the bottom line.
So Karen, though, I think the question may be, could that money, if it was not to be used part of the debt reserve, be used for paving?
Because it's under the category of water, the answer would be no. It has to be used for water
Stays
projects.
in water reserves.
Yeah.
It has to stay on a water project.
Yes, correct.
It could be used for another water project.
Right.
Do you have so it's 1? So you've rounded it up from 0.7 or 0.8 or something like that. Is that what's happening there?
Sorry?
It's just a 1, right? So
With the exact amount is it actually a lower amount?
you're just rounding it up or down, or how?
When you're talking about the one, are you talking about?
Yeah, the 1.
Oh, the one on the universal services. Sorry.
Yeah, 1. It could be 1.9. It could be 0.1. I'm not sure what 1 means.
Yeah.
I don't need the exact number. I'm just curious.
It's rounded. It's rounded.
Is it like?
Yeah. It'd be under 1.5 and over 1.4.
It has to go to another water project, and that's the only.
No, sorry. The 1 in the column universal services. Sorry, I was focusing on the 8 when I was giving my instruction because that was the water example that I gave. So the 1 would be available.
For anything.
Yes.
So it's not just a water project then?
Correct. The 8 is the water. So that's why we have it in the 3 columns.
Left column is water, right column
Yeah,
is
so I know I
universal.
wasn't focused on the 8
Sorry,
at all.
yeah, I was focusing
focused
on the 8,
the 1 on the
yeah.
outside there.
Yeah.
So the 1 could be anything else that's universal.
Yeah.
And so
with
yeah,
council's decision.
can I flag that and get the exact amount of that? Thanks.
Okay, so question for Council, we have gone through about a third of the slides of the capital, so this is a good time. I think before going into reserves and surpluses, we could have a motion to adjourn, or if Council wishes to stay till midnight, we can do that. Mr. Backen?
I think it's wise to carry the presentation to the next night, but so that we can get the information ready, if Karen could just take a moment and make sure we're going to answer all the questions between now and Thursday that we can.
That'd be great.
And,
a little bit of summary from Ms. Sinclair, and thank you very much. Sorry to have to stop you halfway through, but or a third of the way through, but it was a great presentation, and now we'll Council Long.
Get a digital copy of this copy?
Definitely.
Okay, sure. Council Ferguson?
Yeah, I just wanted to know if you can give us some instructions on how you do your borrowing, and either short-term or long-term, and how you apply that. So we could be prepared, I guess, for the future.
Okay, so then I'll let Ms. Sinclair kind of wrap up.
Okay. All right, so we've got a request to bring back the carry forwards and how much of a percent, what percentage the surplus funds are of the entire budget in general as a trend. Number 2, we want to look at what the penalties might be, or sorry, not the penalties, any regulatory pressures on the Metro Vancouver costs that we incur, if there's been any that they've done as a result of regulatory pressures. A solid waste report, 1805, send it out to all of council. Some historical background on the Langley Resource Center, $33,000 added into the base on the operating budget. The invasive species, a little bit of a history on what we've got in the budget for invasive species, if anything, and what the history is on that. Service contracts, a list of all the service contracts that make up just sort of the general number of service contracts, not the ones that we talked about, and talk about whether or not there are any salary and wage offsets to that. Police services, a look at the members versus support staff for the last 5 years. Statistics for the city and the township.
Statistics.
Was that member numbers?
Member numbers.
Yeah, member numbers and the
calls for service or crime statistics.
oh, calls for service.
I think calls for service is probably more accurate.
Okay, sorry. Sustainable development revenue, whether or not we feel like we could push it any further. What would be sustainable in the different kinds of revenue that we have. Capital infrastructure renewal replacement reserve, a bit of a history on that one. Bring that back to the forefront for everybody to be reminded. We have a policy on that. The 1.5% growth, can it be 2? So we'll take a little bit of a look at that. Service contracts, a list of service contracts and a list of supplies and other. Those were just single numbers that I provided on the slide, and the request was asked for a list of what makes up those two numbers. Revenues in general, if we're being conservative, how much can we push it to push it up a bit? Stagger hirings, realistically, can we stagger hirings to the third quarter? An example of what we would be able to save if we staggered them to the third quarter. Prior year surplus, a list of all of the items, not just the top ones that we showed on the slide. And tree protection bylaw, the difference between the 100,000 in operating and the 150,000 in capital. What is the background to those numbers? 13 is the other items on, I've already got that one, sorry, on the prior year surplus list. 14, municipalities that have casinos and the ones that don't. And the McLeod Road Athletic Park, what has to go ahead? Would there be penalties if it did not? 208 Street Corridor, have more discussion. It's just flagged for more discussion. The debt reserve, bring back the details on that. And then finally, a digital copy of the capital presentation. Borrowing, short-term and long-term, how do we decide?
Okay, thank you. Councillor Long and Woodward. Long?
On the McLeod, can we get the breakdown of the redoing the lobby or whatever it was? There was those items that we were discussing. Maybe we can get the detailed sheets on those.
Sure.
Okay, thanks. That's Woodward?
And if you could just add the capital works reserve to the debt reserve in terms of finding out the exact balance and any restrictions on those funds.
Okay, Mr. Backen.
We have already circulated the
2/8 report, I think I saw it come by.
And the recycling reports.
Okay, so recycling
electronically.
Thank you. So council has those reports. And excuse me, Councillor Ferguson, just so we can just wrap up. So council already has a couple of reports. I would encourage council over the next Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, any questions they have for staff to clarify. Certainly take advantage of staff that are there to help us, and then come back and have a good discussion and finish the presentation with a good discussion on Thursday. So again, thank you for your presentation and your thoroughness. And I've heard a couple of times that the phrase, I'm a new councillor here, but I just want to let the new councillors know that I've been, this is my, number 8, and it's still new to me and always learning. It's complex, it's complicated, and it's good to have the refresher that you're giving us every time. So I don't feel bad, the new councillors, we all go through this every year, absorbing the business that the township does and making sure that we do the best for our residents. So I want to just thank you for your presentation, and I know we got lots more work to do, so thank you.
We only have 7 slides to go till we get to the projects.
Oh, yeah, there we go. Hey, the exciting stuff. All right, I need a, do you want me to do the buzzer again? Or adjournment. It's a motion to adjourn to February the 7th at 6 p.m. So that's a motion to adjourn from Councillor Davis, a second. Councillor Whitmarsh, all those in favor? 6 p.m., yeah, all those on Thursday, yeah, February the 7th, correct? All those in favor, opposed, carried. Thank you.